Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the September 17th meeting of Impasse resolution hearing. And at this time, we will call our meeting to order, and can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today. Mr. Doran, I will turn it over to you to review the hearing procedures and disputed issues at Impasse.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, as we all know, we're here for an Impasse hearing. This is an overview of the process. That up to this point, negotiations between the parties occurred over 15 negotiating sessions. VIEW declared an impasse, triggering the statutory procedures that brought us here this evening. The district and VIEW agreed to waive the appointment of a special magistrate to hear the issues and make a recommendation to the board. The school board ultimately conducts a public hearing and renders a final decision on all disputed impasse issues. That again is what has brought us to this point in the process. The standard the school board will use is provided by statute and requires the school board to, quote, take such action as it deems to be in the public interest, including the interest of public employees involved, to resolve all disputed impasse issues. The decision by the school board this evening must be reduced to writing, and the issues must be submitted for ratification by the membership of VIEW and then by the school board. If the school board's decision is not ratified by the membership of VIEW, it will take effect as of the date of this hearing, but only for this fiscal year. Now, the chairman of the school board has issued a pre-hearing order setting forth the procedures for tonight's meeting. That pre-hearing order was executed, let me get that. On September 4th, 2020. The exhibits and materials to be used by the district this evening were timely filed and provided to the school board members in advance as mandated by the board chairman's pre-hearing order at paragraph 2B. The materials and exhibits to be used by VIEW were not timely filed. The documents were emailed directly to the board approximately 21 hours prior to this hearing. And I would make note that there were a number of documents that were just delivered about 10 minutes ago. The delivery of these documents violated the board chairman's pre-hearing order in two respects. Number one, the documents were not delivered to the district offices as mandated by the order. And two, they were delinquent by more than 2 days and 8 hours. Failing to meet the deadline mandated in the pre-hearing order setting forth September 14th, 2020 at 10 a.m. as the deadline. Both parties were consulted in advance of the issuance of the order, and both parties agreed to the logistics set forth in the order in advance of its execution by the board chairman. In addition, the district's written recommendation for settling the disputed impasse issues was timely filed and provided to the school board members as mandated in paragraph 2A of the pre-hearing order. VIEW's written recommendation was not timely filed. Their recommendation was emailed directly to the board approximately 21 and a half hours prior to this hearing. Delivery of the written recommendations violated the board chairman's pre-hearing order in 2 respects. The document was not provided to the school board attorney's office as mandated by the order, and 2, it was delinquent by more than 2 days and 3 hours, failing to meet the deadline mandated in the pre-hearing order set for September 14th, 2020 at 3 p.m. Both parties were consulted in advance of the issuance of this order, and both parties agreed to the logistics set forth in the order in advance of its execution by the board chairman. Tonight, the procedure will be as follows. Each party will have 60 minutes within which to present its case. The 60 minutes can be divided between the parties' initial presentation and a subsequent rebuttal. If a party announces its intent to reserve a specified period of time for rebuttal, then I will notify the party presenting when they are 3 minutes from the expiration of that designated amount of time and when the time has expired. A party can choose to continue with their presentation with the understanding that the additional time they are using will be deducted from the rebuttal time they have reserved. Under no circumstances will either party present beyond a total of 60 minutes. View will go first, the district will go second. View will be able to respond, and then the district can respond to the rebuttal of the view only. So only to the rebuttal if the district gets back up. Visual presentations are permitted. There will be no public input at this hearing. At the conclusion of the presentations, the school board members will have unlimited time to ask questions and unlimited time to discuss among themselves, deliberate, and take action. The board can accept or reject in whole or in part the proposed motions, but understand that a motion and a second to place an issue up for discussion and a vote does not bind the moving board member or the board member seconding the motion to vote in favor of the motion. It is merely a mechanism for getting the issue on the table to a vote. Now, there is a list of issues that was set forth in the pre-hearing order signed by the chairman of the board. It runs A through O. This list was provided to me in correspondence form from View, and it was accepted by the district as the list of issues that were to be discussed and resolved here tonight. A is the option of unpaid COVID-19 related leave without negative evaluative impacts to the employee. Such option to be exercised after FFCRA and paid administrative leave, if available, is exhausted. B, the implementation method of Volusia Live at the second level. C, stipend for all bargaining unit members equivalent to their hourly salary for the periods worked teaching face-to-face and Volusia Live simultaneously. D, the implementation of Volusia Live and simultaneous teaching for SLPs. E, the working remotely while under quarantine. F, the implementation of safety protocols that follow CDC guidelines. G, temperature checks at a supplemented duty. H, timeline for the replenishment of PPE. I, compliance with CDC and AAP guidelines during transition. J, sanitation of classrooms by bargaining unit members. K, the district providing View with a weekly report of positive COVID-19 cases by location and number of cases at each location. L, retirement incentive that includes all employees, parentheses, does not exclude those in drop, close parentheses. M, 2021 evaluations will be considered training and not counted toward summative scores. N, workload issues for ESE case managers, specifically limiting non-state mandated paperwork, allowing for electronic record keeping, and lessening the parental contact responsibilities. And lastly, O, Volusia online learning, class size caps. At this point, Madam Chair, I would ask that the board consider and potentially approve the agenda that has been distributed to everyone previously and appears before you. And unless there are questions, that is my review of the hearing procedures and disputed issues pursuant to paragraph 2 of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Colleagues, are there any questions? Mr. Persis?
No question.
Thank you. So I will entertain a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
Motion to accept the agenda as presented.
The motion has been properly moved by Mr. Cologne, second by Mrs. Cuthbert. Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Ruben Cologne?
Yay.
Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Carl Persis?
Yay.
Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
Ida Wright? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Doran. At this time, just a reminder of general expectation for decorum pursuant to School Board Policy Number 801. At this time, the presentation by Volusia United Educators. You will have 60 minutes. Are you ready, Ms. Albert? And you can
I think we have some preliminary, is this on?
tap. I don't. No, it's not. Hers is.
Hello? Okay.
You're on.
We have a couple of preliminary matters we wanted to discuss.
Is that
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
We have, there were several errors in the notebook that we received regarding the proposals that the groups put back and forth, and I needed to get those corrected because one is quite egregious. The others are just we failed to provide, or the district failed to provide backup to support some of the proposals that they had.
Okay.
So if you take, all of you received this packet.
Yes.
You can just put that, those are our tabs. You can put that in your notebook if you wish. We'll be referring to those. But right now I'm going to be referring to the tab that the district provided. It's tab 1. The pages are not numbered, so I'm going to do the best I can, but this is something that we do need to address because you do have some errors in the book, so I want to make sure that we get those on record. First of all, the second page, top right-hand corner states view proposal of 729. This was not a proposal. We never passed this across. We did not type this, so we've never seen this document, so I don't know where this came from.
Which page was that?
Where are you? I don't
Second
see.
page, tab 1,
Yes, ma'am.
second page.
Yep.
No. In our book from this district, from the district.
Oh, in the district.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
In the the district provided the proposals, copies of the proposals, and they have errors in them. Okay, so again, I don't know where that proposal came from, so I'd like that removed. If you continue on through the notebook, or excuse me, that section, it'll be several pages back, roughly about 9 pages in. The proposal in the top right-hand corner says view proposal on 8/3/2020, Session 5, health and safety. This is a duplicate, and it's missing the last page. So I have provided corrections if you'd like those.
So are we missing something after returning to work? Is that what you're referencing?
If everyone is on the proposal that says in the upper right-hand corner, view proposal 81320, session 5, health and safety. Okay, that one is, it's actually a duplicate of the one that you'll find 3 pages back. But again, it is missing, that's the page it's missing. So basically what you should do is disregard the one that I referenced at first that says 81320. And it's actually the same proposal 2 pages after that, as you see in the upper right-hand corner. And that one has actually all of the pages to it there.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I'm hearing the unions say that they're changing our exhibits, is what I'm hearing?
I'm asking you.
No, wait, if I could just address the chair. I guess this is as good a time as any. There was an order from this board that everything was to be produced by Monday. It wasn't produced by the union. It was produced by the district. And then tonight, right before we came, we got some more exhibits. And now the union is not using their presentation time, but using some kind of time they've decided to add on to make corrections to our exhibits. And I would ask the board to ask the union to address whatever errors they think are in our exhibits in their presentation, because we have the people here who can explain our exhibits. And I don't think that the union has any station from which they can adjust ours, especially after they've come so late in terms of presenting legal authorities and everything else that we just got 5 minutes ago.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may?
Sure.
Thank you. Then I believe that the district should not have put forward our proposals. If they're going to put forward our proposals and they were in error, I believe the board would want to know the correct proposals. One of them, the error is so egregious that it actually states it's a view proposal and it's a district proposal. So in other words, the section that you have too, that's fine, I can leave it, but it is incorrect.
Okay, so how many more sections would you like to address? 'Cause I want to be fair, but I want to give you 5 minutes so that then we can start your clock.
I can hand them to you, you can stick them in the notebook, I don't have to go through them, but I
Okay.
can tell you that there is a proposal in here that states that it is a view proposal, and it was not, it was a district proposal.
Okay. Can you tell us that one? Because that,
Yes, and then there's a couple of other issues. Mr. Dorn, we spoke about Ms. Balgobin being up at the podium, or the horseshoe, or whatever this is.
Oh, actually, we did. You're right, Ms. Balgobin. I don't think it's appropriate for you to sit up here.
right.
I'm sorry. I forgot we had that conversation and didn't, yeah, it would be more appropriate if you sat out there.
And I'll just pass these around.
Okay. Thank you. I have one question, and then we're going to start. Go ahead. I see your hand.
Yeah, so I just have one question, and you know, I came today to be a fair party to this and to receive, when did you all realize that these were wrong and that they were misspoken or wrong in the packets?
During this week, during preparation.
During what, I'm sorry?
During preparation this week.
Preparation. And
Yes.
did you notify the district of this prior to? Because I have read this book up and down, trying to understand this process, and I'm really struggling with receiving a pack of papers 10 minutes before the meeting that I have not had a chance to read. And I've tried to be very diligent. I've watched impasse hearings from more districts than you can imagine to get ready for today. And if you knew there were issues, I'm really struggling with saying strike anything because you knew there were issues and you didn't tell us. And that's very challenging for me. I'm
The
struggling.
standard procedure that I have had, through the chair, please. May I?
Yes.
The standard procedure that I've been through is there is a period for preliminary issues and taking care of things. I've also I mean, you can put forth an order for us to turn things in, but we will turn things in when we're capable of doing it. We do not have 3 attorneys on staff. We are going to do the best we can to present today.
No, you don't get to say that.
Excuse me, I can say whatever I
You
would
can,
like.
you will say what you want, but that is, I'm instructing the board to reject that
So-
position. Hold on, Mr.
Madam Chair, may I
Colin.
address Mr. Cologne, please?
May I
Let
speak?
Mr. Doran finish.
Certainly.
All right. You agreed to this order before it was even submitted to the chairman. I laid out that we were going to have this process. You agreed to it. Irrespective of that.
not true.
and- Excuse me, ma'am.
That is not
true. I speak, then you can speak.
Excuse me, you just
I-
accused me
ma'am.
of agreeing, and
Madam
I'm
Chair,
telling
would
you
you
that is
please
not true.
instruct this individual to stop speaking until I finish?
Please let Mr. Doran complete his statement, please.
And if I could I just beg the
No,
board?
just a minute. Let
Yes, ma'am.
Mr.
Just wait.
Doran finish his statement, please.
Look, this board is in charge of this proceeding, not you. You get to say what you want on the record, and we will give you ample opportunity to do that. But the fact remains that the order was issued, irrespective of whether you agree that you agreed to it in advance or not. You are bound to follow it. You have resources. You are not a pro se party. You are not somebody that is coming to us as an indigent. You have plenty of people that work with you. And your obligation was to meet the obligations set forth by the chairman of this board. It's as simple as that. Now, what is the ramifications of your failure? I don't know that there are any. But the fact is, you are not going to sit here and tell us that you did the best you could,
Mrs. Wright.
because that's not an option, in my view. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
And then I'm
Chair.
gonna come to you, Mr. Gonzalez. She
Certainly.
had the floor first.
Yes, ma'am, if I could just, I
I
would
thought
just
I was
beg.
next, Mrs.
Right,
Wright.
she had the floor, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Mr. Dorn, I take exception with the way you're speaking to Ms. Butler. I do not believe that that tone is absolutely necessary. I think it is a demonstration of a reactionary attempt to try to control every facet of everything that is accomplished. I also would suggest and say to you, sir, that we also had agreements with you, down to the arrangement of this room, that were absolutely not adhered to. And if you want to use the word failure, I then would suggest that that's a fail on the side of your part. So respectfully, Mr. Cologne, we had communicated back and forth with Mr. Dorn about some other items, trying to get some clarity about the totality of the presentation. Throughout tonight, you will hear that there were some things that were agreed upon at the table that seem to have evaporated into thin air. So as we were preparing for this evening, taking it extremely seriously, we never were able to receive clarity about the district's position. So that is part of the delay of this, the completion of the work, for which we do apologize. But as we know, there are pieces and components that were agreed upon on the side of the district that haven't been met as well.
Okay,
So I would suggest you do the best that we can.
there you go.
First of all, the reason I've been trying to get recognized, and I apologize for the rudeness of it, is I would beg the board not to make the replacements that the union has suggested to our exhibits, because we have people who can explain the correctness of our exhibits. So if you would, you can certainly accept them as the allegations of the union, but we have all the folks we need to explain all of the exhibits we have.
Thank you.
And with respect to the question, the accusation, which is just false, that there was any attempt made by the union to seek clarity on these exhibits were delivered to the union on Monday. And we have heard nothing from them with respect to anything that they needed clarification on or any error in these exhibits. And again, you know, we're sitting here in the context of a situation where we think the district has plenty of reason to object to the non-compliance with the board's order, but we're going to ask that it not be held against them tonight, because what's most important and what the district is interested in is making sure the board has, with its own eyes and its own perceptions, all the evidence that can be obtained from both sides so that they can make a decision on those issues which are the subject of negotiations and therefore the subject of impasse, which is the whole issue that this board has to sort through. And I would just ask that if we could proceed and let the union make their presentation saying whatever they want about the district, I think that the board would be better served.
Thank you for your input. Mr. Doran, and then I see one thing from Mr. Colon.
Yeah, I just want to say, the district is correct in their position to the extent that there are any documents that, in the opinion of you, are incorrect or have any issue with any of these documents. That needs to be resolved in the presentation. They can raise it. The district can respond to it. I don't want there to be any presumption or assumption, rather, by the board that because they're saying they're incorrect in any way, that they are incorrect. The district has not agreed to that. So, you know, Mr. Clone, when you mentioned, you know, when did you know these errors existed? Well, I just want to, you know, I understand what you're saying, but let's be clear. We don't know that there are any errors. We just know that one side is suggesting that there are some errors. So what I would recommend to the board is to let them address those errors, and then what they believe to perceive to be the errors, and then the district can respond to those by either saying, yes, it is, or no, it's not.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You fine? Okay, so I'm just going to make some decisions here. We're going to go ahead and start the presentation. We're going to accept that what you have given us, and we'll allow you to address that during your presentation, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we would like to reserve 6 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
So if you'll give us a heads up, Mr. Doran, for that.
I'm sorry, what was it, 6 minutes?
I was going to say 06, correct?
6 minutes.
Okay,
6 minutes, yes.
okay.
Okay, so do they tell us when to start?
Are you ready? Yep, you can start.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the audience, and Mr. Gonzalez. Good afternoon to you, sir. I would like to take just a few moments to share the timeline of events that have brought us here today. As you will remember, throughout the summer, I have mentioned to you several times during public participation that the terms and conditions of work for members of the support and instructional bargaining units must be bargained prior to the implementation of any reopening plan. On July 13th, I sent a notice of bargain to Dr. Balgobin. The response I received stated that the district was available beginning only on July 23rd, a full 2 weeks after the request. On July 15th, the fall reopening plan was presented to the board by district staff. On July 21st, at the special emergency session called by this board, after hours of public comment, the vote was unanimous to approve the fall reopening plan as presented. On July 22nd, you received an email from Mr. West stating, although you have identified potential preliminary impacts to the collective bargaining agreement, we have carefully reviewed each of the articles you have specified. We find no potential impact. May I remind you that the collective bargaining agreement set forth the terms and conditions of work for our bargaining unit members. On July 27th, you and the district began the process of bargaining the impacts of the reopening plan. Over the course of the next month, we participated in 15 bargaining sessions, which resulted in 40 hours of conversation. Although we have agreed upon a few items and made progress in some areas, the district has refused to sign off on those items, so the progress that was made at the table has resulted in no visual benefit to anyone. Finally, we were unable to come to an agreement on the impacts to the health and safety of the bargaining unit members and impacts of the implementation of Volusia Live. Therefore, on August 25th, VIEW declared impasse. During our presentation this evening, you are no longer going to hear from me. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to hear directly from the educational professionals who are working in our schools each day to implement the plan that you unanimously voted to move forward. The plan that the district stated had no impacts to the terms and conditions of work for the employees. You will find that, in fact, the impacts are substantial, not only to the employees, but to our students as well. I encourage you to fully engage in the presentation that you are about to receive, to take advantage of this opportunity to actively listen and to fully grasp the magnitude of the impacts that Volusia Live and the failure to follow CDC guidelines are having on your employees. We want you to be able to make informed decisions this evening. Our goal is to provide you with the information that you will need to have clarity that you will need in order to have clarity when you cast your vote to either stay the course or to provide relief to the employees. At this point, I ask that you turn to section U5 of your binder, where you will find the PowerPoint that we will utilize. Now, it is my honor to present to you Mr. and Mrs. Weinrich.
Good afternoon. I am Karen Weinrich, as many of you know from my frequent calls to school board meetings. I teach second grade at Spruce Creek Elementary. This is my husband, Chris, who teaches AP Economics and Global Perspectives at Seabreeze High School. Together, we have almost 50 years of service here at Volusia County Schools. We have 3 children who have gone through the system, and we've both been Teacher of the Year finalists. We were also chosen to participate in a COVID vaccine study that is focusing on high-risk workers. We are here to talk about the health and safety and the impacts felt at our schools.
For the past 6 months, one number has been drilled into all of our brains, and that is the number 6. We are to maintain 6 feet between us and another person. In fact, this very room has been set up according to these guidelines. The source of this information is the Center for Disease Control, who unequivocally says that we should maintain this distance when outside of our home. As you can see on this first slide, which is taken directly from the CDC website, it doesn't matter if you are wearing a mask or not. We need to maintain 6 feet between us to prevent illness. Volusia County Schools is not following this nationwide mandate. For example, teachers at Seabreeze High School, where I teach, were directed to set up our classrooms to accommodate over 20 students per room, only having 3 feet between desks side to side and 1 foot front to back. And again, according to the CDC, it doesn't matter if the students are wearing masks or not. 6 feet should be maintained. Another concern is the sheer number of students being put into each room. My wife's school is sitting at 20 students in each kindergarten class. My colleague at Seabreeze has 26 in-person students, joined by 12 students live in an AP Human Geography class. Not only are these examples a health hazard, but they also violate at least the spirit of the class size amendment. Throughout the county, we continue to fill classrooms, ignoring both the pandemic as well as the ballooning effect that will happen when live students finally return to the physical classroom. Not only is social distancing not being maintained during class changes are especially troubling. Students are interacting as normal, in many cases not leaving even 2 feet between themselves, let alone 6. We've all seen pictures on the internet of crowded middle and high school hallways. This happens each day, 6 times a day in all of our schools. Placing a few arrows on the ground does not alter traffic patterns, as they often get ignored by students. Asking teachers to monitor and encourage students is unrealistic, as we are preparing for the next live session between classes. To compound this problem, the school board has approved a policy that face shields can be substituted for masks. As a result, many teachers and administrators are wearing these devices that are specifically not recommended by the CDC, as you can see on this slide. Scientific studies do not conclude that face shields prevent the spread. Yet these face shields persist because they are approved by a school board policy. The school board's contract with ABM for cleaning services is of concern as well. I have personally spent way too much time in the past month documenting and reporting instances of ABM not meeting their contractual obligations, from the very mundane not taking out the trash daily to the more disturbing not sanitizing desks at the end of the day. If we are going to limit the spread of the virus, we must be sure that desks are disinfected daily, which is not happening. How do I know this? Because I and some of my colleagues have photographic evidence, like what you see here. The desk shields in the picture are in exactly the same position in the morning as they were when I left the afternoon before. This has happened at least 3 times just in my classroom. Imagine what's happening around the county. These occurrences have prompted me, because unlike many teachers in the district, I feel secure in my position, to email Mr. Greg Aiken countless times, and I've been personally contacted by 2 different ABM staffers. I do not have the time to continuously monitor and meet about their continued incompetence. We need to find a solution to this problem. Simply reporting it has not changed anything. The CDC also outlines recommendations for schools and how to create a safer environment. They've created a continuum of risk, ranging from lowest risk through some and medium risk, and finally ending at what is on the screen. Next slide, please. Higher and highest risk. Unfortunately, as you read the highest risk, 4 of these 5 statements describe our schools. We engage in in-person learning. Students mix freely between classes. Students and staff are not required to wear face masks. We have irregular cleaning and disinfection of frequently touched areas. The other category, students and teachers sharing objects, falls into the higher risk category. Overall, Volusia County has created a situation where they are subjecting their students and staff to conditions that fall into the highest risk category. In addition, the CDC also recommends that districts develop clear and transparent strategies for monitoring and sharing COVID data to help determine whether continued use of brick and mortar should be abandoned or restarted. Without creating a culture of trust with detailed, meaningful, and robust data, which is only what we ask of our own students, community members will second-guess any decision made by the board, whether sound or not. On a more personal note, without clear data about how widespread the virus is in our schools, how are teachers supposed to make sound decisions about how to care for our own families? Many of us live with health-compromised family members. How are we supposed to know how to responsibly act around our families or in the community if we don't understand the extent of the spread? The information on the current portal, which was just added last week, lacks meaningful information, like simply how many cases are in each school. We should be moving to more closely meet the guidelines before you that are on the screen.
In addition to the cleaning and disinfecting, the CDC also addresses the need for adequate ventilation. Schools must ensure ventilation systems operate properly and provide acceptable indoor air quality. HVAC systems should also be run 2 hours before and 2 hours after schools are occupied. I'm here to tell you that the air conditioning problems have been rampant since schools opened in August. For example, Spruce Creek Elementary has had broken air conditioning systems in multiple buildings throughout pre-planning. Imagine coming back for your first day and being greeted by an 80-degree classroom. At that time, teachers were doing a multitude of online trainings, but were not allowed to go home to complete them, and were instead directed to the cafeteria where the air was working. Once school started, air conditioning problems have persisted, with many classrooms not having reliable air. In fact, we discovered that our air had to be manually turned on at the county daily. When that was not done, teachers had to report it to an administrator, who then called the county to get it to be turned on. To have faculty, staff, and teachers working in classrooms with no air conditionings, especially during this time of COVID, puts our health, the health of our students, and safety in danger, and is frankly a disgrace. I would also like to address temperature checks. The CDC does not recommend temperature checks for schools, as it's not been shown to be effective, especially given the number of asymptomatic children. In addition, anyone doing temperature checks should be wearing full PPE, which is not happening in our schools. Administrators and teacher volunteers are manning the entrances and putting their lives on the line. Clerical staff at many schools have been asked to cover the clinic. Teachers, paras, and office staffs are not trained medical professionals. The language and job descriptions of these jobs do not allow them to check for communicable diseases. Temperature checks and clinic coverage are both a breach of the collective bargaining agreements. District staff has said that clinic coverage is a past practice for office staff. In past years, office staff has been trained to dispense medication when the nurse is not available. This is not the same as monitoring the clinic with potential COVID symptoms. A solution for this situation would be to staff every school with 2 nurses, eliminating the need for coverage and having a trained medical professional in the clinic at all times. PPE also continues to be an issue throughout the county. Teachers report getting incomplete PPE kits. When teachers ask for more supplies, at some schools they are grilled as to why they need more, while teachers who teach 6 classes a day are naturally going to go through PPE rather quickly. We have also gotten conflicting messages on how to clean student desks. The first email said that students had to be outside of the classroom when cleaning. That was later clarified to be students should be around the perimeter of the classroom, and then that was further clarified to just make sure the students are not sitting at the desk while they're being sprayed. And what are we using to spray? Disinfectant in a spray bottle that does not have appropriate labeling, which is a violation of the OSHA rules, the very rules we learned during our pre-planning videos. This spray can be harmful to some with health concerns. One principal has even stopped using the spray because of breathing issues and allergies with employees. The cleaning that must be done by teachers is an encroachment on instructional and planning time. Secondary schools have a bell that rings with 2 minutes to go, but that is not enough time for cleaning, especially for classes with 20 or more students. The computers must be turned off and powered down in order to clean, which also takes more time away from instruction. Attendance as well takes extra time, needing to account for students in both brick and mortar and live. Elementary live teachers are expected to monitor attendance throughout the day to make sure students are still logged on. Students who move back and forth between live and face-to-face make attendance and seating more difficult, as teachers must update their seating charts in the cumbersome focus system on a near-daily basis. On a final note, my voice has been raspy like this since I returned to school at pre-planning. My room was not deep cleaned over the summer, and despite multiple requests, my blinds have still not been cleaned and are covered and caked with dust. So my dust allergies are the worst they've been in years, resulting in postnasal drip and this raspy voice. And now I'd like to introduce Dr. Michelle Macklin.
Good afternoon. According to the VCS Professional Standards General Information Manual, the primary professional concern of employees for Volusia County Schools will always be for the student and the development of the student's potential. As employees of Volusia County Schools, we are entrusted with the custody of our students, and to fulfill this trust, we must be of good moral character. To require less would jeopardize the future lives of our students. End quote. When the governor mandated districts come up with innovative plans to reopen schools live 5 days per week, VCS had an opportunity to collaboratively plan with stakeholders at every level to develop a nuts and bolts plan to bring students and staff back safely. A plan that addressed the specific needs of both primary and secondary settings. It is obvious to those of us implementing the idea presented to the state for approval that no planning for implementation was considered. Your implementation of this idealistic reopening plan without a true plan has impacted the way we go about our daily activities. Teachers engaging in simultaneous teaching not only defies instructional best practices, but places students and their learning in jeopardy. It appears that neither the challenges of teaching 2 platforms at once, class transitions, managing social distancing, nor sanitation were included in discussions on the efficacy of the ideal or the impact to students or teachers. Allow me to share some of the experiences at the middle school level that have surfaced thus far, causing teachers to feel defeated, overwhelmed, abandoned, and frustrated. Almost everything we've learned has been trial and error, figure it out yourself, or we know you'll make it work. Truthfully, the impact of simultaneous teaching has left teachers and school-based staff burned out 3 weeks into school. We are mentally and physically exhausted, just trying to juggle ever-changing routines imposed by the district. One teacher said she felt like a hamster on a wheel, just going in circles. Another had a meltdown during class because she was so stressed by all the technology issues, which of course disrupted the flow of instruction. The greatest impact is the additional workload on teachers and support staff. We're spending significantly more time planning and preparing because we must balance and engage students in 2 vastly different modalities. Teachers are trying to divide their time between brick and mortar students and live students. Engagement is significantly diminished because when teachers are working with either group, the other loses focus. Students on live are constantly being reminded of the expectation to have their cameras on, which takes away from instructional time. Not to mention the added stress of trying to figure out technology issues in the moment and how to provide similar learning experiences for both groups since this teaching format is not associated with any pedagogy or best practice framework. Attendance has been a nightmare. Previously, attendance could be taken in about 2 minutes. Now, teachers are consistently having to correct attendance based on when live students entered the learning environment, which is something they have never had to do before. We have also seen instances where brick and mortar students are physically absent but have signed on to live classes, and live students have shown up for brick and mortar. Assessment is another example of how things have changed with this plan. Issues with assessment have not been worked out, yet SMTs and other assessments are currently being given. Prior to the implementation of this reopening plan, we were confident assessing students, especially those with accommodations. Now we're trying our best the best of our abilities to prevent tests from being invalidated because students don't have their cameras on, which is what we were instructed in School City. We have found that some of the students had their cameras on as instructed, but when they minimize teams as instructed in the guide, it would not allow the teacher to see them. We're also experiencing significant connectivity issues, which causes many teachers to have to go back and forth, reactivating and deactivating the assessments. There has been a lack of guidance provided by the district with regards to ensuring students receive accommodations, which is a legal matter. It is also important to note that servicing ESE students in elementary school is very different than it is in secondary. So district responses shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all because that doesn't work, and it causes additional work at the school level. The logistics of these issues, specifically with live, are ones we have never had to deal with before, but now we just have to figure it out ourselves. Teachers are being asked to sign a prohibited activities agreement, which holds them liable for all students, but we can't guarantee the fidelity of live student testing. How are we to provide extra time or read to students who receive that support when students are home, or when I have to be tethered to my computer to monitor live students when I have students that need accommodations in the classroom? When the rubber hits the road, teachers will be held accountable for the breakdown in the learning and assessment process that was never a process or plan to begin with. When we ask how we're supposed to manage testing and makeups or accommodations because things are not as they used to be, there are no answers, nor are there answers for most of the questions that are arising day to day. The most insulting response we continue to receive is, "We're in unprecedented times and we're just doing the best we can." That's great if you're at the district, but at the school level, that excuse does not fly. It is not an acceptable response for administrators, parents, or children that expect the learning process to be seamless. Another impact from the lack of preparation and planning at the district level caused us to have to go out and purchase necessary cables, adapters, monitors, and other accessories to try to meet the basic instructional requirements to even begin the process of teaching on 2 platforms. Now we've received monitors, but when they first arrived, we couldn't use them because they didn't have the proper connectors. In addition, when we receive our newest computers that are on the way, we'll have to once again figure out how to make all the tech talk so that we can use it properly. Lastly, but not least, is the challenge associated with communication, or the lack thereof. Communication from the district to the staff has been extremely poor regarding the reopening process. If the district has a plan for making this work, they have certainly not communicated it down. It is sad that administrators are caught in the middle of the communication debacle. They have traditionally been our first line of information, but it appears that they get the same information as we do, just barely before us, with little to no more clarification than we receive. So when we're asking questions, they no longer have the answers, only the district-approved statement that they're allowed to share. Sadly, the district specialists don't even know the plan. As a coach, I still have no idea what the expectations are this year. My lead coach can't tell me because she's currently working in a call center. It is evident that the district is being reactive versus proactive. At the end of the day, you need to know that we, your teachers and school-based staff, are not okay. And our ability to serve the children we love and that are entrusted to us is at risk because our pleas for help and support are falling on deaf ears. Next, you will hear from Mr. Charlie Hyatt. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. Let me introduce myself. My mom and her friends petitioned the Volusia County Schools to start kindergarten. I am the first kindergarten. I went to Corbin Avenue Elementary, which is now Ormond Elementary. I went to Ormond Junior High. I graduated from Seabreeze High School. I went to Stetson University. I have spent 40 years of my life teaching in this district. I am Volusia Education. I am not one of those complaining, whining teachers. I am from a school that one of your school board members called a flagship school. And I am here to tell you the hybrid classroom does not work. Here are what teachers are experiencing. We need someone to explain how we are supposed to meet the accommodations of ESE 504 IEP students when they are on a computer. I believe that Volusia County was cited 75 times under the previous administration. With this hybrid classroom, it will increase. I cannot supply these accommodations to those computer kids. When it comes to attendance, how do I enforce students signing on and leaving? Or the student who logs in and comes out of the shower naked? Or the student who took the web camera and gave students a lesson on his mom's morning preparations? Or students who log in the class in their pajamas, in bed, eating cereal? When I take attendance, if they are not logged in, they are absent. Just this morning, I dealt with a parent who said, my son was on with you. His aunt and uncle are his witness. And I said, dear lady, he was not logged in when I took attendance. He is absent. This is not log in when you feel like it. Let's talk about assessments. Explain, please, somebody, how do I keep integrity? No cheating with computer students. And how is the district going to get legitimate data from some testing in class and others on the computer who have access to information? We would call that cheating. On top of that, at my school, we have one computer cart per department. So how do we meet testing deadlines? We've already been threatened with, you will do the testing within these dates set or else. What is that or else? Some SMTs were done last week, but the district hadn't set up the grading buttons. Plus 7th grade ELA teachers didn't have their test available to them, even though the district said they're there, but the teachers could not access them. When it came to training for this hybrid class, I can remember the district sending me through PD, professional development, on differentiated learning and universal design and telling me they want me to meet the students where they're at academically. But they sent me a one-size-fits-all video for my training. Ironic. Some of us don't learn that way. And also, who trains the kids, the parents, the guardians so they can use the technology at home? A teacher used an entire class period trying to teach the computer kids how to use School City while his brick and mortar kids sat in class. Middle school kids are not mature enough to use the computer learning. Personally, I had to shut down the chat function first period, first day, because of inappropriate comments. I can produce you copies of 646 chat comments from a teacher, all from one period of class, not one comment about the class. We can have inappropriate comments that are made on the chat. We had a girl who was inviting her boyfriend over because her parents weren't at home. I've had turd emojis, etc. Parents, their expectations are misguided. I had a parent tell me, well, you've been trained. I told her, dear lady, no, we're a step ahead. Maybe. We are expected to build the plane while flying it. We had a parent videotape a teacher because the parent felt the lesson was worthless. Parents expect us to stop class and fix technical issues right then. That led me to shut down the phone function to all my students because I was receiving calls in the middle of class over internet connection issues and computer issues. Teachers are being asked to fix issues in class and ignore the brick and mortar kids. A parent accused me of not giving her child my attention. My response would be, you're right. I have a classroom full of brick and mortar kids. Anybody who says this hybrid is working isn't being truthful. On September the 1st, I invited each school board member to come to my classroom and see what was going on. Not one accepted my invitation. Ms. Haynes, you did respond, and I thank you for that. However, Ms. Haynes, I have to respectfully disagree with something that you said. You said that you visited 8 of your schools. You do represent schools in your voting district, but all the schools in Volusia County are your schools.
Correct.
I am tired of going through the building and seeing teachers sitting at their desk in tears. It is affecting them mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and I would like for someone to tell me how that is fair to their children, their spouses, and their families, especially when they're told, take a leave of absence. Quit. Work it out. This board will make a decision. You will do what is best for 60,000 plus kids and thousands of employees or yourselves. To paraphrase Thomas Jefferson, who was very much smarter than I, he stated in the Declaration of Independence, when governments derive their power from the consent of the governed, and when destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. Your mission statement that I pulled directly from the internet, and we all know the internet prints nothing but facts, says Volusia County Schools will ignite a passion for learning by providing a challenging, creative curriculum in a safe, supportive environment where students reach their highest potential. Are you meeting your mission statement? Will you do what is right for the kids and the teachers of Volusia County? Because I can tell you this, the people of Volusia County will do what is right and best for them come November and Novembers in the future. You need to eliminate the hybrid classroom. I and my family vote. One last bullet point here about Volusia Online. They have experienced an exponential growth. Last year, during the school year, there were 24 full-time teachers. This year, there are 258 full-time teachers with the potential of more. Last year, VOL had 150 full-time students. This year, it is 8,619 full-time students. That is a growth of 5,600 146%. I have two friends who teach VOL. One roster is at 330, one is at 360. I thought your responsibility was to ensure teachers have a reasonable, manageable roster. Thank you, and let me introduce Mr. David Finkel.
Good evening. My name is David Finkel. I'm in my 29th year with Volusia County Schools, and I teach at DeLand High School. I was the 2005 Teacher of the Year for the district. Both our children, my wife teaches at DeLand High School as well, and both our children are graduates of Volusia County Schools. As this incredibly difficult school year begins, Volusia County Schools is set to evaluate teachers as if this were a normal school year. You haven't taken evaluation off the table. You haven't made evaluation a low-stakes trial run under the new circumstances. You haven't put forth any changes to the evaluation system. This puts teachers in an untenable situation. The Volusia system for empowering teachers, VSET, is not empowering us currently. It is based on the Charlotte Danielson framework for teaching, which many of us in teaching know extremely well. The backbone of the model used for our evaluation system is teachers' ability to build classroom community. Students are supposed to receive feedback from both their teacher and peers. Students are supposed to serve as resources for each other and explain concepts to their peers, to their classmates. They are supposed to work in instructional groups. Students are supposed to help manage instructional groups and help peers. And interactions between students are supposed to connect them to each other. Even if we weren't doing Volusia Live, social distancing alone changes all of our teaching methods. We cannot do small group discussions. We cannot do pair share, student conferences, or collaborative projects. Most of the teaching methods that make an effective teacher effective are simply not available to us this year. Social distancing alone has completely changed the nature of our work. Last spring, we moved to online teaching. That too completely changed the nature of our work, but we adapted. But Volusia Live is not like last spring's online teaching. It is a completely new form of teaching. What teachers are being asked to do is this: combine socially distanced face-to-face learning with online teaching. We are combining two completely different and completely new modalities of instruction at the same time. We should not be pretending that our current evaluation system can adequately evaluate teachers who are doing two brand new jobs at once. There was an attempt to train us for this new dual modality teaching during pre-planning, but it was not enough. The thing is, even if training had been adequate, the way we are teaching is still so vastly different from the kind of teaching the Danielson framework is asking us to strive for. If we look at the Danielson framework that we use for VSET, there are certain things that we are supposed to be creating in our classrooms, things that administrators are supposed to be looking for. Classroom interactions are supposed to be individual and highly respectful, reflecting genuine warmth and caring and sensitivity to students as individuals. In our current situation, individual interactions are extremely limited, both with social distancing and online. We usually meet students at the door and have small, individual, non-public conversations with students to build relationships. We can't often meet students at the door. We need to stay distant, and we are too busy sanitizing desks and setting up the next live class. We are tied to our computers generally while we are teaching. We can't have individual conversations with live students either. Every online interaction is essentially public. We will be evaluated on our relationships with students, relationships that are very, very difficult to build. It hurts us to not be able to do it, but it's almost impossible. We are evaluated on VSET for maximizing instructional time. Instructional time cannot be maximized. Attendance takes too long. As was said, taking attendance for 19 students sitting in my fifth period in person is easy. Taking attendance for the 13 live students who are also in my fifth period is extremely time-consuming. Are their cameras on? Are their mics on? Are they really there? I've got to look at the list on Teams and look at whose pictures are there and try to figure out and then look at focus on the other screen. It takes a while. Every single action we take in class takes twice as long as it used to. We are essentially monitoring two classes at once. If you are having a class discussion, the live students can't hear the face-to-face students in most classes, so to facilitate discussion, the teacher has to repeat everything the face-to-face students say for the benefit of the online students. Managing time is a struggle. According to Ms. Danielson, behavior is supposed to be entirely appropriate. quite frankly, I can't control the behavior of online students or even build the kind of relationships that inspire good behavior. I mean, if we write up an online student, do we suspend them and send them home? They're already there, so that doesn't work. Face-to-face, creating a culture where behavior is entirely appropriate in class is somewhat difficult as well. And it is difficult to monitor face-to-face students and live students at the same time. When I devote time talking with my live students on the computer, I am not necessarily monitoring the students in the room as well as I could be. Neither a traditional punishment and reward nor a modern collaborative classroom model, which is what I try to do, of student behavior works very well. The classroom is supposed to be safe. The teacher is supposed to make effective use of the physical space and use it for appropriate learning activities. Learning is supposed to be available for all students, including those with special needs. Safety takes on a whole new meaning during a pandemic. My classes of 15 or more students do not feel socially distanced, and that is 4 of my 6 classes. In some of them, I'm lucky if most of the kids are 2.5 feet apart. That's about all I can do. So I try to be very strict with the masks. The room arrangement cannot be appropriate for learning activities. We can't do, as I said, pair share, small group projects. Accommodations for special needs are difficult in class. They are nearly impossible online. In the Danielson model, learning is supposed to float, as they say, on a sea of discussion. Students are supposed to explain things to their classmates and help each other. They cannot do that in the current circumstances. Classroom community is supposed to be operating on such a level, if you're distinguished, that students, not the teacher, are to ensure that all voices are heard in class discussion. They are hardly getting to know each other. Creating class community and culture is very difficult, if not impossible. We are supposed to be giving quality feedback to students, but the setup and planning aspects of teaching are taking all my time. Just keeping up with planning and emails takes a good part of my planning periods. Trying to give feedback to students is proving to be a real challenge. A lot of the feedback I used to give to students was in the moment, in private conversations as I circulated the room, looked at their work, and had quick, quiet talks with them. Right now, I don't circulate, I can't look at the work in either modality, and I can't have quick, quiet talks. I can give feedback, but it is often a couple of days after they have done the work. It is quality, but it isn't timely, and it isn't building relationships. We are supposed to use an extensive repertoire of instructional strategies, according to Danielson. Most of my repertoire is not available. In addition to the various small group discussion activities, I can't have students write examples on the board because they'd be in view possibly of the live students. I can't have students perform Shakespeare in front of the class and have Nerf sword duels. I can't do chalk talks, gallery walks, 4 corners. I can lecture, I can read aloud, I can do large group discussion. That is very nearly it. My repertoire is extremely limited. We cannot create the kind of classroom that VSET is looking for under these circumstances. We are trying our best to adapt, but we cannot guarantee that the adaptations we are coming up with ourselves and that have not come to us from anyone else, we can't guarantee those are going to work. This is not the same job, and we are not really trained to do this job in these new modalities. Do you fear we won't work if we're not being evaluated? Teachers at my school have been lined up 20 cars deep on either side of the parking lot gate, eager to get into school as early as possible. They aren't doing that because they want evaluation points. They're doing it because they care. Other districts have opted to hold teachers harmless this year. St. Lucie, Indian River, DeSoto, Hendry, Glades, Hardy, Highlands. It is within your power to de-stress our year. It costs you nothing, but it would be an investment in your relationship with your teachers, which right now I believe is fragile at best. I have talked to many teachers. Not one thought we could be fairly evaluated in our current teaching situation using a framework designed for pre-pandemic teaching. Not one. It's not that we don't want to do a good job. We want to do the very best job we can under the circumstances. But these circumstances limit our teaching in ways we can't control. Our very best teaching simply can't happen right now. In this time of change and difficulty, if I evaluated my students as if nothing was different, I would probably be marked down on VSET for lacking flexibility. The district should model flexibility for us. How you treat us and evaluate us should be a model for how you want us to treat students. Thank you. And next is Frau.
Good afternoon and good evening. Joy Crome. I am one of the member reps from the Volusia United Educators, and I'm entering my 34th year with them. I would like to address the subject of leave tonight as it relates to VCS reopening and COVID. Because of the current situation imposed on public school employees, they are potentially at risk of being infected and exposed every day to this virus. The FFCRA covers a one-time 80 hours of paid work leave. However, we are acutely aware that the possibility of quarantine could be multiple times, or that 10 days of leave will not be enough to cover an employee's sick time. The union wanted to put protections in place for leave needed beyond the FFCRA for employees affected. These are questions for you here today. How are new teachers and support staff expected to navigate a quarantine of exposure period? They have no accumulated leave. 4 days is not enough. You can go on unpaid leave and you will have no medical coverage because you do not even qualify for FMLA if you are a new employee. Will employees beginning their families with young children or caring for elderly parents be forced to drain their accumulated leave? They have been good stewards of their leave for these reasons. They could be facing unpaid leave and nothing in reserve for their family needs. Veteran employees nearing the end of their careers, what is the cost to them? They gave years to the school system, dedicating themselves to their students, and their reward of a safety net at the end is wiped out. The solution is clear. Allow those employees to keep their accumulated leave untouched. Let them utilize an unpaid COVID-related leave during the 2021 school year. How much are you willing to do to show the employees that they matter? A $1 million offer to cover 5 additional days of leave is a respectable offer if an additional $1 million is available to the other bargaining units and administration as well. The $1 million will quickly be bled dry. On a first-come, first-served basis, should your message to folks be, get sick or exposed quickly? Finally, leaves will most likely be commonplace this year. Employees' employment or evaluation should not be negatively impacted. Here in Volusia County, I have many times represented an employee that had been out on an approved medical or FMLA leave only to be penalized on their evaluations. This is unjust and unconscionable. No leaves should be used for this purpose, especially during COVID. And it is my privilege to introduce Matthew Lawrence.
Hello, my name is Matt Lawrence. I teach economics at Mainland High. It's my 4th year, so I don't have as much experience as everyone else. But I've been working on, speaking on the retirement incentives today. Our last offer was for a 17.5% financial incentive for our teachers and paras for early retirement. You can see that in Table 1. This offer cost the district $5.3 million this year for the incentive. There's also a $1 million longevity bonus to be paid out, which has already been budgeted, and a $6.2 million additional terminal leave cost. The total sum of the bonuses minus the salary save would cost the district $5.5 million this year, but save $7 million in salaries next year and over $23 million over the next 5 years. Costs today may seem insurmountable, but the incentive allows for our most at-risk individuals, those who have given decades to Volusia County, the ability to retire with dignity. Also, the future savings of over $7 million each year will pay for the incentive with 1 year. Within 5 years, the savings is near $23 million, as mentioned, which was not a priority of the district during negotiations. Some of the thoughts of the district was that the terminal leave payouts would not be financially feasible this year, but paying out terminal leave today will accrue savings because those employees would not only be earning more leave, but the payout would be also at a higher salary. Terminal leave is money that those employees have already earned as well. Table 2 shows the average cost and savings per teacher and para by subset. I have teachers under 62, teachers over 62, para under 62, para over 62, and those who have 36 months in drop. That is including teachers and paras. All the subsets are paid for with the savings and salaries by the 2nd year of this retirement incentive. We're proposing returning to our 17.5% offer to include everybody. We would also be open to a return to one of our early negotiations, which was having health care provided for those 62 and older until they reach Medicare age in lieu of the salary incentive. This option would lower this year's cost by over $600,000, but lowers the overall 5-year savings by $1.25 million. This can be seen in Table 3. I have these spreadsheets from the district with me today, should you have any questions at the end. Thank you for your time, and we would like to reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal.
Are you finished then?
Yes.
All right, you have 11 minutes and 43 seconds remaining.
Are you ready?
Ma'am?
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. I apologize for the delay in responding. I've been working most of the time dealing with the materials that the district saw for the first time tonight, and I have to apologize because I think that I may seem a little disjointed in my response, because I think it's important to point out what's gone on so far with respect to why we're here, what we're here about, and what the union appears to be doing here. Because I don't think that the union in their presentation has done anything to address the proposals they've made, which they contend are at impasse.
Excuse me.
And so,
Mr. Gonzalez, we're going to stop for a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you trying to reserve some time?
I'll take whatever I have left.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking. The question before the board tonight is not whether there's going to be simultaneous teaching. Simultaneous teaching and any number of other things that were talked about in the presentation are not matters that are given to collective bargaining, and not matters which are to be resolved in an impasse proceeding. They are matters of policy that are committed to the exclusive jurisdiction of the board. And so where I'm going to be a little disjointed is I think it's important to point out that one of the things that was given to the district for the first time tonight, literally minutes before this hearing started, was a listing of cases that I guess they contend are relevant to tonight. And I'd like to start by pointing out I've dealt with FEA affiliated lawyers, unions, and FEA's predecessors, affiliated unions for a long, long time. And I will tell you that I have never encountered a situation, nor am I aware of any situation, where any local union wanted for an attorney to help them with a presentation. And so I know for a fact that had there been any request, there would have been a union attorney helping with the presentation, and that would have produced a list of cases that didn't end in 1988, which is the latest case that's cited in support of the union's position tonight. And these cases are all about what needs to be looked at the outset, and that is the difference between a managerial prerogative of the board or any other employer and the impacts of that decision. Now, these cases are offered apparently for the proposition that whenever the board acts and exercises its managerial prerogative, that there has to be bargaining over the impact, and the bargaining has to be completed before the managerial prerogative can be put into effect. And that is just not the law. So I'd like to begin with the beginning of the district's presentation that was in fact put in on time. So it's nothing that's been hidden But on page 2, the district talks about the legal standard of review, and they start with the section of the Florida bargaining statute that is entitled Public Employer Rights. And we quoted the relevant passage on page 2. And it says in the law that the law which governs public employee collective bargaining reserves the right of the school board and other employers to, and this is taken directly from the statute, determine unilaterally the purpose of each of its constituent agencies, set standards of services to be offered to the public, and exercise control and discretion over the organization and operations. It is also the right of the public employer to direct its employees. Now, what the statute also says is that if the exercise of one of those rights by the employer violates the terms of a contract, then the union can file a grievance and have an arbitrator decide that issue. So whenever you have a managerial prerogative that's exercised, if it violates a contract, it doesn't come to the board. It goes to the grievance process, and it's decided as a matter of contract. Either the contract says that or it doesn't. Now, every other time, with respect to the exercise of a managerial prerogative, if the exercise of the managerial prerogative requires the board to change a term and condition of employment, then it has to bargain that change before it puts this change into effect, because it is changing the contract. And if it didn't bargain, then it would violate the contract, and so you have to have a negotiation. We're not here. None of the board's proposals, the district's proposals, violate the terms of the contract. All of the exercises of managerial rights are allowed in the contract and do not violate the contract. And so the impact bargaining that we're talking about here tonight is the impact bargaining that arises from the union's right to negotiate impacts of the exercise which don't violate the contract, but in the opinion of the union have an impact on them so that they would like to bargain for a change in the wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment. So the example that helps me tonight is it's the board's obligation and its duty to decide how we're going to implement what is being directed by state law and any number of other applicable regulations to open these schools. And so if simultaneous teaching is what the board decides as a policy is going to be, that decision is allowed under the contract and doesn't have to be negotiated. But clearly, if the union thinks there's an impact, then they get to negotiate it. But that doesn't stop the implementation or delay the implementation. It's just a separate thing. So the board decides to do simultaneous teaching, that's the way it's going to be. And if the union says, well, if that's the case, then we think we ought to get this or that, then that's what gets negotiated. And that's the difference between adverse impact bargaining and a managerial prerogative and an employer right. And the reason that's important is what you've been given and what was being passed back and forth by the parties during these negotiations is entitled, it's the third union, it's U3, it's their exhibit. It's a memorandum of understanding. And I can represent to you safely that it's basically the format that's being used by all the districts in Florida in what is a very, very unique situation in terms of where we are in the state of Florida and what's being directed to school boards and what they have to do. And the memorandum of understanding has a particular meaning. And going back to the laws in Florida on bargaining, when you have a contract between two negotiating teams, it's not binding on either party until it's approved by the bargaining unit a majority of the bargaining unit folks, not just the union members, but all the people in the unit, and the employer, in this case, the school board. And unless you have that ratification, it doesn't mean anything. So when you have a memorandum of understanding, if it includes things that aren't negotiable, that are things that are there because the parties, 15 different sessions, sat across the table and talked about things, and they didn't just discuss impact, they discussed the board's implementation and these decisions. And they came to agreement. And when you look through this memorandum of understanding, then you'll see that there was a provision that says that we're going to do simultaneous teaching in this grade, but not in this grade. And that wasn't negotiated. That's what the board decided. And with respect to tonight, all that's before the board is what is a wage, hour, or term and condition of employment that is an impact. And the PERC law says that when a union wants to bargain the impact, there's two things that have to happen. And there was a letter written from the board's negotiator, one of the board's negotiators, that was read with some displeasure, but it basically said what the law is, and that is that in order to obligate the employer to bargain an impact of a managerial decision, it has to be a substantial impact, and number two, it has to be specifically identified. So when the union presents things that just say, we want to talk about how bad we think simultaneous teaching is, the collective bargaining table is not the vehicle for resolving that issue. The collective bargaining negotiating table is the vehicle for deciding whether there are adverse impacts that can be negotiated and that the board is willing to accept. And with that, I think the best thing that I can do is I tried to go through this, and I think that perhaps in terms of the presentation, I'm going to give the presentation and leave the rest for the questions the board may have, because I think I do better if I begin with Union Exhibit 4, which is entitled Rationale and Proposals. This is the union's presentation, and they've done a nice job there. And again, we didn't get this till after 6 last night, and we've been working on it since. But together with what I got tonight, what I've done is taken Union Exhibit 2, which looks like that. It's just a list of the issues at Impasse, and sort of keep that side by side with Union Exhibit 4, which refers to them. They've got it nicely broken down by leave and issues and A&E. And what I've done is I've sort of gone down the list, Union Exhibit 2, and sort of grouped them, and it sort of makes sense to me that if you go down the list, you can put a 1 by A and by E. You can put a 2 by B, C, and D. You can put a 3 by F, G, H, I, J, and K. You can put a 4 by L, a 5 by M, and a 6 by O, Oscar. And what that shows you is that when you come down to not the presentation that was just made, but when you come down to what they've said, and by the way, it was being flashed up on the television, but it didn't sync with the presentation. But I think it's pretty easy to take the proposals and sort of go through where the parties are in terms of their differences. And a nice place to start is on page 1, and it's leave, and it's the issues A and E. That's the ones that I put 1 by. And those issues are described as the option of unpaid COVID-19 related leave without negative evaluative impacts. And then when you go down to N, you have, I'm sorry, to E, you have the working remotely while under quarantine. And when you look down at the settlement for A and E of the list of issues at Impasse, A and E, it says, we accepted the district proposal, and it says, additionally, the union desires that once the pool is exhausted, unpaid leave will be offered to bargaining unit employees that must quarantine. Use of such an option shall be without negative evaluative results. Finally, allow asymptomatic quarantine employees to work remotely to avoid using leave. Members of the board, the only difference between these parties is that part that mandates remote work, because that's a managerial decision, and the contract expressly provides that the teachers covered by it are to report to their work site in order to be compensated. And with respect to the leave itself, the district agreed to allow the 5 days up to the $1 million, and specifically agreed that it would allow additional leave without pay. And the only thing that's disputed is that the district wanted to have in there an interview that basically would allow HR to determine the entitlement of the employee and the need of that employee to the additional unpaid leave. That's it. And I would suggest to you that as a matter of law, that probably doesn't even have to be negotiated. But since it's on the table, it's on the table. But that's the only thing that's hanging up this deal, so that the board's recommendation is stated in their presentation and is described on page 5. And on page 5, you'll see D, which is when the above leave provisions are exhausted, Human Resources will meet with the employee to determine if they are eligible for additional leave. And that's the recommendation of the district for resolution of that issue, is not to accept the union proposal, which makes it automatic and allows an employee to basically self-designate for the additional leave. And the second part, which allows asymptomatic quarantine employees to work remotely to avoid using leave, because the board doesn't have to, but can't agree in advance to allow somebody to work remotely in every case. But just like they have now, the employee has a right to request whatever it wants in appropriate situations in terms of what's going on, but not as a provision in a contract that is in fact a contract. The second part of the second grouping provided in the union's materials, and this is entitled Instructional Prep and Workload, Volusia Live, issues B, C, D, and N. And now that I hear them spoken, I think I may have given you the wrong number, but the number 2 should be by B, C, D, and N. And that's where the parties don't agree, but if you look down the resolution of it, the resolution proposed by the union is not that there won't be simultaneous teaching, but that the board will agree to provide a dedicated Volusia Live class where possible, and where not possible, to pay teachers a stipend of $100 per day for teaching simultaneously. And the district is amenable in terms of paying a stipend, but not in that amount. And the suggestion that was begun with respect to the, for the consideration of the board would be a one-time stipend of $500 or a similar amount or any amount that the board deems advisable in terms of what's going on. And when it says provide for a dedicated Volusia Live class where possible, the board can't agree to that because, again, that's an obligation and a duty of the board to make that decision. And again, there's no question as to the value that the board and the district place on the views of the teacher and their feelings, and nobody is disputing the difficulties that's imposed by the situation we're in the state of Florida. But the fact of the matter is that the board's duties are the board's duties. Florida law says that you can't pay teachers for not working, and it says you have to open the schools and you have to do the things that you have to do, and those are non-delegable duties. And it also says that you have to consult with the local health authorities, and the district has done all those things. So with respect to the simultaneous teaching, the recommendation of the district is to pay a stipend. A one-time stipend of $500 is a recommendation. And the next grouping by the union is what they call the safety issues, and it's F, G, H, I, J, and K. And the recommendation of the union is to accept all the items that the folks were come to an agreement on, and they refer again to Union 3, the Union Exhibit number 3, which is that memorandum of understanding. And again, it is a document that contains both managerial and non-managerial items. And in the context of what the board would or would not agree to, what the board is saying is they're not agreeing to the entire memorandum of understanding, which they can't do, but it has nothing to do with the fact that there are a number of things that the board is willing to do. And those are best dealt with, I think, going again now to the district's submission, which is entitled The Individual Issues and Recommendation of Settlement, and beginning on, beginning on number 6, there is a listing of each of those issues broken down, not in the groups, but broken down by number. And I think that if you look at page 6 of the district's materials, you'll see that it's pretty clear that there's this division between the issue of the board's prerogatives and the impact that it may have. And if you start with issue number 7, which is temperature checks as a supplemented duty, and the union's proposal is that no bargaining unit member will be required to take the temperatures, but also that they want to prohibit the administration from asking for volunteers to perform that, and they want to ban the taking of temperatures from supplemental duties that are covered by the current collective bargaining contract. Again, as a matter of law, this board has the right to require and assign work to teachers that's within the ambit of their abilities and skills and certifications, and there's nothing that would prohibit the board from doing that. But in negotiations and discussions on both the managerial aspects and the adverse impacts as well, the board was willing to say that no bargaining unit member will be required. And all the board is asking is that, all the district is asking is that of course, the principal can ask for volunteers and can include them in supplemental duties that are taken on by that. Issue number 10 is the sanitation of classrooms by bargaining unit members. And again, there's an issue there where the union, and again, no one is disputing the concerns, and no one's disputing what I think is a pretty clearly established great difficulty in this country of getting clear and concise and understandable kind of information. But the breakdown is between adhering religiously to the CDC guidelines, which are stated as guidelines in everything they do, and the board's obligation under state law and regulation to consult with local health authorities with respect to the measures that are to be taken. And therefore, the board can't agree to align the policies with CDC guidelines, but by the same token, the board has the obligation to provide a safe workplace. The board has an obligation to consult with the local authorities. They have done. The implementation has been put together in accordance with those obligations. And we believe that there is no bargainable issue that the board can agree to, which is not to say that the board is not committed and that the plan, in the opinion of the board, doesn't meet the safety requirements and best practices. Issue 11 is the district providing the union with a weekly report of positive COVID-19 cases by location and number of cases at each location. The district is currently providing bi-weekly case information for positive drug test results and identifying all facilities affected on a district-wide basis. And they're provided to the public each Wednesday and Friday on dashboard notice to the district website. And again, the board believes that that's an appropriate resolution of the issues. And on page 6, the next issue is issue 12, which is the retirement incentive. And I'd like to skip over that right now and go to page 7, down at the bottom, which is issue 13, which involves the summative evaluations and scores. And the proposal that matches up with the union is M. And the union proposal is that the 2021 evaluations will be considered training and not counted towards summative scores. And the district response is that although the district has put in a request for a waiver to the state, it cannot agree to disregard those evaluations. And if it could agree, in fact, the standards that to be able to apply to the workforce with respect to evaluations are a pure managerial decision. And so for any number of reasons, we believe that the resolution of that issue ought to be that the union's position is rejected, and we simply can't make that. But again, the district wants to make sure that everybody understands that the district can request a waiver, and it still is requesting that waiver, and it's not going to back away from that. It's just saying that it can't agree in the context of collective bargaining to disregard evaluations that by law have to be regarded. And the last on the list is O, which is the Volusia Online Learning Class Size Caps. And that proposal is exactly what it is, which is a proposal to put caps on class size. And that is simply not an issue for collective bargaining. It is an issue that's for this board to decide, and state law, as to what is to apply, and therefore the district cannot agree or recommend adoption of that proposal. And that leaves us with the one issue, which clearly is an impact, and is something that was properly bargained, and the parties simply disagree. It's stated in Union Exhibit 4 as issue L, and the settlement proposed by the union is a retirement incentive that includes all bargaining unit members and saves the district over $20 million over the next 5 years. And the differences, I believe, are well set out by the district. And they are described on pages 6 and 7 of the union's material, of the district's materials, beginning at the bottom of page 6, issue 12, which states retirement incentive. And the proposal of the district is that for the 2021 contract year, a one-time non-recurring early retirement incentive is to be offered for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020. The elected retirement date must be between July 1st and August 31st, 2020. And the following criteria have to be met. First, the employee must be eligible for full retirement under Florida retirement system and not previously retired, obviously. The full retirement is defined as 30 years in the system or age 62. And if the employee is in drop, they must not have been in drop for more than 36 months. The employee has been a school board employee for 10 years or more. And any employee who is separated from the district prior to the signing of this MOU shall not be eligible to participate in the early retirement incentive. And then if those criteria are met, then the employees are to be paid a one-time bonus equal to 17% of their base salary. And should the board have any questions with respect to any of the board's proposals, as I said, we have the folks here who can answer those questions, and particularly with respect to the pension, the chief financial officer can speak to them. And that is the position of the district. And the one thing I'd like to close on is to go back again, is to tonight is about the resolution of impasses through a process that's provided by Florida law to address matters that are mandatory subjects of bargaining or otherwise agreed to by the parties to be bargained and presented to the board. And notwithstanding what the union is trying to allege by citing cases that are so old that they never get cited anymore, the law is that what the union does when they allege that there's been an impact resulting from an employer's actions is to specifically identify those impacts, and to the extent that's been done, they have been negotiated. To the extent that there is a difference in the proposals, the district believes theirs is the better position, and we ask the board to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 26 minutes and 55 seconds remaining.
Turn it back over. Ms. Albert?
First, I want to respond about the relevant cases that you will find in Union 7. If you'll notice, some of those are at the bottom. You've got 2004, you've got 2005. The dates are not relevant. And I will also point you to page 3 of the district's resolution they cited cases from 1992, so the dates are irrelevant. This is something that is done across the board. It's not relevant.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and respond very quickly to some of the issues that were raised by Mr. Gonzalez. Respective to leave, so what we're looking for here is, of course, the opportunity to tap into a COVID-specific unpaid leave. That costs the district nothing, and it affords the employees the opportunity to make decisions and have the opportunity to choose. Also, what I want to point out that was neglected to be addressed was the fact that we are absolutely seeking no negative impact to an employee's evaluation for utilizing their leave. As it was pointed out earlier, there have been numerous times where our office has represented an employee who had done everything that they were asked to do to utilize FMLA or some other form of leave that's currently available to them, only to return to have a negative impact on their evaluation. We do not believe that is right, nor do we believe it is just, particularly during a time of a public health crisis. Instructional prep and workload, Volusia Live, $500 stipend. Are you kidding me? Do the math. That comes out to $2.92 per day, or 39 cents an hour. Is that the rate that you value your employees? Is that what you want them to walk away with? You should be embarrassed and ashamed that that was even proposed. Moving on. Safety. We have submitted what we would like you to consider under tab U3. Early retirement incentive. How do you exclude certain members of our Volusia County Schools family? These are people who have dedicated their lives and their careers to Volusia County Schools and the children of this community. How do you leave people out? You shouldn't. And how do you refute the numbers that Mr. Lawrence showed to you? $23 million savings over the course of 5 years. The return pays for itself in the following year. And it doesn't seem that we're so cash-strapped that we're not considering extra pay for certain individuals. And I'll go back again to the Volusia Live stipend. $500? Seriously? Continuing on. Evaluations. We have several counties that we've submitted as examples to you who have currently taken the opportunity to provide their employees a little bit of that compassion and grace we often hear so much about. Our administrators don't know how to navigate VSET during this new system of teaching and learning as well. Wouldn't it be kind to give the administrators and the teachers and staff a break this year and use this year as a training year? Perhaps we would consider utilizing some form of digital learning as we continue to move past COVID. Wouldn't it be nice to take an opportunity to fully vet VSET as it relates and make the necessary changes to any further evaluation? Only makes sense to the people that are in the classroom. Okay, what's next? Volusia Online. Again, we're looking for Volusia Online Learning. You heard the numbers in the classrooms. We know that there are issues in Volusia Online. We've explained to you the exponential growth that they have seen. 150 full-time students last year, 8,619 full-time students this year. We didn't even bring you the numbers of the part-time enrollments. This is not manageable. Caseloads must be manageable if we want to deliver high-quality educational content. I think that's it, right? Okay, so now I'm going to give you some final comments. Now that we've reached the end of the presentations, I want to talk to you about expectations versus experience. When gaps occur between what one expects and the reality of the experience, it leads to disillusionment. Disillusionment is a feeling of disappointment resulting from the discovery that something is not as good as one believed it would be. Disillusionment leads to stress, frustration, and anxiety. The experience of reopening and of simultaneously teaching face-to-face in Volusia Live has created disillusionment for our educational professionals, our students, and our parents. It is reasonable to expect that the needs of the employees and students will be met. As a public school system, Volusia County Schools is bound by the Florida Constitution to provide a uniform, safe, secure, efficient, and high-quality system of education, one that allows students the opportunity to obtain that high-quality education. I can tell you that the testimonies and experiences that we have heard about tonight raise the question about Volusia County Schools' current system of education and if, in fact, we are meeting our constitutional obligation. We should expect to be valued. Nothing should have more value than the educational professionals and students working and learning in our schools. However, The value of something is determined only by what you are willing to give for it. What metric are you using to determine the value of the employees and students? We are tired of being overlooked and shut out of conversations that directly impact our working conditions. We are the experts in the schools. It should be our voice driving the narrative in moments like these. For me, there is no greater value than public schools and the work that is done by the educational professionals to shape the future of our communities and our country. It is what we do and say each day that makes this system function. However, when we are left out and when the mindset of the district and board is, the teachers will figure it out, they always do. It leads to further disillusionment with the board, as what we expected from you is vastly different from the experience. We are losing faith in Volusia County Schools and the board. It seems like the employees may need to reset our expectations. I am willing to give my all for the educational professionals and students of Volusia County. My words tonight represent and testify to the fact that your people are suffering and they are breaking. Our students are not receiving the quality of education that they deserve. This reopening plan is failing us all. When will you remove the veil of deception and realize that the only choice is to end simultaneous teaching of students using face-to-face in Volusia Live? When will you realize that we must adhere to CDC protocols in order to keep our employees and students safe? This moment is not about me. It is not about you. It is about how much we value the men and women and children within Volusia County Schools. Your employees are watching you. What will you choose? How will you respond? What do you value? Each of you will have a vote. Each of you have the power to choose. Each of you will show tonight where your priorities lie. Are they with the employees, or will it be saving face and protecting those who have created this disastrous reopening plan? What will you show our parents and community members? What will you show? What will you show? Will you show that you value the educational process for students, or will you show that you are unwilling to admit that this is not working and is not sustainable? Will you vote to build unity within our district, or will you continue to allow a divisive and toxic culture to take hold? Please remember that Dr. Martin Luther King stated, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." Where will you stand tonight? No one will judge you if you admit that this isn't working. However, if you allow our educational professionals and students to continue to suffer, that will be a very different legacy that you will leave. That concludes our presentation.
Left 3 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock.
You have a rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am. Very briefly, I think the closing of the union has really focused the issues that are before the board. And I was going to present some more information, but I think it's better left to any questions that the board may have. But I'd like to point this out, is that when the union says that they want some guarantee of no negative evaluative effect from taking the unpaid leave that the district is willing to provide in appropriate cases, and they say that it's happened before, that people have taken FMLA and suffered on their evaluation, there's a federal law that says that's not true, because you can't. And there's all kinds of protections against anybody who would do that to somebody, and it doesn't change the fact that the parties negotiated and they have agreement on everything other than the involvement of HR to look into the circumstances for which the leave is requested, which I will guarantee you is an issue that employers are dealing with across this country in the context of leave that's necessitated by this awful thing that's going on. And with respect to the issue of the stipend, the stipend in terms of what was talked about was not ever intended as an insult. And of course, whatever the board deems appropriate with respect to its restrictions is something that they can do. With respect to the other issues that were talked about, such as the evaluation, The fact remains is the law requires what the law requires, and this board can't do anything about it. But finally, the coda to the argument that has just been made by the union is that it's time to stop the simultaneous teaching and how much they hate the plan. And I just feel obligated to note the unfairness of this presentation in terms of what's going on here tonight, because that is not ever going to be before this board in an impasse resolution proceeding, because it's not an issue that's negotiated. It's an issue that has to be decided by the board, taking into account the best information they can get, the best advice they can get, and make the decision that they feel is appropriate, not in the context of collective bargaining, because that's an issue that has to be decided not just with regard to the employees of the district, who are awfully, awfully valuable, but they're not the entire constituents of this board. And decisions that have to be made with all the constituents in mind, and not just a group of constituents, no matter how valuable those constituents are. Because the statute, even on impasse resolution, says that with respect even to the issues that are properly before this board, then what is to be done after everything is heard is the board is to take the action it deems in the best interest of the public, including its employees. Because as tough as things are for the union and the board, I just think it has to be said that having heard this argument from unions across this state, whenever it comes to impasse in terms of what they say, in terms of what this board, I would just like the people who see this to understand that there is not a single incentive for an elected school board not to give teachers whatever they want. And the idea that they would somehow deny them anything that they need, that they could grant, that they think is in the best interest of the system and the constituents is not only insulting, it demeans the process, because there is collective bargaining, and then there are things that are as or more important, and that is the policies that govern the education of the children of this district in the year 2020, in the conditions we're facing in this country. And we believe that the district's position with respect to those matters that are properly before this board are the correct ones, and they are not offered as the greatest thing that the teachers have ever seen, but they are what the district has determined they can do in the context of these negotiations. Thank you.
So are we allowed to have our final 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
That's fine.
Thank you. I want to clarify a couple of errors here. First of all, I want to let you know, board, you can do whatever you want to right now. We intentionally skipped the magistrate step. This is in your hands. Short of breaking the law or this collective bargaining agreement, you can make any decision you wish. The second thing is, I wanted to clarify on the FML. We never asked anything about the FML. The leave we were asking for was after the FFCRA, which is the granted relief that was given by the state, or the federal government, sorry. And so what we are asking for is the opportunity to take leave without pay if they wish to. Most will not do that, but if they wish to, we would like them to have that opportunity. Is there anything else? That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, 2 minutes, 13 seconds remaining on the clock there. 22 minutes and 1 second was remaining for the district. And my understanding is all the presentations are concluded.
So we can move on to questions, correct?
Madam Chair, would you consider taking a 15-minute break for people?
Oh, yes, I was just making sure.
I
I just want to make sure that everybody understands. So presentations and rebuttals have been concluded. We're going to take a 15-minute break, come back. Board members, at that time, we will ask questions, but I would like for us to look at an issue and go by each issue and ask our questions and then conclude per issue, okay? All right, thank you. 15 minutes, it is now 6 o'clock, is it 6 o'clock? Thank you. We will reconvene our meeting so that we're all on the same page. What we're going to use as our guideline is what you provided us. We'll follow the same information that you and Mr. Gonzalez. Is your person here, district?
Wait.
Okay, now that he's joined, we're just gonna move forward with our procedures moving forward. So we're gonna use these two items that were discussed from view. And what I would like to do, the one that says topics view believe are at impasse are the following. We'll use that one, and then rationale and proposal. What I am gonna ask from each, both the district and the view, once we go through, and we're gonna start with number one, or A and E, based on the rationale or proposal, I want both the district and view to clearly state what your final recommendation is for those items. And then we will address them, we have time for conversation, and then either board member will make a motion to accept either view or the district's proposal, or if we want to amend, but so that we can have a discussion. Is that okay?
Yes, I agree. Every item has to be voted on individually,
All right,
just to be clear.
yes. So with that, we will start with items A and E. And what I would like, I'll start with the union first. Can you please state your recommendation for issues?
Can you make sure Carl's on there?
Oh, Mr. Persis? Mr. Persis?
Mr. Persis? Carl? That's what I was afraid of, since nobody asked.
Press star 6.
Yeah, right. Press star 6.
Okay. Can he hear us? Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna just give 3 minutes while we try to get this, because we do need to hear both sides' recommendations. Okay, thank you. Excuse me, we're gonna have to take about a 3-minute break. We're having some technical difficulties, and we have to get Mr. Persis back on the line, so 3 minutes. Thank you. I'm going to restate what I stated, Mr. Persis, for the purpose so that may not have all the documents we have before us, so that you can hear the recommendations from both entities, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you for waiting. So we'll reconvene. And so for Mr. Persis, what we're doing, Mr. Attorney Gonzalez used three documents when he was going through which were of view, and it says the topics view believe that are an impasse, their rationale and proposal, as well as the district's proposal. So what we're going to do, we're going to take each item individually, but we're going to collect them. So number one will be items A and E, and then what both view as well as the district will give their recommendation for settlement. From there, then we will have a discussion. Okay?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
when you say items A and E, are you referring to the district's?
No, and so you may not have,
No, he doesn't.
so let me find it on the districts and I'll tell you.
Yeah, he should have the order that you entered. I don't, Mr. Persis, do you have a copy of the order that the chairman entered? Because it has a list of the issues as well.
Yeah, I have that binder that everybody has.
Yes, so if you look at in the matters of the impasse between, if you go to page 5,
Yes, I see that now.
so we're gonna start with issues, we gotta separate it a little differently. We're going to start with the option of unpaid COVID-19, and that's issue number 1 on page 5, and working remotely while under quarantine.
Mrs. Wright,
Yes.
because this part was handed to us right before we started, he doesn't have.
Right, I know, that's why I'm trying to correlate it with this document.
Do you think?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
he has an email that I sent that has the rationale and proposals.
Did you,
Sent yesterday.
did you receive an email, Mr. Persis, from View on yesterday? Last evening?
This wasn't part of yesterday.
An email from View, did you say?
Came from Tracy.
Yes, I was gonna say that.
But I didn't think this section was in the email you sent us yesterday.
The email had the rationale and the proposals as well as the summary.
Yeah, it has that.
I saw one from Tracy Butler.
That's it.
Yes, if you open that one, and inside that it has their rationale and proposals.
Yes, ma'am, I see.
Okay, and so what we are doing based on that, the very first one states rationale proposals leave issues A and E.
Got it. And that's what Mr. Gonzalez, when he grouped them and he said number 1 was A and E.
Yes, that's what he was referencing. He used this document.
I'm doing my best, Madam Chair. I'm trying to keep up with you.
I know.
It's not easy.
And we hope you're doing well. I know you had surgery today.
Yeah, it's a little foggy, but it's okay.
And so from there, you see that at where we says the settlement for A&E, each unit will now tell us what their recommendation is to resolve this issue. And then from there, if you have questions as it relates to A&E, we will have question and answering period, and then we will vote on items A and item E, okay? Okay, Mr. Persis? He may be on mute. He's still on?
We lost him.
That's a terrible sound.
Mr. Persis, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay, great. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start with A and E first. We will have you for them to provide state their recommendation, and then we will have the districts state their recommendation, and then we'll open up for questions. And I'll come to, do you want me to start first, Mr. Persis, or go last?
At this point, Madam Chair, I prefer to go last.
Okay. So, yes, you can state your position. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Wright, and we also hope that Mr. Persis is recovering well, and we thank him for joining us even under those circumstances. I know it's got to be tough. So, as you'll see in what we've submitted, and I did mention in my comments that we did make some progress during the 15 sessions, and so if you turn to, I think it's your tab 3, you will see what we would ask that the district move forward with under Section 1 of the COVID-19 leave provisions in a memorandum of understanding. We also would request that what we're asking for here simply is an unpaid leave, specific only to I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
Is there something I need
that's
to
fine.
know?
Yeah, I think there's a little confusion, not a lot. What we're looking for is just a statement. You know, we recommend blah, 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 blah. One sentence recommendation for the resolution of the issue. They'll do the same thing, the district. One sentence recommendation. Then we can talk about it. But what's going to happen is the board members then will be in a position to say, when it's time for a motion, they've heard your statement, and they'll say, move approval of the union's recommendation as to issue A. Do you follow me now?
Well, if they say that to everyone, we're good.
Well, I'm giving you an example. That doesn't, and, well, let me add, there may be a motion like that, and it may fail. Nobody's required to vote, for it. I'm just saying, in order to structure it properly, or just, and then I'm not suggesting that the board's not going to let you expound on it, but we're looking for a statement that is exactly as you would propose the board would resolve the issue, The district will make the same statement as to how they think it should be resolved, and then the board's in a position to move the approval of one or the other and see if there's 5 votes. Are there any questions from board members about that? Does it make sense? It's the same way you see the superintendent recommend at the end of presentations at all the meetings, you know, superintendent recommends the approval of blah, blah, blah. We're just looking for that from each side. And then that way we don't have to try and word it. And they're in a position not to stress over it. They can just pick one and move approval and see if there's 3 out of 5 votes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Doran.
Yes,
Appreciate that
and then,
clarification.
yeah,
Okay, so the union recommends that the board accept the settlement as proposed under the rationale and proposals that was submitted.
I
don't follow it. Do you?
No, Linda, what's your?
Ms. Albert, are you referring to the rationale and proposal sheet the union proposed here?
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes.
At the bottom, Mrs. Cuthbert, there's a settlement for A&E. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay. Both paragraphs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make
Okay.
sure.
Here.
Okay.
So we want you to state exactly if this is what you want, just state that right there for me.
For the record.
For the
so that we
record.
have.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
so I would we recommend that you agree to the settlement for A&E as identified at the bottom of the leave issues A&E rationale and proposals that was submitted. Or am I missing it?
No, that's not going to work. I need for you to read the language.
Okay, because you just told me a
And
quick
first of
statement.
all, and second of all, I need to separate them out. We're just doing A.
Right.
We have to have a vote for each one. So don't say A and E. Just say,
Okay.
however you recommend, read every word that you want involved in your recommendation. Don't refer to any documents because later on the record won't know what document you're referring to and we won't know exactly what you are asking for. So just read it if you need to and make the statement on A alone.
So for A, we would request the option of unpaid COVID leave.
Okay.
Did I get it?
Okay.
With no negative impacts to the employee's evaluation.
Okay. So, and both of you, just one of you, just put it all together. You can put it all together, Stacy. That's fine.
All right. All right, we are requesting that there be an unpaid leave option surrounding COVID-19 leave. And that would come with no negative impacts to the employee's evaluation.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hazel?
The district's recommendation is that when leave provisions are exhausted, Human Resources will meet with the employee to determine if they are eligible for additional leave. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but in addition to that, with the $1 million paragraph for leave, we also would recommend including a Volusia County intake interview as part of the criteria for qualifying for leave.
Mrs. Wright?
Yes.
I didn't hear clearly everything Ms. Hazel said.
I couldn't hear it.
I'm sorry. Is this better? I'll just-
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, so the district would propose that when leave provisions are exhausted, that Human Resources will meet with the employee to determine if they are eligible for additional leave. In addition to that, as part of the $1 million proposal to be used as administrative leave for FFCRA, once FFCRA has been exhausted, but before sick leave is utilized, we would ask that the Volusia County Schools intake interview be used as a part of that process.
That's something new.
I don't know. Does that mix 2 issues.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ms. Hazel, to me, that is two separate issues.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we were just addressing both.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're addressing them individually.
That's fine.
So now what is your,
Then our proposal for the unpaid leave was when the leave provisions are exhausted, Human Resources will meet with the employee to determine if they are eligible for additional leave. It's stated on page 5 of our proposal.
all right, colleagues, we've heard both recommendations. Let's start with some questions. Who would like to start? Go ahead.
So I'm kind of confused because they didn't restate the position for the entire topic. And so, you know, when you look at the union's proposal, they're basically saying we accept the district's proposal on 821, which refers to a document, so we'd have to go back and look at that document. I guess my question, and I'm gonna break it down here for you. So when I look at the district's position, they say we want FMLA will be offered in accordance to state federal rules. Good?
Yes.
Good, okay. The FFCRA funds will be offered in accordance with state and federal guidelines. Good? That's the district's proposal, so, okay. Then we talked about the $1 million. Is the $1 million for up to the 5 days good? Good. Then we talk, so this is where there is a little bit of a difference because the district is proposing that they would look to see if the employee was eligible for additional leave. Would that be paid leave or would that be unpaid leave? So is that the district deciding, say a teacher was put out 4 times outside of her power, would the district be making a decision if that leave is warranted and can continue to be paid up to the $1 million?
Not continue to come from the $1 million because each employee would be limited to 5 days from the $1 million. However, it would be any of the leaves that we offer, leaves of absences, which are unpaid, FMLA, which can be paid or unpaid, depending on what you qualify for. So it would really be evaluating all that we offer with the employee to help them make the decision that's best for them.
So you're right there. I mean, for me, I'm hearing the same thing. I mean, do you want to?
Right.
I'm not trying to take the floor. I'm just trying to understand.
No. And I was going to tell Rachel, can you turn your head to your microphone? Yeah, thank you.
So she's saying the same thing I'm hearing you say. Actually, I'm hearing more because she's saying we'll look at all the different options that we have to offer. So you're saying you want them to be able to take that leave?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So what I'm saying, or what we're asking for, is to have an option to have an unpaid COVID-specific leave. What we're trying to offer to the employees as a choice or an option is to not have to empty out any accumulated sick leave that you may have built up over the years. We're trying to, and maybe only a few people are able to exercise this option, but because this is such a very different time, and maybe some people have the ability to just say, you know, I'm going to sit out for a month, I can manage, but I want to preserve the accumulated leave that I have because I am looking forward to retiring, and that's a nest egg that I've built. Or I'm not sure if maybe I'm going to have a baby in a few years and I want to be able to take an extended maternity leave. We're just asking for the option and the choice, if an employee is able to manage it, to have an unpaid COVID-specific leave that they could take. It would cost nothing to the district.
And so, Rachel, is that amongst those offerings that you are mentioning that the district would offer to an employee?
No, that is not currently part of our leave options because we would have them exhaust their sick leave first before we would look into unpaid, unless they want to take an unpaid leave of absence or utilize other forms of unpaid leave. However, the evaluation impact, we cannot as a district speak to how that would every situation is different, so we would not be able to address how it would affect their evaluation.
So the employee will have at their disposal to take an unpaid leave absence, or is that not at their disposal?
That is, we currently do not have a mechanism for exactly how they are proposing it.
Okay. And then I have a question for, why would you contest, or do you even contest, because I haven't heard it mentioned, that an evaluation is actually taking place to determine that it's, a rightful, in other words, if I'm a teacher and I simply say tomorrow, I don't want to come to work, I don't feel safe, okay, then would that fall under a COVID? In your definition, would that fall into a COVID-related leave versus I've been put out 3 times on quarantine and this is just too much, or I end up on a respirator and I have to, God forbid, take an extended period of time? The evaluation part, is that even an issue here?
So the evaluation part is based on what we have experienced over the years when employees, bargaining unit members, have exercised their right to take a leave, be it FMLA, unpaid, whatever. There have been occurrences where upon the return of the employee that they were negatively impacted on their evaluation for being out, although they were on a district-approved, contractually authorized leave. And so what we want to ensure during this time is if an employee elects to take a leave, that there are no negative impacts to the evaluation. And Mr. Gonzalez was correct when he stated that they're allowed to take those leaves. But for some reason, we found in certain circumstances that it has negatively impacted the employee, and we just want to hold them harmless.
Great. Very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cuthbert and Ms. Haynes?
I would like to ask the view, we have currently a leave of absence. This is in addition to that, so it could be an unspecified time, correct, like maybe 4 weeks or 6 weeks. You're saying the leave, but unpaid leave without negative impacts. Okay, that's, is that what you're referring to? Just coming in one morning and saying, I don't feel well, I'm going to take off 2 weeks? Is that?
Well, so the difference in what we're asking for tonight is the opportunity to take a leave without having to use any leave that you have accumulated. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for a mechanism that will afford people the opportunity to choose, if they can manage, to go out on a leave that doesn't drain any leave bank that they have accumulated over time. If, certainly there would need to be provisions around the leave, and if it was the board's opinion that you're interested in something like that, the hope would be that we would collaborate to put those parameters in place. I'm confident that we could do it.
Okay. Well, don't we already have something like that in place, the leave of absence?
Again, you don't. The current mechanism that is in place requires the employee to use all of their sick leave before they're able to go on that unpaid leave status. What we're trying to do is skip that part. We're trying to just say, you can go out on an unpaid leave and you don't have to utilize all of your sick leave days before it turns to unpaid. Am I not? No, where am I not?
And not for a vacation. This is specifically around COVID.
Because a lot of people have taken a leave of absence for personal reasons, or
no, this is specific to COVID.
This is something completely different. I just wanted to clarify for everyone to make sure this is something completely different. And right now you're proposing that the leave is unended, correct? It could be an entire semester. Like I've taken a family leave and I used my sick days, but then had they run out, I could have gone to my sick bank, I could have gone to unpaid leave. So this is a COVID, you're proposing something COVID related. If the illness is extended, or if the symptoms carry on, so the person is not penalized because the person is still ill. Okay, I see nothing in here where and I think where you're coming from is you want HR to interview the person before they go on this unpaid leave to make sure it's on record that it's a COVID-related absence.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's all the district is proposing, that there be some kind of interview ahead of time so that the employee can take this leave without negative impacts, but it has to maintain it's COVID-related. And then when they come back, you're saying also that they have to go through HR to come back? When
No,
they
they
come
have to-
back from the leave?
To come back from the leave,
Yes.
not necessarily, they can, yes, they do have to go, I guess it would be eventually through HR, but they can start with the notification of their administrator that they will be coming back from leave. And of course, we're always going to approve people coming back. We want them back.
Okay. So, thank you very much to the VU and to the district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
May I please speak? Maybe to give a clearer example, especially at the beginning of the school year, we had teachers who were very medically fragile. They didn't have any other option besides brick and mortar. They wanted to take a COVID-related leave because of that medical fragility. But they didn't want to have to use their leave because they would come back. Maybe they'd have to take out half a year, or even if it was a whole year, but they didn't, somehow they'd be able to get by without it, but they didn't want to have to use their own accumulated leave during that time. They don't have that option. Does that make it clearer?
Yes, Ms.
Yeah.
Crum, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Haynes?
Okay, so I just want to talk through this to make sure that it's clear. So what we're looking at right now is that you're in agreement that in the event a teacher or staff member that falls under review has to quarantine or go out because either number one, they have contacted the virus, or number two, there's a possibility they've come into contact with someone that has tested positive. The first thing we're offering is 10 work days, and everybody's in agreement with that. Then, say there's a second round, or let's just say while they're out, you know, because there's an incubation period, because I talked to the health department again yesterday, you know, they're out and they're on, you know, day 9 of leave, and now they come down with the symptoms while they've been quarantining. So we now have to extend them 10 days beyond that. So they could apply for, you know, 5 of those days to be under the $1 million, but then they may be left with 5 more days. So what you're asking for is if they so choose, they could choose for those 5 additional days to be unpaid, not tapping in to their current leave that's built. Because yes, the current rules are if you get sick, you have to be out on leave. I experienced it with pneumonia once, okay? No choices. But are we only, when you keep saying, like basically what you're doing is asking for an additional type of leave that's beyond using your sick leave, beyond using a leave of absence, things like that. You're asking for this specific COVID leave, and for like, say those extra 5 days. Am I correct on that?
Yes, that could be one of the reasons why someone would want to have those additional days.
What I think I need to understand, because I want transparency here, all right? I need to know from you if it's not COVID related, you know, it's not that they have contracted the virus and they have to be out longer. It's not that they're quarantining because they've come into contact with somebody. Are you looking for other ways for people to be out on unpaid leave?
When I say COVID related, I also consider those people, it's not an exposure, they haven't tested positive, but they are medically fragile. I mean, I'm sure you've spoken to some of the same teachers that I have. They are medically fragile. I mean, to the point where they're okay to go into a regular brick and mortar and deal with those challenges. but the risk of exposure for them is far beyond what even you and I would be thinking about. So those are the people. I say it's COVID related because they would still be able to get medical documentation from their physician to say these are extremely high risk individuals.
So what you're saying is skip FMLA, because FMLA requires doctor's documentation in order to go out. So you're saying you want them to skip the FMLA, which would give them 12 weeks. You're wanting us to just go to a new thing called COVID unpaid leave. Okay, help me then.
No, well, because sometimes when you go out on FMLA, you don't have any time accumulated.
Correct.
This is just an opportunity for those folks to go out. I mean, if FMLA would apply, then they could go out on that. They would be covered. All that would do is it covers your job for security purposes and insurance while you're out. You could work that out. That is something that we could talk about on how you might cover the insurance aspect of it. But medical leave under FMLA many times is unpaid.
Correct. But you exhaust first your paid
Yes,
leave.
I would not, this is not a conversation where we're taking away their FMLA rights. All this is an opportunity for those, because it won't be a lot of people. But there were folks that came to us and said, you know, I just want to go out. I don't want to use my leave. What can we do? How can we make that work for them?
So this goes a little further though. So if you're wanting that FMLA piece to still stand, okay, which does require doctor's documentation,
Yes.
and if they're fragile, I would believe that they could get the doctor's documentation. But that ruling states, like, and I don't know legally, and this is where I'm going to have to ask one of the attorneys, I don't know legally that we can change any rules with FMLA, you know, where you have to use your leave that you have built up before you can go to unpaid leave. Yes.
I can speak on the FMLA.
Okay.
I'm not an attorney, never have been, don't want to be. But I've worked with FMLA for a number of years. And it is up to the individual employer on whether or not an employee has to use their own leave at the same time that you're on FMLA. As I read that law many years ago, it was up to the individual employer. This employer had never chosen to do that.
Okay. So when you say that there's no cost then at all to the district if we were to grant this COVID unpaid leave for this year under the circumstances we're under, so define no cost to the district, because what happens with their insurance?
Well, that would have to be something that we would discuss because, of course, if you're not getting paid because you don't have any accumulated, the individual picks up their own cost of the insurance. We've not discussed that in its entirety as far as how, if somebody is in a position where they can go out and it's not a matter of that insurance, maybe they're ready to pick up the whole COBRA. But having the opportunity and let that person make the decision is what we're trying to do for them.
Okay, so then to make sure because here's the thing, you know, it's in the details, all right? Because it's very easy to make a statement, but it's like, let's drill down and understand what the details are, because they can make a statement and they've got one idea. You can make a statement and you've got one idea. We're sitting up here asking questions, and we may think we understand what she's saying or understand what you're saying, and the details, we walk away tonight, and I don't want to walk away tonight without things being very clear. All right, so I'm a teacher. I want to go out due to the fact that either I've already exhausted all my FCRA and or the 5 additional days, I'm having to be quarantined again, or I've now tested positive, but I don't want to tap into my leave days. I want unpaid. That's one scenario. Another scenario is I'm a teacher, health-wise, I'm fragile, I don't feel safe, you know, or I feel that if I get this, it could be very detrimental, so I want to go out on an unpaid leave, all right? Am I correct on those
Yes.
are really the only 2 scenarios we're looking here.
Yes.
Because as Mrs. Cuthbert asked, we're not looking at, I just want to take a vacation leave,
No.
I want to take a sabbatical, like, we're not looking at any of those things.
That's another section of the contract, and you have that available to you that
Okay,
way.
so we're dealing with two scenarios tonight. Is that, am I correct?
Yes.
And only two. All right, then I take, if we were to grant this and allow them to then, because they've either exhausted it or because of their health, they've taken this unpaid leave, then we come to the insurance part. So if I heard correctly, what I just asked about insurance is you're asking, as part of this, the district still pay their portion of the insurance while they're out on unpaid leave, and the employee pick up the portion that they normally pay out of their check. Because and I'm just going to use a number, I don't know the exact, I probably should, but like say it's $512 that the district puts in towards their monthly insurance, okay? But say their insurance actually cost, you know, $812. So what you're asking is for the district to continue to pay the $512 while they're out on unpaid leave, and they pay the $300 like they're used to paying, where they're writing a check to the district to keep their insurance intact versus going to the COBRA insurance. Am I correct or not?
Well, as the 5-year-old says, if I can keep asking the question over and get what I want, I'd love for the district to be able to pay for all the folks when they go out that way. If it's not feasible, that's something that we could have talked about and at least open up the door that if that is not feasible, then at least allow them the opportunity to take the leave if they're in a position to do that financially.
Okay, because see, that's where I was getting confused, because one minute when you're saying there's no additional cost to the district, okay? But then that's why I asked about insurance. Because typically when you go to unpaid leave, your choice for insurance at that point is you have to go to the COBRA plan. So I just need, I understand the two scenarios now, but I need to still know where we're at with insurance.
So for scenario one that you spoke of, where the person just needs about 3 days or 4 days covered, we are saying that everything would stay in status quo with regards to insurance, because that person's coming back, they just have to stay out for additional 3 days, 4 days, whatever the case may be. The other scenario that you're talking about, where a person who's fragile may want to go out for the entire year, we are not asking the district to do that. We're saying that they would be offered whatever the district normally offers if a person's taking a sabbatical or whatever, if they have to pay their own or however it's done in that manner.
Okay, so the only way the district would continue is on the scenario number one, and that's because they've already used the 10 days, they've already used the 5 days, they now have it themselves, they have to stay out, it's not a choice. They want to take it as unpaid versus paid, but they're still going to end up writing a check to cover the rest of their insurance because there's no money to take it out of, which they're going to have to turn around, you know, and pay whatever their insurance cost is above what the district puts in. But that is a short-term piece we're looking for. So when we're looking at a short-term piece for that, I need to know your definition of short-term.
So can I interject? Because I think you're moving away from their proposal. You're adding to the proposal because unpaid by law, and I'll get HR, is unpaid. They have to go COBRA. I don't care if it's 2 days. You can't do that.
Okay, that's fine. I just need the details because I'm not going to vote on something.
I know, but
later.
what I'm saying to them, they're just asking. I just want to make sure, because I'm gonna go to Mr. Persis. You're asking for unpaid COVID-19, understanding that unpaid, then they're responsible for. They won't be receiving a paycheck, and they will be responsible for the insurance because legally they will have to use COBRA. They cannot. Then that's a whole set of worms you don't want to get into. So are we just asking for unpaid? Because is that the recommendation? Because I think you're getting away from their what.
I'm just trying to understand, and I apologize, but I'm trying to understand the details.
I got you, but.
Because when you make a statement, I need to know the details of the statement.
No, I get it, but when they said it's not costing, the only way it wouldn't cost the district, if they're truly unpaid, they would have to use COBRA. I mean, that is it by definition, correct?
I don't think that if a person is taking 5, 4, 3, something like that, the difference between the FFCRA and the $5 in the $1 million, which could very well be exhausted at that point, But we're saying that it's such a short period of time that I don't think it would affect their insurance. We're not talking about months. We're talking, if the situation were a month's where they would be out for that length of time, that goes into a completely different status. That person, illness in the line of duty, whatever that status may be. What we're talking about is the very scenario that, number one scenario that you talked about. Folks are going to go out past the 80 hours of FSCR, and it's going to extend over. And what we're saying is when it does, in the scenario exactly how you described, in scenario one, I don't think it will be out long enough to impact the insurance. The insurance is paid through the end of the month.
And so terminology is probably the biggest key here. Because
Okay.
you cannot say unpaid. Now, I'm just telling you that. This is my error. You can't say unpaid and then expect, anytime it's unpaid, even though if it's prorated, so let's use that, it's going to be a prorated amount that they will be responsible for their health care. I don't care if it's 2 days because of COBRA.
And I would bet that's probably happening now already. I mean, I'm certain that we have had
Okay.
people who started new in the district and they are only afforded the 4 days ahead of time and they had to quarantine. What are we doing with the difference of that?
Wait a minute, restate that, Ms. Brown.
Well, I'm talking about if a brand new employee comes to work, they are granted 4 days in advance. So that's all I have is this 4 days in advance to take. If I'm asked to quarantine and I go into the FFCRA, and then a situation, as Ms. Haynes spoke about, the 10th day, the 9th day, I get the symptoms and I have to quarantine for an additional, at some point, that person is going into an unpaid status. I only had 4 days of leave.
They had 10 days with FFCRA.
Correct. So if
it's-
on the 9th day,
So if you have the 10 days of FFCRA, you have 4 days of leave, that's 14, plus 5 days with this proposal, that's 19 days.
right, so, but if I'm on a ventilator or whatever the case may be, and it goes beyond that time, we're saying that that time would be covered. They would still be an employee of their district. They would be taking the leave unpaid. And if it does extend over to the next month or something, whatever your cutoff is for paying the insurance, you're exactly right. They're probably going to have to write a check. I'm sure that happens often. I don't think that that's a new thing.
The difference is you're writing a check for the portion that would come out of your check. So if it's for a short amount of time, whether it's that 4 days or 5 days, let's say you're on the second quarantine that you're sent out on. That one may start immediately unpaid, but those 10 days, and you're fortunate enough to come back, may roll into that paycheck. So maybe that paycheck may not have enough to pay for the portion that you have to pay, but you write a check to the district, and the district would you're still employed, you're not going to be staying out, but you've had the option of not using your sick leave.
Okay, so, hold on. So whoever, Rachel, whether it's you, it's Deb, whoever over there wants to explain to me what happens once they hit 1 day of unpaid or 2 day of unpaid or 3 day of, what happens with insurance based on our current language?
So currently, if an employee...
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Currently, if an employee is out on unpaid leave, that would not be something that we would cut off their insurance immediately for that day. Right. But however, that is a performance issue if they are out on unpaid leave without an approved leave. So if they're unpaid, for example, out on an FMLA, then that has to be for an extended period of time. They have to have documentation and that sort of thing for that. I think the concern about the union's proposal are the questions about kind of the lack of clarity of things like the length that would be given. And that's why we made the proposal that after we had the 10 days of FFCRA, after we provide them the additional 5 days with the $1 million cap, then we would sit down, HR, with them to look at what their options are and explain that to the individual to say, if you're medically fragile, and in this particular situation, we would want to advise you to either do this through FMLA or do this through a contract leave, or take a look at what your accrued time is to see what the best option would be. That's what our proposal is.
Okay, and I'm fine with that, because that goes back to scenario number 2 that I talked about. The person that's medically fragile that wants to go out, because of their health. So, and an interview has to be done. I mean, an interview has to be done because you have to determine why are they going out, okay? And so, if they don't want to be paid during that time, and if they choose unpaid, they're going to have to pay COBRA if they want to continue their insurance, because that's what the rules are when you go out and you no longer have, paid or whatever. I think where I'm just trying to understand, though, is this scenario number 1 that I shared, all right? Because I already know where this has happened to individuals, not in the school system, but in a way where they had to quarantine, and and then on day number 9, they now have symptoms, okay, where, and then now they've got to do at least another 10 days of quarantining, and, there is that, and so that's where I was trying to understand that piece, because like, if it's 2 days and I say, I just want to not be paid for those 2 days, and this is not scenario number 2, okay? This is not any length of time that I was talking about. That's where I was trying to understand, is that something we could allow? Because ultimately we'd have to allow it if they're out of days. But, if they've got 100 bank days, I know the rule is we go and take 2 of their 100 bank days. So help me.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to, because
we have questions around that as well, and I think part of the lack of clarity is some of these ideas are things we didn't discuss at the table because impasse was declared before this was brought up. So we have not discussed those options. Our options were to follow our currently offered contractual leave along with the FFCRA.
Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
So, going back to the union's proposal and the questions that we're asking, Ms. Hain, I appreciate those great questions. Would you all be amicable to the screening process if we were to create this bank or this opportunity? In other words, and I'm going back to what you said, Joy, several times you said over again, this will be COVID related, this will be COVID related, this will be COVID related. So in order to do that, you need an evaluation. So if we were to accept your proposal, create that bank, allow people to take unpaid leave, which means they're responsible for every unpaid, as Ms. Wright said, unpaid is unpaid. And not a lot of people can do that. I mean, insurance is expensive. And so I think the only challenge that I have with that is not having a time period. And I don't want to add to it, but, not having a time period, because that could mean I could decide, I don't want to be here for 6 months. I want to wait for COVID to pass, at which point then we really leave it open-ended. And I think that's probably the biggest challenge I have right now, is leaving it open-ended. Yeah. Ruben right now is feeling, because I think of the person who ends up on the ventilator, that even after 14 days, if they make it home, they're not ready to come back to work. And so, but at some point there has to be an end in sight where, the more extended opportunities that our federal government and everybody else has in place for those reasons would have to kick in, say 45 days. So up to, because then that gives the district also a measure, because, we're talking about teachers in classrooms. So at least we would know that at least for the next 45 days, because they're using this COVID, and I just threw 45 out as a number, that COVID-related leave, they will either be back on the 46th day, or they will go into whatever the current offerings are, if that's even legal. And again, I think of that extended illness, because I've seen lots of folks with COVID, and you just aren't necessarily feeling right. So would you, so if we said, because I understand that you all didn't discuss it at the table, but it's my understanding we're here to close this out today. And so if I said, okay, you all agree with everything the district is saying, there will be an evaluation, and that unpaid leave before kicking everything else in would be for up to 45 days.
No.
We would have been prepared to give you days more of a specific to that question. But when we spoke about this at the table, it was not that we weren't clear there. We were told, no, that's not an option.
Which is
That's
why
not
you're
an
here
option.
today. Which
Right.
is why we're here today.
So to come up with, say, 45, I'd really like to speak with the other people that are sitting here at this table to see what is the best direction to go. I love that we're talking about this. Is it 45 days?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, let me go to Linda, then you.
Okay, are you talking
And
about?
remember, we have Mr. Persis, guys.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Persis.
I just want to clarify the 45 days. Are you talking about calendar days or school days?
School days.
School days. Okay,
School
so it's
days,
almost
yes.
a quarter.
Yes.
Talking about a full quarter.
Again, I'm throwing that number out as Ruben, we can
Okay.
definitely.
I just wanted to make sure that's clarified. Thank you.
Go ahead,
So,
Miss.
Here's, because you said I could go next, right?
Yeah, I said go ahead.
Okay. So here's my question with this, Joy. And we've known each other for a long time, okay? But here's the thing. What I have to say, and I'm saying this to everybody in the room, both parties, is you guys have done all these sessions, all right? You've all thought about, you've talked amongst your teams, like whoever, like your groups, even outside your teams or whatever, and you come here tonight. And so I hear what you're saying, like, well, you didn't think this through, but the point of tonight's meeting was, because you guys both said take the magistrate out, the point of tonight's meeting was that you would come and you'd be prepared to answer the questions, that we put forth, all right? Because you're asking us to make decisions, and we need to clearly and that's why I said, both of you can make a statement, and you both make a statement, and we may think your statements are alike, and they're so far apart, and that's why I apologize, Mr. Wright, but I was asking all the questions, like, but give me the details of this. So, I hear what Ruben's saying. The bottom line is, it is our job first and foremost to ensure that we have teachers in front of kids, okay? And everybody knows that's where I stand, first, the kids come first. Yes, I am aware of situations that have drug on with people, and they may need a little bit more time. I'm hearing what you're saying about them not having to use leave if they have it built up. I mean, the bottom line is, if they have no leave left, they're gonna go unpaid no matter what. Like, that is, so what we're really looking at is that group that may have 100 hours built up that they're wanting to keep. But I think, to be fair to our students also in looking at this, there has to be, like, scenario number 2, to me, that's just a leave of absence, okay? And I can live with an unpaid leave of absence. I really can live with an unpaid leave of absence, that they say I'm taking for the rest of the school year, and they can go to COBRA or whatever they want to do unpaid. I think what we're really talking about is scenario number 1, and how there has to be some definitive time. And I'm not even sure 45 days beyond 10 and 5, is applicable. I mean, because that's already 15, and add another 15 to 45, that is 60. So that's 60 days that we had to put somebody else in that room for instruction. And then if at the end of 60 days, they came back and said, no, now I'm gonna do a leave of absence, we've not done what's best for kids, okay? So I need, number 1, there has to be like an intake form, okay? Like, there's an intake form right now. If a parent calls in and says, I want you to know that my child has tested positive, because we had a couple cases the first week. They didn't get it on campus. They already had it and had been tested because of symptoms at home. you know, or they came in and mom and dad said, well, now they've tested positive and we've had to quarantine. But there's got to be an end in sight, because our first responsibility is to ensure stable educational opportunities for kids. So we just can't like bring somebody in as a sub continually and then they pull the rug back out from under us. I mean, it's no different than maternity leave, okay? You know, you really make a commitment 9 times out of 10 when you go out for maternity leave. That's what I had to do when I went out twice. And I was committed to coming back. So we put, you know, a stable person in there to hold my classroom together while I was out. So I need that part answered.
So what we're proposing is, in the scenario you just gave, they really don't have anything to do with each other. If a person is sick and that's happening, that's going to happen anyway, without this language or with it. So if a person can't come back, we're not going to put a sick person in front of kids anyway. So that scenario, it kind of doesn't really play into this. What we're talking about is what will we do with that leave when that person happens. I mean, because if that happens, we don't have a say whether that happens or not. That's because they're sick, they have to go. But and there is absolutely nothing preventing you as a board to make a recommendation of how long you want that to be. Your recommendation right now can be X amount of days. And that would be what you would, and so we are saying that we need to give that opportunity so that they can take the time to get well and come back and be 100%. If we did this in February, the $1 million, that's going to be used up. So now we're down to only just the 80 hours. So that's what we're saying is and if you wish to, this board has complete authority to say it's going to be X amount of days.
Mr. Persis?
Mr. Persis, do you hear us? It's green, but I don't know who's there.
Carl?
Mr. Persis, are you there?
I see he's still on the line. I'll text him. So I have one question because.
Yes.
Oh,
I have
okay.
to
Okay.
use,
You have any questions,
I'm
Mr.
being told
Persis?
how to do this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, let me begin by saying I think just the premise of the request by the union is fair, logical. I don't have any issue with granting an employee to use unpaid leave before they use their sick leave. I can understand lots of reasons for an employee to want to do that. I do not know the answer to the question, though, that I think Ms. Haynes was alluding to with, is there a minimum amount of days an employee must be out in order to qualify for FMLA leave?
No. You're correct, 3 days.
It's 3 days, Mr. Persis.
And really, intermittent FMLA is.
Yeah.
3 days.
If you're going to be out 3 days or longer, then you can be, you have to have documentation to go on to FMLA.
I'm sorry, did you say 72 hours or 3 days?
3 days.
3 days.
3 days, but right now there are exceptions. As long as your doctor provides you documentation, you could almost go to FMLA immediately.
Yes.
Okay. So I agree with what Mr. Colon said and Ms. Haynes both. I believe you both said it, that there has to be some kind of an intake, some kind of an interview to determine the reasons why the employee is requesting this additional leave. I would just say that the way I was looking at it was if an employee went through all these other leaves that we're offering, the medical leave and the FFCRA leave and the additional 5 days of leave, and then if they still wanted or if they still were requesting more leave after that, and it was proven through the intake that it is reasonable, that the unpaid leave piece of it should be on the low end. I was thinking more like 5 days, and because if it's going to be longer than that, then they should go back, if they could, on FMLA, if that's the option. But I don't think we would want to, get into a situation where an employee could take that much more leave, because my understanding with unpaid leave is the employee could then change their mind at any time too, and come back to work. This puts principals in the whole teaching situation and teachers coming and going with substitutes into a student's class. That's not good for children. So I think we've got to strike a balance to be fair and reasonable for what the union's asking, for what some teachers are asking the union for, probably, and what's always in the best interest of our students. And my final thought on it is, at this meeting tonight, is it all or nothing what the district is proposal or what the union is proposing, or can we add additional language or delete or amend things? I wasn't sure. Perhaps I missed the opening comments and
Yes,
didn't
Mr.
hear.
Persis. Yes, Mr. Persis, we have, yes, it's within our right to amend, combine, eliminate, say no to both. Yes.
And Mr. Persis, FMLA is 12 weeks per calendar year. So that's all that's allowed. And so typically if people exhaust FMLA, they need to go on to a leave of absence. But I do know they can choose a leave of absence prior to using FMLA. So I agree with you that I'm looking at really just the scenario of they've already possibly done the 10 days and maybe the 5 days, or the 10 days and the 5 days are used up and they need another smaller amount, because I agree we have to remain consistent and do what's best for students. But if they're going to go out for a longer period of time, then at that point I think it has to be FMLA or a leave of absence. That's where I stand at this moment.
Were you finished, Mr. Persis? Okay. Carl, are you finished?
I mean, he may have switched back to his computer.
Yeah, okay. So I have one question, because I also see in your proposal that you're asking for this.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, and just along that same line, and if in fact it was just this minimum amount of time of 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, that I would also be in favor of the district, if we have in the past paid for their insurance for a couple of days of unpaid leave, that we would do that. Again, it's just because we all know how difficult it is to go from one insurance to another insurance within 3 or 4 days and then back again. It's very complicated. But if it was a very short time, I think that could be all worked out. And again, I think a lot of these things could be worked out and should be worked out during the intake counseling piece, so that, you know, the exact reason for the leave is stated, and the amount of time that the district is willing to give for the unpaid piece, at which that time, when that stops, the employee knows they have to start using their sick leave. I think those things could be worked out individually. And I will stop there, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. So I have one question, because part of the request is that it will not impact the employee's evaluation. I think we've looked all over that. So when you're talking about the evaluation, you are talking about the end of the year evaluation?
Yes.
And so if I'm hearing right, I see your hand, if I'm hearing correctly, in the past, if you miss too many days from work, regardless if it's FMLA, unpaid, sick, it could impact your final evaluation for that academic year.
Yes, it has.
Okay, so if we're going to talk about evaluation, I have some strong feelings about this piece, all right? And this is why. Number one, 34 years in, I have seen employees that are not doing their job and have gone on to a plan and then have been able to opt out on a leave of absence or FMLA to not have to deal with that plan, and then come back in. And so I think when you talk about sometimes an employee like being negatively impacted on their evaluation, I think you have to look at the whole picture, okay? Because there are, I mean, I could cite cases. I could cite what years they were, what position they were in, where people used that exit, you know, and got an FMLA exit or got a leave of absence exit. And then, yes, it did impact their evaluation because they already were having issues on their evaluation, and maybe a plan was already started, and then they exited out the door. Okay, so I have those seen people go out on FMLA because, yes, they've gone out due to pregnancy, all right, or they've gone out because they've developed cancer or something like that, and I've not seen them negatively impacted because there's a real reason. So, you know, I can't right now justify a blanket statement that just says, well, if they make those options that, you know, they'll still get a great evaluation. Because if you also look even at the office specialist evaluation tool, it talks about attendance and things like that. Because if you're not there, if you don't come to work, okay, and I know of a case where they didn't come on Monday, they'd show up on Tuesday, they'd leave early on Wednesday, they wouldn't come in Thursday or Friday. Well, that's an impact on the organization that is negative because your job's not being done when that happens. And so I'm really struggling with that piece because I've not seen people that have been doing their job and gone out for a true valid reason, okay, be negatively impacted on their evaluation. But I have seen individuals that have exited because they weren't doing their job. And that's how they thought they would get away from having a bad evaluation. And then they come back in the next year and they start the cycle all over again. And sometimes, you know, you're stuck 5 years trying to do documentation when somebody's not doing their job. And that's not, whether it be a teacher, an office specialist, a bus driver, whatever, that hurts the organization, and I can't support that.
May I respond? This leave that we're talking about in particular, or evaluation piece for leave, would be the COVID related. I could also bring out cases where I have represented employees that had no dings, had no priors before they went out on a leave, but they actually had negative impacts on their evaluation because they were out on a legitimate leave. I understand what you're talking about, and there are those employees And those were ones that had issues before they went out. But there are those that I have worked with, and my former colleague Roger, he did as well. So I know that it happens, and it has happened often enough that we would bring this here. But the leave that we're talking about are for people who are going out on an COVID leave. If there are no issues prior to them going out, if they're going out on a COVID-related leave, then we shouldn't have any problems with evaluations when we come back.
So define COVID leave.
It's what we talked about before.
Okay.
You could be medically fragile, high risk, you need to be out, or you've been exposed, you have it. I'm not saying that you want to take a leave of absence just because you don't want to work for the year. We're talking about something that would be able to be medically backed up with a doctor's note.
So are you willing to go so far as to say that it has to be an individual, that even if they're going out on COVID, they're going out in good standing where there is already no documentation started on them that states they're not doing their job?
I think that's fair, because if there weren't any negative ratings or any meetings or anything that would reflect on a poor performance prior to going out, then we shouldn't have any problems when they come in. If there was one there, you wouldn't have an argument from me, and I don't think anyone else in my office, because that negative rating should be associated with whatever the problem was before, not because you went out on a COVID.
Okay, so at this time of the year, there's not negative ratings yet, okay? But there could, and really it's even too early for documentation unless somebody's done something just absolutely, but you know, say we're the end of October, all right? And there is now documentation where that principal has, or you know, district staff member has met with that employee and documented issues that have been happening, and then they choose, you know, for whatever reason, because it qualifies as the COVID leave, that they exit, then you're in agreement that if that process has already been started, that is different, because you're not going to ask then for them to have a great evaluation because there was already a process started.
If there's a documented performance issue that hasn't been addressed through whatever means they have available to them, and they go on a leave, there's nothing that we can say COVID changed.
Okay.
But if there were no negative ratings prior, I would not think that there should be a negative impact on attendance, or your ability, your not being able to be here affected the ability for us to meet the needs of the students.
Okay, and with that, then, would you be expecting the highest rating when they come back in, if they've been out, or would you be expecting, you know?
I expect reasonable fairness.
Okay. Sorry that I asked questions.
No, I didn't follow some of it, because from what I understand, if it's COVID-19 related, and if Ida Wright is taken off, and I got to take off 20 days, 15 given to me, 5 additional, using your scenario, I may be outstanding. I don't think my performance when I return, if I'm still outstanding, why should I be dinged because I was out for COVID? Right. Am I understanding this correctly? Now, if I was par, half par, and I was average, I don't know what your rating scale, I don't remember all of it. I don't see me being superior when I come back. I'm still probably average. Or I may need I actually may come back and not perform as well either. So I may need, I just want to make sure that we're not getting too far away from what we are deciding on today.
Right.
That's it. So any other comments, questions?
I'd like to know if they have a rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm saying, I'm just trying to make sure that any of you have any more comments, questions. If not, then I'm going to open it up to, you have any questions or comments for us? No?
No, I think we covered it. We feel like our evaluation system addresses that.
Okay. Do you have any questions or comments? Okay. So with that being said, now you've heard both of the recommendations, the stated recommendations, one from the union, one from the district. I would entertain a motion. Just because you make the motion second, we can have a discussion, because we could come back and amend or bring forth our own recommendation for a vote. Okay? All right, with that understanding, I now open the floor to entertain a motion. So one of you gotta make a motion.
Okay.
And we're doing 1A.
1A.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to make a motion that we allow an employee
Well, wait a minute, wait a minute. You gotta either go with the union's recommendation or the district's. Then we can have discussion of what we want, if we want to change one or the other. We gotta go with one or the other first.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we go with the unions, and we'll talk about the details, but I make a recommendation, we go with the union's position on this motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
The motion has been properly moved and second. Now we can have some discussion. So, do you like the union's recommendation in its totality? Or are we looking to amend, adjust? What is it, the pleasure?
So, so I'm looking at page 5. A, we're good. B, we're good. C, we're good. D is where there will be an intake process, so this is where we differ, so I accept the districts in that. So D would still be there, which they've said was okay. There will be an evaluation, privacy rules, and extending that unpaid leave for up to 45 days in addition to all of the previously stated leave, which is unpaid leave. And I believe Mr. Gonzalez said there are provisions that keep the evaluation, so I can also support there not being negative effects because they have taken a COVID out. And so I think the only thing I'm really changing to theirs is adding the evaluation and setting a cap on the time frame.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
I would like to amend the 45 days to 20. Make it 4 weeks. I would like for the employee to contact HR and have an interview, virtual interview, before they take that unpaid leave in order to protect the employee so that the employee knows what's happening, what's going to happen at the school-based position, so that they know their rights. They have their rights according to the law, to what the policies are in the district. And then after 4 weeks, you can reevaluate. So they would have another interview with the HR, discuss whatever is happening. Maybe they might be better, might be out of the hospital, might still be fragile. And then it's HR can say, okay, you get another 2 weeks. It would be reevaluated, and that would help keep the classroom somewhat stable. It's not going to be a full 9 weeks because we have to balance what's best for children as well as what's best for the employee. And I also want to make sure the employee doesn't take off and did not know what the district policy was or did not know that this would happen. I want the employee to know full well when they make a decision. But that's my amendment.
So you agree with everything that Ruben
He
said,
said,
but from 45 to 20?
Yes, and then also an interview before the unpaid leave.
Correct.
because I
Right.
want the employee to be protected.
Yeah, that's part of what you
Yeah,
said.
so what you're saying is a touch point at 20 weeks, at which point HR can
20
then.
days.
20 days, 20 school days.
20 school days, at which point HR can then extend another 15 if they still need it, taking it to 45?
That's up to HR, and that's up to the employee.
We're trying to
because-
cap, so we're trying to cap it.
I know, but if you
Yeah.
come back, so we don't know what the situation is. The HR can say, you're not sick anymore, we can contact your doctor, where's your documentation? It's a reevaluation point. I don't want, I'm trying to balance what Mrs. Haynes said, but if it's COVID related, we don't know. Somebody can take 10 days and be just fine, and that's within that window. Others, maybe with more underlying conditions, might be longer and I just trying to give the person time to recover in order to come back 110%, but then check in with HR so HR knows what's happening with that employee. So that employee can also be given, okay, if you stay out, you might want to do FMLA. What other options, just like what you were saying, Ms. Hazel, what other options are there available to the employee? So the employee is completely aware of decisions that are made, the position of the district, and also what's happening at the school-based level. I just want everything out in the open. If you let someone out for 9 weeks, then time goes by, you really don't know what's happening. I don't want to lose contact with the employee, and I don't want the employee to lose contact with his or her position either. So I want the employee protected, I want HR to be protected.
Okay.
I can support the 20-day touch point. What I'm afraid of, if we don't put a cap of how long this can go, because 45 days is 9 weeks arguably, plus the 3 weeks, so you're talking a whole semester and a half that someone could be out on COVID related total. And so again, at 20 days, I want to be clear with HR at when is the end, and then FMLA or whatever the other options would kick in.
Well,
I get Jamie, then I'll see if Carl.
Okay, I can go 20 days, like Mrs. Cuthbert, but actually, my thought is, if you've already had the 10, and or possibly the 10 and 5, and now another 20, to me, that's my cap. And after that 20 additional days where you chose, then I think it's time that you make a decision on going on a leave of absence.
Okay.
And that, to do what's best for kids.
Okay. Mr. Persis?
He's in front of the computer.
Carl?
He's still on.
You may be behind, because YouTube's usually behind a
I
few
know.
seconds.
There's a few seconds delay. Mr. Persis, it's your turn.
Oh, there he is.
If you're looking at us on the computer,
just went off.
we just lost him.
He's on.
This is your job tonight. To keep.
Is it not easier for us to just have him on Teams and we could see him?
No, because we couldn't incorporate the boardroom audio currently with the setup into Teams right now. We would use
Okay.
Matt's mic.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
He sent you a voicemail.
Maybe he's trying to call in.
You call him?
Hey, hold on. I have him here, Adrian. I'm gonna just put him on speaker here. Did you hear what we discussed a few moments ago?
Yes, I don't know whether you heard anything that I said. Did you hear what I said in reference to the days?
No, we didn't. So everybody can hear you now.
Okay, all right. Yeah, no, I said that I definitely think there needs to be a cap. I definitely would not go any longer than 20. I was on the low end here to begin with. If you'd like to have that little conversation with HR.
Oh, so you want HR to respond? They,
Does he want us to respond?
I definitely would not go any longer than 20. I was on the low end here to begin with.
Are you on your computer? Get back on my phone.
Yeah. If you need to have that conversation, then I would say we should have a limit initially of 10 days and then a conversation, and if HR feels it's warranted, that they could grant up to another 10, which would, I guess, would provide some flexibility for individual extenuating circumstances, but certainly no more than 20 days.
Okay.
Thank you. Don't hang up. We're just going to talk from my phone. Hold on. So that we're clear. So what the recommendation is, everything we're good up to. 3 of you are saying unpaid leave up to 20 days. Mr. Persis would like us checkpoint at the 10th day, and we're talking about working days. And then we agreed to help hold them harmless as it relates to their evaluations. So is that where we stand? I know you had 45 days.
I can support that.
You could support that. Okay, Mr. Persis, I think that is where we are. So we're going to get ready we have a motion on the floor. Is someone willing to amend, whoever?
So I will amend my motion. The part where we talked about 45 days will go to 20 days with a 10-day checkpoint evaluation by HR, which would give the employee the potential of a total of 15 days plus 10, which is 6 weeks out, 6 weeks out. So I think, again, this is the worst case scenario situation that we're talking about, and also that it not affect their evaluation, as was discussed by Ms. Haynes earlier.
Okay.
Okay, now, part of that be where the employee will, before the employee wants to take that extra 20 days, talk to HR, and then upon coming back, talk to HR?
Yes, I can support that, yes.
Yeah, but you had that in yours.
That was part of my initial motion,
Just making sure.
Okay. So that we can restate, I'm gonna restate it. So we agreed to everything that we saw, the changes that the board is recommending. Number one, that the unpaid leave is up to, they will have the interview process with human resources, number one. Number two, that the unpaid leave will be up to 20 days, but at the 10th day mark, they will contact human resources again, because that means it's 2 touch points with human resources, and that they will they will be held harmless as it relates to their evaluations for the time as it relates to COVID.
Yes.
Yes, COVID related.
Okay, so is that what we're saying, colleagues?
Okay, now I did hear him, Mr. Cologne, state that at the 10th day, that it was HR that had to approve the additional 10 days. Is that part of this?
Yes, so there's a touch point at 10 days,
Okay.
and HR can approve an additional 10
additional
days.
10, so that's 2 weeks plus another 2 weeks.
Yeah, so that's an extra month as far as being out.
Yeah,
So-
correct. Okay. So you heard, so we've amended the motion. Is there a second to the amended motion?
Second.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay, we'll call for the vote. First, we have Mr.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, can you read the motion as a whole? I don't know the
Sure.
whole thing. Thank you.
Go ahead, he's gonna read it for me.
So I make a motion that we create the unpaid leave bank, which will,
You can't say leave bank because there's
excuse
no
me.
days.
Sorry.
COVID unpaid leave.
So I make a
Madam
motion
Chair, I
that-
have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Is it, so we're still saying it's a maximum of 20 days?
Yes.
Yes, after everything's exhausted, that is correct. We just have a checkpoint at the 10th day. So after the days after they exhaust, after the FFCRA, plus the additional 5 days, if someone remains ill, now they can still request 20 unpaid leave days. But they first have to go through an evaluation with Human Resources. After the 10th day, or after 2 weeks, they have to call and be reevaluated again with Human Resources, and at that time, they can be granted another 2 weeks. But after that period, then that would be it. Then they would have to either go to FMLA, sick time, whatever they so choose, leave of absence, whatever they so choose. But it is at the max is 20, Mr. Persis.
and that is my motion.
Did you hear me, Mr. Persis?
He's got to catch up.
So would you state, I think she wants you to state the entire thing, am I correct, or was that good?
She did that so well. What she said. No. You really want me to say it again?
Okay.
All right, so I make a motion that we accept A, which is the FMLA, be offered in accordance to state, federal rules and guidelines.
I did.
Okay.
B, that the
I did.
FFCRA will be offered in accordance with state and federal
Okay,
guidelines.
he's just restating it for
C,
the record.
that the district agrees to set aside $1 million to be used for administrative leave when FFCRA has been exhausted and before sick leave is utilized. Employees who are required to quarantine based on VCS intake interview shall be eligible for up to 5 days of paid leave. If the said amount is exhausted, VIEW will be notified and administrative leave will be discontinued. When all leave provisions are exhausted, Human Resources, nope, so that's where the intake comes in. After the FFCRA leave has been exhausted, the employee will go through an intake process with Human Resources, at which point 10 additional unpaid leave days may be granted. At the 10-day point, the employee will touch base with Human Resources, at which time, if during the evaluation process it's determined that the leave can be extended, it'll be extended for another 10 days. Those are working days with a maximum of 20 days before they will have to go to any additional leave. And privacy and confidentiality rules as they relate to FERPA and HIPAA will be followed. And that is my motion.
and held harmless.
And that they will be held, let's go here. And that the employee will be held harmless in the event that they have to take that leave on their evaluation.
Thank you. So you've heard Mr. Cologne's recommendation, motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Mr. Cologne, second by Mrs. Cuthbert. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis? Mr. Carl Persis?
He's coming, he's still hearing me.
Mr. Persis?
It's that delay.
We'll come back. Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
Ida Wright, yes. Mr. Carl Persis?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The vote has passed unanimously. We're going to take 3 minutes. We're going to try to get our technical issue resolved. So 3 minutes, let's take a 5-minute break. And Carl, that we're going to call you so we can get you back on the speaker.
Okay, we are back. Thank you. So we're gonna move to the next item, which is E, working remotely while under quarantine. District, what is your stated recommendation?
Our position is that that is managerial rights. Our position is that that is managerial rights.
Okay. View, your position?
Our position is that that for the allowance of asymptomatic quarantined employees to work remotely to avoid using leave.
Okay. Colleagues, are there any questions?
I need Mrs. Albert to repeat.
Go ahead, Attorney Dorn.
So we kind of anticipated this, and so where the board is now is it first has to resolve the question of whether it is managerial rights or not before it goes on any further in the issue. It's not a matter of picking one or the other necessarily until that issue is resolved, because that's just a question of whether the board chooses to reserve this proposal as its managerial right or waive it. Or I guess the third option is it doesn't believe or agree that it is a managerial right. And of course, the view should be heard on that point. They're to gather their point of view of whether or not it's a managerial right, but that's the resolution. If you determine it is a managerial right and you don't choose to waive it, then that would resolve the issue and it would be done.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, you move on.
Okay. So View, in hearing this, the district saying that this is a managerial right, do you oppose? What is your view on that statement?
Well, we feel that it is definitely a condition of work. We feel that if someone is quarantined due to no fault of their own, if they're not positive and they're fully able to work and they want to continue to contribute and they want to be able to engage students to continue improving student learning outcomes, and they are sent home on no fault of their own, procedural process perhaps, but they're allowed to contribute to the ongoing educational outcomes of children.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you can still hear me. We don't feel that it's an efficient and effective use of a limited pool of leave, and we would just ask that folks be allowed to work remotely. We actually know that in some circumstances now, teachers are actually doing this. And I don't understand how when we were at the table, there was a hard no, and now some of this is currently a practice.
Go ahead.
I just want to make this perfectly clear. You can agree with that position and still vote that it's a managerial right. The district can do these things. The question before you is whether or not this is something that is the subject of impact bargaining, collective bargaining in this forum.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's not an either or. You don't have to agree or disagree with the position. The question is whether or not it's reserved for the managerial side of the district, meaning the superintendent et al., to bring to you and resolve, or whether it is the subject of collective bargaining, impact bargaining in this particular forum. And what the district's saying is that it's not something that is negotiable or bargainable from their position. They're saying we are declaring that this is not something that is the subject of collective bargaining. This is something that we can do or not do on our own, and that the bargaining unit can't bring it before you and try and impose it.
Gotcha. Okay.
May I add?
You might want to ask the district if they agree with that analysis, but I think that's what it boils down to. I think the union would probably, agree with the analysis. They may take a different view of it. They may say it is impact bargaining, and they may argue for that. But that's the question. It's not a question of policy. It's a question of whether or not it is an issue to be resolved in this forum.
Okay.
We agree with that analysis.
Okay.
What did she say?
She said that she agrees with Mr. Doran's statement.
May I address? Thank you.
Yes.
It's difficult to do this task because we are pulling apart little parts of this. This conversation came up in the grand scheme of things. When we go to bargaining, we don't just sit there and demand. We also put forth ideas and solutions. This came from that. This is a very fiscally responsible topic, and what we were trying to say is if a person's asymptomatic, why wouldn't we want the continuity to be, with the students? Why wouldn't we want to save the district financially? They can still teach from there. So the way this came about was more of part of the whole thing. And so it is hard to pull it out and not disagree that it's managerial right, but at the same time, it was part of the grand scheme of things. And because of that, we were trying to come up with a way to solve the leave problem, and this was another point of that.
Okay, understand.
So it sounds to me like they're conceding it is a managerial prerogative, but they want the board to consider it, but it would be outside the context of this. They can bring it to a board meeting, they can present,
And we're not going on record as conceding.
Is that where you are?
We're not on record as conceding. We were saying that this was part of the solution to solve the leave, and so it got brought up in that context. What you do with it now is your direction.
Okay, let's see. Have questions.
Are you good?
Okay, yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
So, on this point, having spoken to HR even prior to school starting about this topic myself and asking a lot of questions, I happen to know that they have been taking it on a case-by-case basis, and so I do see it as a managerial prerogative, not because I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer for this, and so I'm in support of the district's stance on this part.
Okay. Oops. Go ahead.
Who would determine that it's okay is the question, am I asking an appropriate question? I agree it's managerial.
Okay.
But at the same time, who's the one who decides that the employee can work from home?
That was a decision that was made at the cabinet level, along with discussion and input from administrators at the district.
Okay. Mrs. Albert said there's already some doing this right now. Who approved it? Was it the cabinet who approved it, or was it the school administrator?
Currently, if there is a request to work from home, they call HR and it goes through my office. And in order to provide consistency, it is only approved through our office, because we don't want to take very similar situations and not be consistent from school to school in how we deal with employees. So we talk through each case, and that decision is made.
Okay, and one more question.
Go ahead.
Could you give me an example what you would approve?
Sure.
And one that you would
Sure,
not
I can give
approve?
you examples that have been approved. For instance, if a teacher who only teaches Volusia Live is a dedicated Volusia Live teacher, and he or she has to quarantine, then that would be approved because they do not have students that are in brick and mortar that they must be there to supervise, and they can do their Volusia Live duties from home.
Okay, and so you would not approve one who has a blended class or brick and mortar?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
So I believe this is managerial, and I also, going back to what Ms. Haynes always says, is this good for children? And so I think it is something we can take up on a different day with the superintendent, because I believe that Ms. Cuthbert would be a whole lot better of an English teacher to those students in class than a substitute teacher would be. Where I find that this gets kind of sticky is, okay, so I'm a teacher, you're sending me out on quarantine. I'm out for 14 days no matter what, whether I work or I don't. And so now my principal's gonna say, well, because you're not symptomatic, you were just potentially exposed, you're gonna have to work those 14 days that you are at home, and the substitute teacher would maintain the order in the class, but the teacher would be the one. It's kind of the reverse of live, where the teacher is still, and so I could see where that would be a nightmare, because if you're giving me 14 days off and I can choose whether or not to work or not, I'm not sure how we would, but it wouldn't be us, that would be the district operationalizing that. And so I believe it is the superintendent, and I think it's something we may be able to discuss later, because, you know, it's all great and fine and dandy within the 14 days. It's when they go after the 14 that they're gonna say, hey, I wanna teach. I can't take unpaid leave, I wanna teach that class. So hook me up, get whatever technology, but within those 14 days, are they gonna want to, just in case they get put out later? That's sticky. And so I think that's beyond us. I think that is administrative. I would, you know, have conversations with the superintendent to encourage that if Ms. Cuthbert wanted to be the English teacher and she got put out, but there were still students in the class, the reverse of life, but that's sticky. Because who's gonna do it, who's not, who'd be required, who's not, and I think that that is, you know, how do you say to somebody, you know what, if you say you coughed 3 times and you don't have to do it and you have 14 days. So I'm not, you know, I like the concept, I just don't know how that would operationalize. Because again, I do support there being a, you know, if it's good one way, it's gotta be good the other way as well. That's my thought, but that's.
Mr. Persis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the superintendent and the district staff have probably already begun their analysis of the numbers of students in the live model and the classes that they're taking in every school, and then collectively throughout the district. I remember asking, I believe at our August 25th meeting, for the superintendent to do whatever they could do to minimize the number of hybrid classes, if you will, throughout this district. So to this point tonight, yes, it is clearly a managerial thing. However, I also believe that if we knew a year ago that COVID was coming, it would probably have been part of the collective bargaining issues, because it definitely affects working conditions. So right now, it's up to the district staff to take direction from the board, and I would certainly want to see this board to take affirmative action to direct the superintendent to come back, if not at the next board meeting, no later than the one after that, with a plan about how we can almost eliminate, and I say almost because I know there will be situations where it will not be probably possible, but if we could eliminate the live and the brick and mortar simultaneous teaching, that I think should be our goal. However, with that, Madam Chair, it's important for the board to remember it's not just about the teachers in this. Any decision we make regarding children's schedules dramatically affects parents and what they have to do in their lives and childcare and all the numerous issues that go into it. So it couldn't be done in anything hastily. And also, I'll take it even a step further. In this report back to the board, I would like the attendant staff to feel free to say, you know, we ought to have some sort of an ending date on Volusia Live, and whether that ending date would be the end of the first period, end of the first grading period, or the end of the first semester, or some other day. Again, this would necessitate parents being aware of what the district is, where the district will be headed. I know there will be so many factors that could enter into those things, but I do think it's managerial, but I don't want to leave the teachers and the union thinking that we don't hear them. We do hear them. We have experienced it ourselves. Hey, I'm experiencing it tonight. I tried to do both, and it wasn't working. So I belied that we really got to take a hard look, and I know this is going to be very complicated, extremely complicated at secondary schools with master scheduling. But I think with some creative thinking and given enough time and listening to all of the stakeholders that would be affected, I'm sure that we can come up with a good plan that would be, I think, much more workable and effective for our students and our teachers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. Any other comments? So if I'm hearing you right, we are saying that this is a managerial right. So therefore, we would not vote on this item.
Well, what I would suggest is somebody make a motion to, what's the right word I'm looking for here? I don't know if it's deny or what would be the best way to say this? We need a vote to establish the individual board members' position on the question of whether it's managerial right. So, motion to approve the district's position that it's a managerial right that will be retained by them and is not part of the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we accept the district's position on 1E, which means it's a managerial right where they will take into account each situation and make the decision.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Jamie Haynes, second by Mr. Ruben Colon. Any other discussion?
I don't know if it's appropriate this time, but I would like to investigate this at a future date.
Yep.
I don't know if we have the technology right now, but I think our tech department should be planning something like this.
Yep.
This could be part of the future, and I don't want to deny an employee's right to work if that one person wants to work.
Okay, go ahead.
And I agree with Ms. Cuthbert. I think even Ms. Cuthbert at home, being an English teacher would be more effective than a sub in the classroom. And so if guess this would be to the district more than anything else. You know, I think it's something we could look at. I think they're hearing us and something that we can look at in the future. But again, this is strictly managerial.
Okay. This is right.
Yes.
I actually agree with that also, and as I said, I had conversation about this prior to school even starting, and I happen to know of some cases where it has been approved, and I think where it gets sticky, and that's why I think it has to be on a case-by-case basis, is when it's the hybrid models. That's where it gets sticky, is with a hybrid model. But, you know, like if you have to quarantine an entire face-to-face class, you know, and you send the whole class and the teacher home, you know, it can work. Or if you have a whole live class, you know, it can work. It's the hybrid model piece where I think it gets sticky, because if it's going to end up costing additional funding to do it, then that's where it gets sticky. That's why I stand by it's a managerial decision. And of the cases that I personally know of so far, I think they've done a great job of how they've handled it, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you all. Anything from you, Mr. Persis?
Madam Chair, I would echo what my colleagues have just said. I have seen the dedicated live teacher model from second grade through fifth grade work extremely well. I mean, parents happy, teachers, students very, very happy doing that. Granted, the classes I saw were on the smaller side. I'll say less than 18 students, but they were doing very well. With the exception of kindergarten, and I would say first grade too. It seems live from second grade on seems to be working, but I would think we need to take a second look at whether live for kindergarten and first grade is really something that we should continue.
Okay. And so I hear, my concern is a little different than all of yours. My concern is, I do believe it's a managerial right, and we will have to address this, and I know we got a couple items that we're gonna have to discuss more about this. My concern is that even looking at that, again, you're gonna have some teachers being quarantined who still cannot teach virtual. We can't keep skirting around that. You're gonna have some people, I don't care what you do, that is not their strong suit. And so that's why I'm seeing it as being managerial. And some of the questions that we currently hear about, there's a plethora of issues. But my major concern is looking at this and really sitting down, understanding the teachers and principals and district staff. We got to know those who are comfortable doing this in that modality and those that are not. And so everybody, even if we said yes, would not fit this mode because everybody cannot teach virtually. I can't say that enough. So, okay. So we have a motion on the floor. I'll call for the vote. Any other discussion? Okay. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
I want to congratulate him for answering. Yes.
And Ida Wright? Yes. Thank you.
All right, Carl.
Let's move on to the next items. Get back to my list. Items 2, the section that we had 2 that addresses items B, C, D, and N. The implementation of Volusia Live at the secondary level. And I will come back to view.
Okay, so if I start with this one, you could start with this and then move down to there.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So VIEW recommends that there should be no simultaneous teaching at any level by any teacher, where if there happens to be a standalone, where not possible, that the district pay teachers a stipend of $100 per day for teaching simultaneously, and finally, that Volusia Live is eliminated by the end of the first 9 weeks.
Thank you. Ms. Hazel?
The district has broken this down to two separate issues. One, which we believe the assignment of work, which would be the assignment of teaching Volusia Live, whether that be standalone or simultaneously, is a managerial right. And then the position on whether or not to pay a stipend, as Mr. Gonzalez laid out, would be up to the board's prerogative as whether or not we pay a stipend to those teachers who are teaching simultaneously, a supplement, one-time supplement of $500.
Okay. Colleagues, you've heard from both the VIEW and from the district. Discussion. Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
So you're saying, Ms. Hazel, that it's a managerial right?
The implementation of Volusia Live and how it is implemented is a managerial right, however, and was approved through the reopening plan. However, whether the supplemental piece of it or payment for that, we understand is part of it.
I think right now, Madam Chair, is that okay if I? I think we need Volusia Live. We, as a board, asked our secondary level principals to see if they could find dedicated classes. We asked them to relook all their master schedules. Some were able to find dedicated classes. Some said it was impossible to create that, within a few days in a master plan that takes months to put together. I agree it's managerial. However, we need to do something about Volusia Live. It is exhausting our teachers. It is very cumbersome. It does not serve all of our students equally well. We need to look at it, either to revamp it. I think we need to revamp it first. It does need some dedicated work, whether to go more district-wide. And I know we teachers always want to keep our kids, and that's so important. It's that relationship that we have with our students. This is a different year. We need to address their learning. We need to address their social, emotional experiences. And I don't think Volusia Live is really addressing all of that equally, especially their 504 plans, their ESE requirements. But at the same time, given the circumstances that we've been given by the Department of Education, we don't have a whole lot of other recourse. So as we move forward, and hopefully what we've been given in our plate, hopefully that will change sooner than later. So we need to revamp this to look to serve our students better and to give our teachers some kind of hope that there is an end in sight. But we also have to go, if things do creep up, if there is the flu, if we do have our numbers, we can revert our students and our teachers to work remotely. And that's, I think, the linchpin in all of this, is that ability to still reach our students and our teachers, still have that learning going, whether or not we have, brick and mortar or not. This is not easy. This is something all of us are fighting with, and I don't think any of us in this room are comfortable with it. Definitely not. So this is another look for the district to take to start weaning us off of this at all possible, weaning us away from dependence on a duality that is exhausting so many of our people. And it's one that keeps me up at night, and I'm sure it keeps up a lot of us at night. I see the angst with parents, with administrators, with union members, with non-union members, with clerical staff, with our cabinet. It's very, very difficult to keep this in place. The stress is hurting many of us, so we have to find a way. We have to find a way to make this work so we can still reach the children who do not feel safe on our campuses. And I know Volusia Live is an alternative that we can revert. Now, I have grandchildren on Volusia Live. I have them in brick and mortar. They're all over the place. I have some that are dual enrolled. I have one who's part-time Volusia on online learning. They're all experiencing, but I have found that it's the students' input, it's the students' engagement is what makes it successful. And what I think we're not addressing so much, and I think this is where our employees have so much, where the exhaustion comes from, is that they want to do well by everybody. It's easy to be in a brick and mortar and tell our student in the back to wake up. Or you're not going to have that nice cushy seat in the corner of the room if you decide you're going to sleep back there. And Mr. Dickey knows who I'm talking about, the campus advisor at New Smyrna Beach High School when I had him in school. He got to sit where he wanted because he promised me he wouldn't sleep. But that's not the option we have on Volusia Live. So a teacher feels frustrated and exhausted trying to keep that student engaged. So we have to think of a way, we have to, in order to keep our teachers healthy, our students healthy, and our parents feeling comfortable. So I do believe it is managerial at this time, and its implementation. Am I happy about it? Not 100% no, because of what it does to our employees. And it's no fault of the district's own, it's no fault of our own. It's the hands that we were dealt, and it's something that we chose. We did not choose this, even though kind of we did, but we did not want this to happen. So I kind of agree with Mr. Persis. We need to see an end to this, but of course we don't know the end of COVID either. So we have to keep it viable in order to serve our students. But we need to have some kind of end in sight. I truly believe that. So it is managerial, but
Okay.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So I do agree it's managerial. However, I'm going to start with this. The end of June, 1st of July, when this model started, being discussed out there, because it was not discussed in Volusia County, it's been discussed across the state and across the nation. People are doing this. I took the stand from day one that we not mix modalities. And I have said repeatedly in numerous board meetings, I have said in individual one-on-one meetings where, I've had to meet with cabinet members to prep for a board meeting or to, discuss, reflect on what happened at a board meeting or, be ready for the next meeting. I have said repeatedly that the only way I supported the mix of two modalities was for that unique course possibly, and I used IB as an example, where it's only off, because there's limited number of kids that are in an IB program, and if they're all sophomores, and there's a course that's only offered once during the day, and plus, there is truly a difference between a very motivated, kid in IB that's already headed to college, and if I've got 18 kids in IB in this 10th grade course that's only offered once a day, and 10 of them are in front of me and 8 of them are at home, That's a whole different ballgame, okay? You know, it started out and it was like, okay, pre-K to second. And I was like, well, that's great. Okay, absolutely. Why would we mix pre-K to second? You know, but then I kept pushing for third through fifth. And then finally it came out, okay, we'll do pre-K to fifth. Will only be face-to-face or live. And, you know, at the same time, I kept talking about middle and high school. And, you know, Mr. Hyatt, on the day you did email me and I responded that evening, I had been to 8 schools at that time, and actually 2 of them weren't in my district, but I didn't say that in that email. And I've been to 23 of them so far, and I've gone in and I have observed true straight live lessons. I've observed hybrid lessons, and I have observed true face-to-face lessons. I have taken pages and pages of notes. And I was actually hoping that last week I was going to get to share some of that, because I truly am advocating that it be one modality or the other, except in special cases. Like I can even say for the teacher that teaches, you know, the computer course at University High, which has a gaming piece in it, okay, I can see that being a mixed class, because, you know, if they're in this gaming, that's what they do anyways, like they're already on the computer. But I do see it as managerial, but I am frustrated, all right? I am frustrated because I have heard and watched and talked to dynamic, phenomenal teachers out there that they're struggling doing both, okay? I mean, I actually, even today, I contacted Dr. Balgobin and I gave her a list and said, I need this teacher to be face-to-face. I can't lose this teacher from one of my middle schools because he's phenomenal at what he does, and this isn't working, and he's gonna look for a job somewhere else, okay? I can't support that. And I've said, I also can't support, you know, this. I know, Mrs. Wright, early on, we talked about leaving these kids attached to their schools. And I did see value and importance in that. But I'm to the point right now, and I've said this, so I'll say it out loud because I've said it in meetings behind the scenes. I'm going to talk middle and high for a moment. It's time to determine how many kids live are taking Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, 7th grade math, 8th grade math, you know, remedial math, whatever. Figure it out. Figure out what the number is. I don't care if you do district-wide or you do east side and west side, and I feel like it's time that we take a stance and we regionalize some of these. I've heard some of the issues that we may have to come over with regionalization of it, but you know, there are teachers right now that I have heard from that they do love the live piece, all right? Well, if you're an Algebra 1 teacher and you really love live, and you want to teach Algebra 1, well, maybe you'll have kids from 3 schools for Algebra 1, so that the Algebra 1 teachers in the classroom can just teach face-to-face and not be going home stressed. I do think we need to do a better job. And I'd like to say I think there needs to be an endpoint in mind, but I don't know if or when the virus is going away for there to be an endpoint. I'm being realistic about that. But you know, we're not the only district sitting in this position. I have watched other districts in Florida. You know, I am appreciative of the fact that we have not totally crashed. I was worried on day one we were going to totally crash. People said pray, and I said I believe in prayer, but I don't think prayer can save us when I'm watching other districts crash. Other districts have had cyber attacks. You know, we've been fortunate with that. You know, live doesn't work for everybody. It doesn't work for all the adults, nor is it working for kids. And I've talked to parents from this boardroom and told parents that if you chose live, here's your responsibility of what you need to do. And I've told parents that have emailed, you know, I'm sorry, but moms and dads, if you're at home listening tonight to this, your kid needs to be dressed, and they need to use appropriate language, and they need to have a study space in your house where they are on. And I've told teachers I support them, that if that kid checks in at the beginning and then they disappear, they're absent. I support that. If they can't be there for the whole class, then they're not present. Because if they're at school, they don't get to dodge and get counted. And so I support that. I was a tough mother. My son would tell you, when he headed to 6th grade, I gave him a speech that said to him, you are now headed to middle school, and here's what my expectations are. And don't ever say to me, so-and-so's, mother lets them do this. I am not so-and-so's mother, and that will not happen. And at some point, I told my son, Drew, you will use the words, I hate you. He said, I will never do that, Mom. I said, Drew, it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. I'm prepared for it, but you can hate me. My goal is you'll reach the age of 25 and still be alive. So I have expectations, and I am not here to harm kids or teachers and staff. So district, I'm saying this out loud again. Yes, this is managerial, but we got to do a better job with this. And you guys have taken the 9-day count numbers. You know my thoughts on that right now. I have a sense of urgency. I need everybody else to have a sense of urgency. And union, I need you to do this. Yes, in the contract language it says about 10 days, like if they're going to be displaced. Here's the deal. We've got kids and teachers out there suffering right now, and we need to put aside our feelings, and we need to focus first on them. And I've told them they need to get a sense of urgency to get this figured out. And I need you to come to the table, and if what it's going to take is, it means that person needs, if they get notified, they need to move right away because that's what's going to be best. I need you guys to support that also too, okay? Because we are here to educate children first and foremost, and I'm here to fight that people not have to do 2 modalities, but we all have to have a sense of urgency. Because to tell you the truth, we can sit around and talk about something for 3 more weeks, but we're leaving our kids and our teachers in situations that are not what's best for them. And so if a teacher can only do face-to-face, then let's let them do face-to-face. If they can do live, let them do live. And for those few unique classes, we have to have a straightforward conversation and figure out what they need. And no matter what anybody says, I'm going to give Mr. Griffin credit because other districts have not invested in the additional technology. Okay, was it all here on time? No, okay? But this is something we've all moved into that we didn't know what it was going to look like, how it was going to work, and I'm giving him credit because whether anybody realizes or not, he spent days and nights staying up all night shopping on Amazon trying to find some of the pieces and parts because the supply and demand is not out there right now. And so, I have visited to make sure monitors are being installed and things like that. Is it perfect? No. But it's managerial, but I need managerial and union to stop with this craziness. And each of you put yourself in the situation of, and heaven help these elementary teachers that chose to do both, because we gave them a free ride to not have to do both. And I've got 4 schools where different grade levels chose to do this craziness, all right? And shame on them. I'm sorry, because when you chose to do it, what can I do about it, all right? But you guys need to work together on this, all right? Because we need to get teachers in front of kids doing what they do best in the modality that they can present it as the best. And that's where I stand, and I'm sorry for being on my soapbox, but this has frustrated me all summer.
And so I too believe that it is managerial. I won't echo a lot of what everyone said. However, I will say that it's been very frustrating to see that at the end of the day, we didn't make those schedule changes to make that dedicated, but we do have 6 weeks to make it right should we choose to move forward. I will share with you, I got a text message from a teacher earlier today that shared that they're getting this live thing down, except The students are not following my instructions. When I tell them to turn on the camera so I can see them, it makes me feel powerless. And so these are all things that we have to set, the district should set the criteria so that these teachers are not confronted with that. If you come off camera, you're not there. If you walk out of class, you're not there. With that being said, I will also be the bearer of good news. And so I reached out to my dear friend, Miss Boswell, and I said, what's our 14-day average? And she said the 14-day average is 5.31. But the last 7 days, the positivity rate was 4.83. During the week of September 5th, a laboratory reported at least 75 positive old labs and included zero negatives, significantly impacting the positivity rate the first 7 days of the 14-day period. So there is an end in sight. And I think that what that looks like will be different for every class. I think we still need to continue to serve students. I think the district really needs to do exactly what Mrs. Haynes said and look at seeing how many pure classes we can create. I get it, it was very risky to touch in the middle of amidst the start of school, but just like, and then figure out feasibility. That ag class cannot be done on Volusia Live.
No.
That teacher that's going out with her phone, is the student really getting anything out of seeing other kids pet the pony?
No.
The answer is no. They could be watching a video about ponies on YouTube and learning about, and I don't know anything about animals, but they could be on YouTube learning about the pony and how the pony works. And so, we really need to look at, same thing with the art teacher I spoke to today, yesterday, who, again, you can't teach form to students when they're home. And so we have to figure out, how many of these kids we need to either say, this class is offered in school. Maybe that PE class that the kid's doing on live goes to Volusia Online, where they, do a log and whatever. Again, these are the things that, but, I will concur with everyone else, and I'll be done after this one. It's not working, and I think the district should be hearing us loud and clear. And while it is managerial, I think that with 4 of us, and Ms. Wright hasn't spoken yet, there's definitely some looking at this that needs to be done to create those peer classes, find the folks that really want to teach those classes, because there are folks who have figured it out. And so, and then, take the burden off of those who are struggling, and I think we could definitely do better at that. So, thank you.
Mr. Persis?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it certainly is managerial, and I'll leave it at that. Everybody has said just about what I was going to say anyway. Don't need to hear it again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. And so I'm going to ask what I asked all of you one time. I don't think any of you have done this in a live class. I'm probably the only person on the board that has. And I've said this, but Madam Superintendent, this is a managerial prerogative. We voted on it. This is what we said we were going to do. I disagree that we probably need to abandon, because the whole premise of what we see, parents are going to demand that they have more than one modality moving forward. I just see this is where public education is going. However, with that caveat, Madam Superintendent, it is your responsibility to get this right. And that's our directive. Fix it. Fix it. We've all visited classes. I don't even agree with teachers who say they want to do it. No, either you teach brick and mortar or you teach live. But we got to make sure those that are teaching live really understand. We do have to come up with some policies and procedures, and I know we have them, but again, as we're evolving, we know we need to be very clear with parents of the expectations. We've told them, but we almost need to set up where when they log on, they have to sign a statement, the parent and the child, understanding. They have to have their cameras on, they have to be dressed appropriately, and so when we move them out of the class and say, if you want your child educated, you either come to brick and mortar or you come to Volusia online, no one is upset. Because we've given you the information, let's do this. And I do believe the district, as well as teachers, we got to have teachers at the table on this, and I know you've started something. Ms. Albert or Designee, we got to fix this. Because believe it or not, this is not going away. I don't care how much we think about COVID, we've opened up a paradigm that parents are not gonna close. I already know friends now, they are thinking about what they're gonna do next year and who's gonna watch the kid. I don't think live is going away as quick as we think. And we can say we want to put a close on it or we want to close it. I think we got to be very careful. I'd rather for us to plan to solve the issue than try to eliminate it. Because we potentially could be back here looking at another modality. I'm not saying live is perfect. I can tell you it is not. I've said it before. I said, guys, you have never done this. We don't have the teachers with the skill set. Some that teach adjunct at some of the colleges and universities may be a little better at it. But this is not a quick fix. And so we got to keep that in mind. So this is a managerial decision. I will allow that. But Madam Superintendent, I'm sure you've heard us. Fix it.
Madam Chair. There was something that was also part of the district proposal that none of us mentioned, and that was the $500 stipend.
No, that's next. That's a separate item. That's a separate item.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
I'd like to add one final thing onto what Mr. Cologne said when he said he got his thing from Ms. Boswell. Ms. Boswell took 45 minutes yesterday morning to talk to me, along with her top epidemiologist, Ben, and you know, because I had a lot of questions, and she said what they're doing, and I do appreciate this, is they're erring on the side of being very cautious and conservative, and 9 times out of 10, they're quarantining more individuals than what they need to. But she said, because we are doing a great job so far, as of yesterday when I talked to her, there is no single case that has happened where someone is tested positive that is traced back to them being in contact with anybody in Volusia County Schools. They have all been prior to school starting, out and about, or out and about, you know, since school started. And so, you know, because I had questions about how many people were being quarantined, but that's what she did share yesterday. And so I have to appreciate that, because she said that when you look at some of our surrounding counties, we're doing a much better job with what we have put into place and with how conservative they are being about, you know, sending people home to quarantine. So I think that's something we need to be happy about.
Okay, so I entertain a motion on reference to item 2B, the implementation of Volusia Live at the secondary level as a managerial. I believe I'm hearing you all say a managerial right.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the implementation of Volusia Live at the secondary level is a managerial decision.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Ms. Linda Cuthbert, second by Ms. Jamie Haynes. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Ruben Cologne.
Yay.
Jamie Haynes.
Yay.
Carl Persis.
Yay.
Linda Cuthbert.
Yes.
Ida Wright, yes. Thank you. Moving on to 2C, a stipend for all bargaining unit members equivalent to their hourly salary for the period work teaching face-to-face and Volusia Live simultaneously. District, please give your statement of position.
Our proposal is, as Mr. Gonzalez presented earlier, a one-time payment of $500 for any teacher who is teaching simultaneous.
Thank you. Mrs. Albert, do you
Our position is that teachers receive a stipend of $100 per day for teaching simultaneously, face-to-face in Volusia Live.
Thank you. Colleagues, you heard both sides' stance, and we're in agreement that this is a bargaining issue. I'll start with you, Mr. Persis. I'm gonna start with you.
Madam Chair, it was my understanding that the district, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the district attorney agreed that this was a bargaining issue, or was it a managerial issue? I kind of lost that.
No, this is a bargaining issue.
Okay, that's what I thought. Well, if it's a bargaining issue, is it something that, in other words, would the board be saying we need to just say it's a bargaining issue and then go to the bargaining table, or would this be something that would be, if the board said, yeah, it's a bargaining issue, we'll add it to the bargaining issues we're going to take up next week with salaries? I mean, could it go that way?
No, Mr. Persis, because that is part of this impasse hearing, so we will be making a decision on that this evening.
I don't think he heard that.
Did you hear the two recommendations?
No, I didn't. It's hard for me to hear everyone.
Okay, so
this phone.
Can both of you speak into your speakers, please? I mean, your microphones. I'm sorry. Ms. Hazel and then Ms. Albert.
Yes, it is the district's position that each teacher who is teaching simultaneously Volusia Live and face-to-face be eligible for a one-time payment of $500.
Ms. Albert?
It is View's position that each teacher who is teaching face-to-face and Volusia Live simultaneously receive $100 per day for teaching both modalities.
So did you hear Mr. Persis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I heard that. And I would just say that I cannot agree with the union position. I could agree with something a little more from the district. However, what my goal is for this not to be an issue at all, because we wouldn't have teachers doing this.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cuthbert.
District, how many teachers do we have teaching this duality?
Teaching both at this time. We are not 100% sure. We have asked that they be coded within the computer. If we look at an estimate, it's a safe estimate to say we believe there's about 378 at the elementary level. And some 12 at the middle school level, but at the high school level is probably considerably more. I think we have very few who teach all day without teaching a blended class. Now, the secondary level is very different because they may have 2 or 3 class periods, which are completely either live or brick and mortar. But then they may have, and then we may have teachers who teach every single class period as a blended model. So that would be the number. At the secondary teachers, we would be looking at the majority of our secondary teachers.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the number for the second. I got 378 elementary.
Hold on, we'll tell you.
Well, so we have different numbers. Numbers I used to calculate because we didn't have the available information at the time. So numbers that I used to calculate was, I was only aware of 79 elementary teachers that were coded as teaching both. The middle and high school teachers, I basically took all of the non-core and core teachers and used those numbers just for an estimate. So that total is 1,899 teachers.
Okay, thank you. At that number, I think it's it's infeasible. We don't have enough money, even, that's $190,000 a day.
If I could just tell you, with my calculations, what I did was, the $500 stipend with benefits would be a little over $1.1 million. To calculate the $100 per day stipend would be 224,000 per day for an annual cost of 180 days of 40.2 million.
But we're not in school 180 days.
And any of this money that we do, if we pay this money out, we will plan on filing an amendment to our CARES Act and take the money from there. There's no other way that we really can find another $1 million other than taking out of our fund balance.
Okay. One of the #1 duties of a board member anywhere in this state is to make sure the district remains fiscally responsible. There is no way we can afford $42 million. We couldn't afford the 4. We do not want to embarrass or insult our teachers. Never. However, we recognize the fact of what they are doing. It's very important that we just don't ignore it. We have to, you can't put, and as we know for decades, for hundreds of years, you can't put a value on teaching. It's a national treasure that has no price. So whether it's $25 stipend, $500, $5,000, $50,000, it's never going to be enough. But we don't want to ignore what they're doing. So I think the $500 is probably more than we can afford. However, it is some way for us to say thank you. And that extra, I mean, by the time you take taxes out, it's going to be a little over $400. But it could pay a couple weeks of groceries. It can make maybe half of a car payment. It's something that we can address instead of ignoring it. Is it enough? No, it's never going to be enough. But otherwise, it's better, I think, than nothing. I think it's better than nothing.
Deb, can you give us those numbers again?
Sure. Do you want me to start with the number of teachers or just the dollars?
Teachers.
Okay. I don't know if you want us to read, I mean, I don't know what your numbers are total, but I think this is based more on a survey, right?
These numbers were based on a survey and given to us by Technology Services. 378 elementary, 712 middle, and 933 high school.
So now why do we have so many in elementary? I thought we were, why do we have so many?
This was teacher choice at the elementary level. Now, I have been on many campuses and gone in and seen teachers who have chosen both modalities.
So have I.
All right, how many middle school?
712.
And how many high school?
933.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cologne, go ahead.
So I'm kind of struggling that we don't even know how many folks are doing this to begin with. And I'm trying to think, and this is, bear with me here, I'm thinking out of the box. And I know this is initially going to sound wrong, but we're talking about $200 or $500 for an entire year of doing this double work. What if, I'm just going with the what ifs, what if the first, because again, this is not meant to there's no amount of money that can put the value on the teachers that are going home at night in tears. But what if, for the first quarter, we did 250? Now, that doesn't sound like much, but follow me. But anybody, because we've given instruction to get this straight, after that would get 750, which, so after these 9 weeks, if your roster is still blended, because that then gives the district some motivation to get these classes unblended. There's got to be motivation here. I'm not trying to sound crazy, but if somebody chooses to do or doesn't have a choice but to do blended, then those folks who are no longer doing it, which we don't even know how many are, would drop off of that, and the folks who either continue to do it because they don't have a choice, that would get them a total of $1,000 for the whole year for doing that. Because again, if we decrease that number by 30–40%, then that's $250 we won't have to dish out for every quarter thereafter. And so that's a little bit out of the box.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
It's a little bit out of the box, but that kind of puts motivation behind getting it straight. So that's kind of where my mind is. And again, teachers, this is not to put a value on everything you've gone through. I think Ms. Cuthbert said it best, so I won't repeat it. And that's kind of where I am, but I do agree that there has to be some value, you know, and I get the $500, but you know, I'm sure a lot of folks would rather say keep your $250 and I can stop doing this because this is not for me. Just a thought.
Ms. Haynes?
There isn't a value, and at the same time, you know, we can't, our fund balance is already lower than what it needs to be. I mean, we're just slightly above where we have to stay. And we've just started the school year off, and we don't know what else we may face as we move through this year. I kind of like your thinking, I'll be honest with you, of, you know, kind of, but I have to go to Ms. Muller and say, you know, you already stated it was going to be 1 point whatever million to give based on the numbers that you currently have, which are from the survey, and that you, in order to have that money, we're going to have to go back and make an amendment to the CARES Act, which means you're cutting something else out of the CARES Act to come up with this. So I hear what you're saying, and I like the motivation of getting the district to have a sense of urgency and get people matched to the best modality that will work, you know, so that we don't have all this mixing all day long. But, and I know that Mr. Clun kind of threw you for a loop when he kind of suggested that, because
I'm not even looking her way.
Huh? I know you weren't looking her way, you were looking at me.
I was.
And it still comes down to money. I mean, it still comes down to money, and I don't know how much, if she has any more wiggle room, and like what else can be thrown out of the CARES Act, you know what I'm saying? And to go with your plan, even though I like your plan, because it's maybe gonna get some people a sense of urgency to step up to the plate and figure this out for our teachers, so that they're not doing both. And so I want to ask the union something. Thinking along the lines, because I'll be honest with you, Mrs. Albert, we're not trying to slap anybody in the face, okay? I mean, I think you've heard tonight, we are all very concerned about our teachers, and this, you know, the district putting forth this amount, really they put forth some amount because we do understand what's being asked of them, and we wish it didn't have to be asked of anybody, all right? But I think in looking at this, I think there's still gonna be a few unique cases. What I need to know from you, though, is So say I am back at the high school where I used to spend some time at one point in my career, and I'm teaching Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. And I teach 4 periods a day face-to-face and 2 periods strictly straight live. I don't see that then as a hybrid model. So I need to know what you see that as.
So if you've separated them out,
Yeah.
because that's the goal. The
Yes.
goal is to get them standalone.
Yes.
And if you could get them to be standalone, we would be very happy with that, and then we would have a solution. The issue arises when you're asking someone, as you mentioned earlier and everyone has discussed, to simultaneously teach 2 groups of students at one time. You cannot get around or avoid recognizing that that is impacting the success of the teacher and the children. When you're splitting the difference between 2 groups, it's double the work for preparation. It is double the work for trying to manage and deliver content. So the goal is to get them completely separated. But I understand there will be the, what did we call them? Not outliers. Singletons, thank you.
Yeah.
The singletons that we'll have to look at. But just for a point of reference, we have in our contract some supplements for supervisory duty. So I'm most familiar, of course, with elementary. The supplement for morning supervision, which is 30 minutes typically a day, is like $900. So when you talk about watching buses come in and out of the bus loop, which is a critically important job. We want to keep our kids safe, and we're willing to pay over $900 for a year to someone to do something for 30 minutes a day, versus when you have folks who are teaching all day long in 2 modalities and you're only willing to give them 39 cents an hour or $2 and change a day. That's very different. And that, I think the totality is what we need to be discussing here.
Okay, and so I hear what you're saying, because, but what I'm also going to say is this. When those supplements were designed and written into the contract, and they've been updated over the years and everything, there's actually not been any equity to them for years, because if you go look at what we give a testing coordinator, who basically puts their teaching certificate on the line every year to oversee testing, you know, and the hours and days that testing has evolved into. I was a testing coordinator for 9 years and said every year I'd be happy to not do it and write somebody a check so that I wouldn't have to do it, because they basically got the same supplement that morning duty people got. Okay, but schools, like, the issue is that's already been built into the budget, and it's a small number of people. Typically, on a school campus, you have, at elementary, you have 1 testing coordinator, all right? You may only have 3 or 4 people that are on morning duty or afternoon duty. I mean, we're talking about 2023 is what I added up after the.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's not a hard number. The conversation was, we're not sure yet. We're not sure. So it may be close, it may be off, we don't know. That we don't have a firm number. And so I think we have to start by looking at the data. We can't make, I think, an informed decision when we don't know the number that we have. And again, I'll go back to the original point that I made. The goal is to get it separated. So I really enjoyed the conversation a moment ago about you want to talk about a sense of urgency? I don't think anyone has a more defined sense of urgency than these teachers, and probably the kids too, who are not getting what they need. And I'm going to step back and not get cranked up, but I appreciate the conversation around this and the recognition and the understanding that nobody's winning right now.
No.
And
But
we have to figure it out.
$40.2 million in the budget.
Pick a number that's reasonable, but when I give you the reference point of what we pay for people to watch the buses, right? And we do have, stipends in our contract that we have bargained and negotiated for different jobs, coaching, testing coordinators, things like that. I mean, we put in here what we prioritize. We pay for what we prioritize. And if we can't split these out, what are we going to do here?
We're going to pay. If we can't split them out, it's going to cost.
Any? Okay, so looking at these numbers, I'm concerned about elementary. So what we're saying is the teachers at the elementary level, 374, they themselves have decided to do this. I just want to make sure we are clear on that. Not talking to you. We're clear on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Cuthbert, Madam Chair, I don't believe that is correct across the board. I can
Okay.
tell you that there are some low incidence classrooms where they have not been afforded a choice. I can tell you that there are some elementary gen ed classrooms where they have not been given the choice. So I would really like, before we move forward with that as a fact, that we do some checking.
Okay.
We would need to be made aware of those situations and we would address them. We've not been made aware of a situation where a teacher in elementary has stated that they were forced to teach a blended model.
Okay. And so I want to make sure, and the reason I'm asking, because I'm going to say two things, but I'm going to let my colleague now jump in.
So if you think about the art teacher, the PE teacher, and the music teacher, that's 3 teachers at every school. We have 45 elementary schools? 46. So right there, you've got 3 folks that just by the virtue of what they do are going to be teaching all day long that extra class.
I just want to clarify that. That is not necessarily the case. Because if under the model that you all are talking about, and I heard you agree on, if I teach one class period and it's all Volusia Live, that is not considered a hybrid model.
Right.
So the way our elementary schools have set up special area is if I'm a Volusia Live teacher, then when I have special area class, that special area class is Volusia Live. When the next class comes in, if it's brick and mortar, that's brick and mortar. Now, there could be cases, and this is a good segue and example. I just want to state that we have heard everything that you have said, and that you all have said, and we do have a committee right now that Dr. Balgobin has directed us to form, a task force actually, that is going out and investigating all of those things. And we have an opportunity right now, as we do unit adjustments, to look at schedules at schools and make changes to schedules to do that. So we will be and that's one of the reasons that we can't give you a firm number right now. We are right in the middle today of readjusting allocations at schools, and that may change what it looks like at each school as far as whether they're blended or not blended. So that's one of the reasons that we can't give the firm numbers. But if you're going off of what we have coded in our computer today, that's the 2,000 something number that I gave you. So it could be or not be, but that does lead to another question that we would have is, if I am a teacher who teaches some blended classes, some of my day is straight brick and mortar, do we look at it as a whole day? Am I a teacher that would get the one-time payment, or do we go class by class? So I just want to put that out there.
And I think that was the question you asked as well. So the understanding is, if I'm a teacher and my first 4 periods are brick and mortar and my last 2 are live, but they're both 100% brick and mortar or 100% live, that's part of my teaching responsibilities.
Right, that would not be considered, and I think you agreed with us on that that would not be considered simultaneous teaching. When we're talking about simultaneous teaching, it is teaching a class where some are on the computer and some are sitting in front of me at the exact same time. And we understand, and we want to state that, and we've said from the beginning, we understand how that is a difficult ask. We understand that this was an extremely difficult time and that the teachers are having to do that, which is why we are proposing this one-time settlement. And we do have a committee who is going out this week alone It started at our high schools, because I will tell you that's where this is the most prevalent. The simultaneous teaching is most prevalent at our high schools. And a team has gone out from digital learning and from curriculum to meet with PLCs. They will finish up and have been at every single high school by Tuesday, and on Tuesday night's board meeting, they took the information that we used from the task force, and at Tuesday night's board meeting, we'll give you a full update of where we are with that task force and the changes made. And I know that a lot of them include things that you said, such as very strict standards of conduct, some testing guidelines, how do we test, and looking at our testing calendar.
Okay, so testing is one of those things we can't talk about because we're gonna have to buy the software to do a lockdown browser. That's gonna, because you can have on a camera, you still can cheat.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. So, but let's get back to at hand. So my concern, or my question is, I've had some teachers who told me, I want to do both. If a teacher chooses to do both, I don't know if I would get him a stipend. What I would say is up till October, and so I'm gonna make this even a little more harder for you, Dr. B, because I'm really saying by October 5th, this gotta be resolved. Because we should give them $400, everybody who's teaching dual now. But those who want to remain dual, not forced, if you tell me I like it, that I wanna do that, I don't think we should tell them they can't. But understanding, if we're gonna give a stipend, we're gonna give a stipend once now. By October 5th, we will have this resolved. Because it is, and I hear the number, Dev. I agree with you, we can't afford that. But in reality, if people were doing this at other institutions, and I'm talking about higher ed, and it's a little different, we do get paid. We get paid. So with that being said, I think we can't say it any more other ways but fix it. Ruben, I like your plan. I just think $100 a week to me, I just feel like if we gave everybody who's doing it now $400, and by October 5th, the only people that will be doing this are those who so choose, understanding that they're not getting anything else because they have chosen to do this. They're not forced, they haven't been asked, they've requested. So, what's your thoughts?
Madam Chair, thank you very much, because I'm trying to wave over here. So I think that, and I respect your commentary, absolutely, but I would remind you that when teachers are splitting their interest between two modalities, one group suffers. And so you just spoke about teachers who would choose to do this, and I will probably get in trouble for this, but, and I am always a proponent for choice, but I'm concerned too about the ability to sustain that dual providing of academic instruction, and we want to make sure that we're setting everybody up for success. So I don't know, I mean, maybe there are some folks out there that decided to choose to do it, but I'd really like to have that opportunity to have those conversations and say, are you sure you're able to sustain this? Because we want what's best for you, and we also want what's best for the kids.
And I would quite naturally, because I think that's part of the task force job too.
Yes, ma'am, including surveys with each of the teachers. Before we convened the task force, we put a survey out, which gave us a great deal of data. The task force was able to validate a lot of that data and help us pick out exactly what issues we can resolve. And then the PLC visits are even more validation of that. And then from that, we have some solutions that we'll be bringing forward Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm just saying, because I visited a couple of high schools. Some that, especially those that have academies, have been rather adamant that they prefer to teach in both modalities. And I did ask, I said, well, why? If we have two healthcare academies on one east, one west, if you got a group of students that's live, why don't we put those group of students And again, I get it. It was a little territorial, but they feel like they have the relationships with their students. Don't want to do it. So I don't want to penalize them, but I want them to understand they're not being forced. And if they so choose, I don't, you know, that's my opinion.
I agree with you. My only question I still go back to, which I even started, you know, the end of June and 1st of July on, is what about, as they now reference it, those singleton classes? What about that one single IB class, you know?
But we really don't have a single IB because we got 2 IB programs in the county, do we not?
We do. So I think we all have to be in agreement.
There's a lot of moving parts, and so that's why I want to be fair to everybody. But the question at hand for us right now, do we want to give a $500 stipend for the year, or do we want to give a stipend up to a certain point in knowing that our district is going to solve this problem?
Madam Chair, I think our teachers deserve a stipend.
Okay. But the question is, not just a stipend. Are we saying $500 for the year? Mr. Cologne presented $250 for the first 9 weeks. Was that your recommendation? And then moving forward, if we needed those who, can you restate what you said? I'm sorry.
So $250 for the first 9 weeks, and then anybody who's doing it for the remainder of the year, $750. So a lot of, if we truly go to pure classes, a lot of folks, we won't be paying that $250 next 9 weeks.
Okay.
It's for the folks who continue on and carry it on for the whole year. That would make it $750, making it for a total of $1,000 for that teacher.
Okay. Any thoughts?
Are you going to have people who will refuse to go into one modality so they can earn the $750? I'm just looking at all
Everybody's going to refuse.
Okay, I'm just.
Because they're going to, if they're, again, there are those, and I think that's where the, if the principal had truly had those conversations with that teacher and that teacher said, yes, gung-ho, I want to do both, then that conversation's already been had. If the, our teacher is struggling, I mean, I'll give you one school, for example. I don't understand how we don't have 4 classes of U.S. history strictly live. Instead, we've given teachers 6 kids in every class that are doing both. And so again, I think that, it was something that the master schedules were already done and the task was huge at the time. I think now, and the unknowns were there. I think we have a little bit more of an understanding of where we are now and the ability to go ahead and take those U.S. history kids and put them all in one live class that actually, the teacher's not split.
Okay, I'm talking about logistics here. It's going to take time for the AP in charge of the master schedule to redo the master schedule so that can happen. And that can happen, but a lot of it depends upon the other classes the student is taking. So it's going to be a nightmare. So it's going to have to take time to work out. There's going to have to be some gives and takes. So I'm suggesting that we do the $500 for the semester. Give the high schools and the middle schools time to reschedule. And because if we're talking about it's October, November and December are just a couple of months away. And when you talk about Thanksgiving and Christmas, that's an awful lot of time that's not in there. So let's do the semester, give the high schools that several months to reschedule, to get rid of the the 2 modalities and find a solution. Plus it gives the district a little time also to find a solution.
Okay, so what if we did 500 from now till December, and anybody after December who is going to continue doing both, then there would be another 500 tacked onto that.
Oh, right, that if they are unable, then.
Right, so that
to-
gives,
to
so
work
instead
it
of
out.
having 6 weeks to rework the master schedule, we have till the end of the year. Again, I'm just,
Is that, I'm sorry, Mr. Cologne. Dr. Balgobin, is that something that makes it a little more doable at the secondary level in order to get this straightened out?
I would like to have it done actually start by survey 2 and have it done no later than by the end of October.
Okay, at the end of the semester. Okay, and then what that does too, it gives our teachers some kind of end time, something what Mr. Persis was talking about, gives them hope. We do know that Veterans Day is coming up, Thanksgiving is coming up, and also winter break. Gives us something to work with. So there's a real solution, a real solution.
Go ahead, Ms.
Okay,
Haynes.
I actually am in agreement with Mrs. Wright on this when we're looking at a time frame, and yeah, I know October 5th's pretty quick, so I'm not gonna, I'm with you, like, I have a sense of urgency, all right? I hear what you're saying about schedules, but I'm gonna go back to something that I said at the beginning. Yeah, I have 2 elementary schools that the 5th grade teams chose to do this. Bless those ladies, because I don't think they wanted to keep their kids. They were territorial, okay? Or they wanted to have less kids in the room, you know, and space them out more or whatever, and that's fine, but this is a struggle. I think we have to address this sooner than later, because I'm going back to what I originally said. We've got some phenomenal teachers that are looking at how to get jobs outside of education, and I don't want to lose those teachers because we have asked something of them that, number one, makes them question their confidence level. Number 2, makes them question, you know, they take this so seriously that they know they're not meeting the needs of both kids. So like they're going home with the weight of this on their shoulders at night. And I can't continue to, I can't drag this out, because really the semester's not ending this year until the middle of January because of when we started. I can't drag this out to then. Like, we won't have these people left. So I need it to happen sooner than later. And we've got to address it, and they've got to be honest, because I have heard from some teachers that said, well, I agreed to do it because that's what the rest of my grade level was doing or my department was doing. Well, you can't do just because of what everybody else, like you can't let somebody bully you into, this is the way we want to do it. But, I do think we will still have some singleton kind of courses out there, and some of them may even happen in the CTE, because if we only have one finance academy, or whatever at a school, then, we don't have a choice. But I do think what this is going to take, and I need everybody in this room to hear it, because if you disagree with me, I need to know right now. I think we're going to have to, no, seriously, I think we're going to have to regionalize things. I'm sorry, because I know how we get so territorial about, but those are my kids, or I want my kids to stay, Dr. Macklin, if you don't mind, I'm going to use you as an example for a minute. I want my kids to stay, attached to Southwestern, okay? I don't want a teacher from DeLand Middle teaching them. But if we're going to make this work so that it may have to be an Algebra 1 teacher that says, hey, I'll do live, who takes the live kids from DeLand Middle and Southwestern and teaches them until those parents feel comfortable enough to say, I'm sending my kid back. But the bottom line is, sooner than later, we got to come up with something that goes out to these parents, and we got to hold these parents accountable and these kids accountable, because I'm tired, I'm sorry, of getting emails where teachers are sharing with me what's going on in these homes where these kids, okay, parents need to hear this. We are not in the spring where your kid got to sit and do nothing and get a grade. That is not what live is. Because I've had parents write to me and say, I thought I signed up for the spring. Well, there is no such thing as the spring. Your kid's going to have to learn. They're going to have to, if they don't show up, their attendance, and don't argue with teachers and say, well, they were there for 5 minutes. 5 minutes doesn't count, but I want it sooner than later. So Mrs. Cuthbert, with all due respect, I can't drag it out till the first semester's over. I need it really to be by the end. I can sometime in October.
Ms. Hazel and Dr. B, this question is for you and Elizabeth. So I'm going to use my middle schools. They've actually kind of solved their own problems, actually. Have we talked to teachers to see if they could solve it? I mean, they have one teacher who just refused, well, no, that's not correct. Was very concerned about teaching live, but the other teacher was very, very comfortable teaching live. So they switched. This one teacher took all of the live classes, and the other teacher took all of the Volusia live and have 2 brick and mortar, but the other teacher have 6 periods of brick and mortar. Have we sat down really with the teachers and asked the teachers, how can we solve this?
That was a directive that was given to secondary principals during pre-planning, actually, before, and it was part of our initial proposal with VIEW. That happened on school campuses where the principals were to meet with their leadership teams of teachers and then relook at that schedule. And I was present at principals online, virtual principals meetings when that directive was given. But that, again, as part of the task force work that Dr. Balgobin has directed is to, and she was very, very clear in her directive, to not just go visit the administration at the school, but actually participate in those PLCs, which is what they're doing. Now, we've started this week at the high school level, and then we will move to middle and elementary. But I do know from my own personal experiences that is happening on some campuses. I can't speak unilaterally across because I know she'll kill me for this, but my own daughter has done that. She traded to be a live teacher with someone who was a brick and mortar teacher because there was a comfort level issue at the school she's at.
So I've asked the teacher to answer your question.
Chairman Murray, I'm a member of SLT at my school. We were invited to a meeting to discuss the scheduling challenges. However, we could only work within the parameters of the master schedule that had already been approved. So any suggestions that we had to try to fix it, like you're saying, we couldn't because none of those things fit within that master schedule that had already been approved.
So give me an example, because it's hard for me to comprehend what you're saying.
So for example, in math, we have we're a small school, so we have 2 grade levels of math. So we have, in 6th grade, 2 teachers. We have regular, advanced, and honors. We were able to separate out each level. However, because of the way our master schedule was, every single class for both teachers is blended, it's mixed. There was no way within our master schedule for us to break them apart and make all honors, this all honors brick and mortar and this all honors virtual, based on the master schedule and the way it was constructed before the district allowed us to go to the table to even look at it. Those schedules were built months ago. So we had viable solutions, they just didn't fit within the master schedule.
And so basically you're saying, and what I've heard, that fixing the master schedule is not as easy as I think, because my question was, why didn't you just pull out all the live students out of your master schedule and create a schedule for them?
I don't think that was the directive that our principal was given, honestly.
Well, I've had some who said what I'm saying, but and one person actually does the master schedule for the high school, said it's still not as easy as maybe I'm thinking it is.
Well, it's not as easy, but there are things that we can do to make it easier.
Okay.
But when the schedule's set and you're locked into that schedule, then it becomes almost impossible to make any changes to student schedules that would be conducive to those individualized classes, brick and mortar or live.
Okay. Mr. Cologne?
And so an example that was given to me is, say one of those honor students is part of a health academy that has so let's say we did second period math, right? But that student is a part of the health academy and it's a class that's only offered once a day, which is on second period. And so being able to put those pieces, that student will either have to pick one or the other at that point. And so that's what makes it really hard to web together. And you know, again, when our principals, and I've never been a principal, nor will ever be one. However, at the time, there was a lot of uncertainty with the start of school and how this was all going to work. I think now our brick and mortar wise is probably our most solid right now, and this is where our challenges are. So now it's not so much in the realm of the unknown versus we're finding Volusia Live is the unknown right now. And so everything else seems to be, well, I'm not going to say everything else seems to be pretty stable because it's not, but our brick and mortar is pretty solid right now. You know, our challenges are with the other two options.
Okay.
We're way off, but that's, yeah.
Okay.
Which is why I suggested that we do semester, because you also want to include all the children's credits. Because if you start messing with it, different classes, and then different teachers, they're going to be in a different classroom, and their credits would be at stake. Plus, the master schedule takes a long time to work out. At a smaller high school, Pearson Taylor, it might be a lot easier than at a DeLand High School. It's going to be a lot different because there are only 7 periods. Plus, you have to talk about there's a 7th period football class or baseball class. There's only going to be one AP Lit class or an AP Physics class. And you've got kids, even sophomores will take 5 or 6 AP classes, and they're only offered as a singleton. So that takes a lot of time, especially when you start adding in all the CTE classes, art, and marching band, and weightlifting. So it does take time to do it. But otherwise, usually at the end of the semester is when there's always something to be adjusted. But we have to be able to have the time to talk to each other, to have administrators, you know, like one high school talk to another high school to say, what did you do? We can do this. Because only through this challenge can we top up new ideas. We have to be able to have the time. And we all know we don't learn unless we have time for it to sink in.
Unfortunately, our children and our teachers don't have that time.
Oh, I understand, but I'm also trying to find a solution and to find the parameter, because nothing's going to work if we don't have the parameters set.
I agree, but when you say a semester, again, we're talking about January. We're in September. And if we have students that are not engaged or disengaged, all you're doing is creating a larger gap. And it's getting, and it's every week it's getting bigger and bigger. And so that is why I said we got to have a sense of urgency.
Oh, I
don't
I
agree with you. I'm just saying, I think it's almost, we've talked about this for the last couple of weeks, that we got to fix it. I mean, if nothing else I can say, but we got to fix it. And I don't think January, I can't see us going to January, but that's me. That's me. I just think that is too far down the road.
I can't, I've got people out there that won't survive till January. I've got people that I'm not sure we can get them to October, because we kept saying if they just hold on for the 9-day count. And that's already been here. But Mrs. Cuthbert, with all due respect, my smaller middle schools and my smaller high school this is a bigger struggle for them because they don't have a lot of periods or a lot of teachers. And that's why I said, I've thought of it in many different ways. And I'm just kind of like, we need to go out there and capture who all the live kids are and say how many are taking Algebra 1, how many are taking World History, how many are taking, 6th grade math or whatever. And
find them a teacher.
We can't leave them attached. I mean, they might work out that they're attached to a teacher that's at their school, but 80% of them may be attached to somebody at a different school in order for us to make this work. Because if I leave Southwestern and we don't do that for Southwestern, or I leave Taylor Middle High and we don't do it, I can't change anything really on those there's a little wiggle room, but they got a lot of singleton teachers, that it's going to be a struggle to pull off. And I know that it's territorial and all of that, but I think part of it has to be parents. If you chose Volusia Live, this is where we're at, because we've got to make sure that your child's getting the instruction they need. And it's because, we've had some parents fussing already, and I'm like, you don't need to fuss, because, we
know.
We're getting emails like that too, but I think we've got to do what's right for kids, and I can't wait till the middle of January to solve this.
Mr. Persis, Mr. Principal, let's hear from a principal.
Madam Chair, thank you, and with all due respect to everyone, was there a motion and then it was not seconded, or was it? And if it didn't have a second, then we need to have another motion and move.
No motion.
I don't believe we've been.
There's no motion.
We haven't made a motion. We were just in discussion.
I thought Ms. Cuthbert had made a motion, but that was a long
we've already
time.
voted on the managerial. Now we were talking about the stipend, because this is something Mr. Cologne came up with a recommendation, but he didn't bring it forth as a motion, because Mr. Cuthbert offered something different. I offered something different.
Well, Madam Chair, I would move that we pay a $500 stipend to all of the teachers who are currently having to do the simultaneous model, and pay that $500 for them if they do it for the first 9 weeks. And my second part of that would be, we would pay them another $500 if they had to do it for the second 9 weeks. And the caveat in all of this is that I would agree with the superintendent in her time frame of trying to get this resolved by the FTE period in the end of October. But if that was not possible, certainly by the end of the first grading period. And of course, my last thing would be that the live model would end at the first semester, because as Ms. Cuthbert said, that is the time when you're going to have the changes from the Volusia online parents, because they're going to have the option of coming back to brick and mortar. It's a natural change in the master schedule for many electives. It certainly helps with the grade point averaging. It helps them in a lot of ways if we're going to do tremendous schedule changing. However, I do not think we have to incentivize our superintendent to do what the board directs her to do. If the board says we want this done by November 1st, it has no relationship to what the stipend is that we pay our teachers. Those are two separate issues. Superintendent is going to do what the board asks her to do, directs her to do, and her staff, I am confident, will be able to effectively schedule all of our schools and do things that are in the best interest of the staff too. I will piggyback what Jamie said as far as the parents go and all of this. Let's remember the live option was really to help parents. The live option was the win-all for parents because it gave them that wait and see, I'll keep you home, I'll send you to school, I can do whatever I want. It was obviously going to be a hardship for teachers, and what we're finding out in some cases, because of the lack of responsibility on some parents, it's not going very, very well for students. So if we continue with the live option, let's say for the whole first semester, fine, that's really helping those parents, that's what they want. But if in fact they choose to send their children back to brick and mortar, the other side of that is they are not going to have that live teacher that their students have had during this time. That to me is perfectly reasonable. If they want to send their children to their zone schools now, they certainly can. But we should not feel bad about, or teachers should not feel upset about the fact that if we go to the regional model, which is what we're going to have to do to create these dedicated live teachers, obviously, if you're teaching students from 4 or 5 different schools, when those students return to brick and mortar, they're not going to have the same teacher. So I think that's where we need to go, and I am confident the superintendent, district staff know exactly how the board feels. They know exactly that the board wants to get this accomplished as soon as possible, but we have to do it right. And as Ms. Cuthbert said, and Ms. Haynes, I believe, they know this is not easy, and it has to be done right. We're taking into consideration all the unique situations we have at each of our middle and high schools. It's going to take a lot of thought, and I know, I didn't know until I just heard, but I was happy to hear that the district has already started along this path. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So you all heard, so Mr. Persis, I believe you made a motion. Was that your motion?
He said 9 weeks, not semester.
I know. Okay. Mr. Persis? Mr. Persis?
Yes.
Was that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion. As far as just the basic part is just that we paid the $500 because for this first 9 weeks, because this has been the most difficult time for teachers. Anyone who's, generally as you do things get a little bit easier, but certainly if any group should be paid more, I'm not saying that they should, but if any group's going to be paid more, it should be the ones that are in the mix right now. They should definitely be paid more.
Okay, so your motion is that we pay all of the teachers that are currently teaching in both modalities for this 9 weeks a $500 stipend, and those who have to teach in both modalities an additional $500.
Yes.
Okay. That's one. Now, you also brought up something about closing up Volusia Live after the first semester.
Well, that would not be part of the motion.
No,
I
okay. I was
believe
just
that
making
would
sure.
just be a
Conversation.
goal. And I think we'll know more about whether we could accomplish that goal in maybe another 6 weeks.
Okay, okay. So the motion on the floor is that we give teachers who are teaching in both modalities $500 for the first 9 weeks, and those who have to continue in both modalities, $500 if they have to continue teaching in the second 9 weeks. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Mr. Persis, second by Mr. Cologne. Yes, Ms. Haynes?
Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody understands some dates. The first 9 weeks does not actually end until Monday, November the 2nd. And in the middle of all this, we do have the FTE week, which is very, very important that we capture as many students as possible in the brick and mortar and the live setting, because those are the students that earn the full FTE, because we already know what's happening with those that have chosen to go to VOL and the approximate amount we're losing. But that is happening the week of October 5th. So that is October 5th through October 9th. But the first 9 weeks does not end till Monday, November 2nd. So my only concern with that motion is, are we looking at dragging out making the changes not till, November 2nd or 3rd?
Well, I think they're mutually separate. I don't think they're one and the same. I think that's totally two different issues.
Okay.
And so I think well, not that I think, we got to deal with what we have here, and then the directive to the superintendent about how quickly we can get this done is secondary.
Okay. So
That's correct, Ms. Wright.
So the only other thing, though, because I think we need to ask Mrs. Mueller something, is with Mr. Persis's motion, we just went from $500 amount, which I'm not against, to $500 for the first 9 weeks, $500 for the second 9 weeks, so we just increased it to $1,000, and then we didn't talk about the rest of the year. So if we're going to continue on that pattern, then we just took her $500, which she said was 1-point-some odd million, and we just added, another almost 3 or 4 million onto that. And I'm not sure financially. I think we need to ask her where she's at with that.
Madam Chair, if I could just say,
yes.
The expectation is we're going to have far fewer teachers teaching this in the second 9 weeks than we have now, and I say that based on just what the preliminary analysis shows that we'll be able to do. So that's something that we just don't know. And then the other side is, God willing, people in Volusia County keep doing the right thing, and this positivity rate continues to drop, as Mr. Cologne mentioned. We'll have more parents sending their kids to school. So I think both those factors between the district reallocation of the teachers and the parents more likely to send their students back to brick and mortar will reduce the need for simultaneous classes of teaching.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Persis. Mr. Cologne?
Nope, that's actually more aggressive than my initial offer, but I think it is definitely warranted, and I think it still also gives the district a little bit of, let's do this. So I seconded the motion and I support it.
Okay. You had something else, Ms. Haynes?
I just need to know if they need to say anything.
Oh, okay.
Because we changed their amounts drastically.
Well, I think there's that. So Ms. Muller's going to speak on to that point, but there are 2 points of clarification that I think we would ask for. One is, and a couple of you, Mrs. Haynes, and I think Mr. Clone as well brought, and Mr. Persis brought up, we do have some consistent movement of students where they're leaving Volusia Live, coming back to brick and mortar, they're leaving Volusia Online, coming back to brick and mortar. So even though, and I want to be very, very clear, tomorrow we start notifying principals. Next week we start notifying teachers. There are going to be schedule changes, and we have already begun that work. So we're not talking about 9 weeks out changing schedules. We're talking about next week there would be. So I do think we would need some clarification about eligibility, and that will affect our total amount, because up until this point, they may be teaching a blended model simultaneously, but that could change as early as next week for a lot of our teachers. And so are we saying that if you have at any point in this 9 weeks taught a blended model, that would make you eligible? Or are we saying that on this date certain, from this date certain that you gave the directive moving forward, you would be eligible? That will change the amount for sure, but it will also change. We're looking at making some big scheduling changes that don't exactly follow the timeline that was set out there. So I just want to say, and as our students move back and forth, there will be changes daily for, I may have a full class of Volusia Live today, and then 7 or 8 of them come back. And this is, and I know Ms. Wright and I've had a discussion about this, about do we do a cutoff date of make a decision and stick with it or not? And there are some real consequences for that, as far as parents making a decision for their students. So we're certainly open to this, and we want to support our teachers, but we also want to make sure we think through so that we can distribute the funds equitably. I think that's all we would ask. And then,
so Mr. Persis, since you made the motion, did you hear Mrs. Hazel's question?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think there are probably 2 or 3 ways to address that. I mean, we could, as a board, say, if you've taught it from the start of school until September, whatever today's date is, you're going to get $200, and if you continue teaching it after such and such a date, you'll get another $300, so it'll be your 5. Or you could just figure out what the daily rate of pay is for $500 for that first semester, and just give the teacher however many days that teacher taught the simultaneous class. Give her that daily rate. Or we could just say, if you taught any simultaneous classes between now and October the 1st or 2nd, you get half, and if you continue, you get the other half. I mean, there's lots of ways to figure out pay. We do this in the school system all the time. How to figure out pay for split schedules and split days and everything. So I think I don't have any strong feeling on any of those, but all of them are perfectly reasonable.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
I just want to make something clear. I'm not anti-teacher. I want our teachers to be as safe and as happy and content and stress-free as possible. All I did was offer another look at, especially at the structure of the school day, and looking at the students' credits and comfortability with one's teacher. That's all I was talking about. Just wanted to bring up another view. It didn't mean that I was gung-ho for it for 100%. It just, we bring up issues because they need to be aired. They need to be discussed. They need to be thoroughly, so we look at all different points. As one who's been on the secondary level, you know, for over 30 years, we have to look at the master schedule because everything operates within that master schedule. If the district can find a way to put kids in different classes to alleviate the stress of teachers without messing with the master schedule or disrupting, because I have to think from their point of view as well, because they too are our employees. If the district can do that, that's wonderful, but I just had to bring up that other piece to make sure that everything, because whatever we do, we cannot blindly put actions into place and not understand the realism of how it's going to play out on a campus level, especially in our students and our teachers' lives. It's very important that we think it through from all points of view. And I think the public needs to also understand that we're thinking it from all points of view, whether they're unpopular, popular, coming out of the ground or coming from cloud nine. We all have to air these issues. That's why I think this board is very diverse in our experiences. And it's very important that we all bring all of these issues to the table, because I think our students and our teachers deserve those points of view. So what we have to do is make a decision what is best for our students first, their families, and especially our teachers, because they too have families, more than likely have those families. If they're not in our schools now, they have been. And it's, we have to make sure. Now, one thing that as we collapse the Volusia Live, they're gonna be coming back on our campuses. Where are we gonna put them and still have social distancing? Because that was brought up in the views introduction this afternoon. Where are we gonna put them? So that brings up a whole nother issue. How are we going to distribute these students in classrooms? How are we gonna utilize our campuses to the best possible way so that we don't add more stress at the campus level? So I just wanted to say my piece. Thank you.
No, you're fine. But just be mindful, we have submitted the waiver.
Oh, yeah.
We're waiting to address that issue because we're concerned. That's,
Oh, I know, we all are. Okay, thank you.
go ahead, Mr. Cologne.
So, you know, Carl's aggressive $500 offer, you know, when I think of that, I think of the fact that the tears have already been shed. And I know a lot of our teachers have really struggled, and, you know, it's, you know, when you're working on something that you are developing, you know, you can draw a picture that may take you all day to draw one picture because you're using your creative juices to make that work has already been done. And so I support Carl's initial offer, and I think, again, it was very aggressive, more aggressive than mine, but, you know, I think the district is definitely hearing us out, and there is a motivation to make this work, even more so.
Are we gonna have Ms. Muller speak?
Go ahead, Ms. Mo, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I just need to go back and make sure, and I appreciate, you know, all the conversation and the fact that we do want to give teachers money, and I think Mr. Gonzalez said it, you know, very well in the beginning, that we would give them all the money that we could if we had it. But I just have to reiterate, because I feel like I would be remiss of not reminding the board that, you know, we used over $8 million last year to balance our budget. We actually ended up with our unassigned fund balance $6.4 million, actually less from year to year, from June 30th of 2019 to June 30th of 2020. We used another $10.7 million to balance the budget for this year. The money that we have to use for this is from the CARES Act. We are down almost 3,000 students in our enrollment. Okay, at day 12, we were down almost 3,000 students in enrollment. We don't know where some of these kids are. They could have gone to FLVS, they could have gone to other districts, they could be homeschooling, they could be nowhere in school. But we don't know that, and we're gonna lose that money. We're not gonna lose it this third calc, we're not gonna lose it. But we are gonna lose it for those VOL kids who don't finish the year and aren't successful. They're gonna take that money from us, and they also are not gonna fund us probably the second semester for these 3,000 kids if they're not in our schools. I mean, as much as we're hearing that they're trying to hold K-12 harmless, at some point they're not going to. They are just not going to, and we are going to have a financial nightmare. And I hear, I mean, the district brought forward $500 as a stipend, and that is over $1 million. And now we're up to over $2 million. If we double that, we don't know. We don't have a handle on this number right now. And you're asking to just continue to bleed money, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I am really terrified of the consequences financially of us to continue. I don't know of other districts around the state that are giving this much money and being this much generous in all these different areas with a retirement incentive, additional leave of 5 days, and stipends to teach. I mean, I know there are districts that are doing one or the other, or maybe a combination, but I don't feel that Volusia has the financial stability right now to continue to bleed like this. And I am highly concerned about it. We haven't even talked about the retirement incentive.
I have 2 other pieces of information that were just sent to me, and I do want to share them because I think they're an important part of this conversation. One is from Tina Skipper's office, who does FTE, and I'm going to read exactly what was sent to me. We have had new discoveries today pertaining to regional and state reporting requirements. It adds steps, and we cannot mix between campuses. They have to be in one institution. So the notion of taking a singleton from another school to fill the schedule. So if they have part of their schedule at their zone school and then part of their schedule at a more regional, that would not be allowed. The other piece that I want to just throw in for consideration as we look at how we're going to consolidate, again, that work has already started. We've already started to try to consolidate, and then this next week when we recalculate, we'll be in a different position, is the notion of our students who are dual enrolled. Their schedules are driven by the institution that they're dually enrolled in. So though, depending on how they are enrolled, that could create some more of these singletons that we're talking about.
Madam Chair, thank you. So in the last few minutes, we've heard a lot of things. We've had a lot of conversation around this one topic. And so I would just say to you, we're always short of money. I mean, that conversation never goes away. But I think that you have to determine, and based on what I heard, how the conversation went, the pool of folks who would even qualify for this additional money will shrink. But if we don't do something, and we don't recognize what these teachers are doing, we're going to lose our instructional staff. And shortly thereafter, we're going to lose our support staff. And this whole place doesn't work without any of those folks, right? So I think we have to be very reasonable and understand where the emergencies are. We will show you in a few minutes how this district can save money. We've shown it in a preliminary presentation, and we'll come right back to that again. And maybe we'll go quicker so this young man can get home because he's got to go to school in the morning. But the point is that we have to prioritize what we need in order to get through this moment. We need teachers, and if we don't do something for them by incentivizing them to continue to do this simultaneous teaching, if we can't get it to go away, or by shrinking the number of people that have to do that, we're going to lose them. I know it, and you know it. And so I'm curious about this new information that just happened to arrive. I'd like to see the statute that's driving that new change all of a sudden. But I can't reiterate enough. And we're talking about, I think what you were talking about was the displacement. So they did the 9-day count, looking at displacements. That's wonderful if we're going to be able to start separating groups out because of the displacements. But we haven't been given any of that information yet. And as far as that task force goes, we'd like to have you to be a part of that task force if you're inclined to do that. But the bottom line is if we don't do something for our folks, they will find other jobs. Thank you.
Ms. Hazel,
Yeah.
so can you reread what you just read? Because I did ask Dr. B something along those lines the other day, so I want to make sure I asked the same thing.
The one about FTE?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure. We had new discoveries today pertaining to regional and state reporting requirements. It adds steps, and we cannot mix between campuses. They have to be in one institution. So the notion of taking a singleton from another school to fill the schedule is not allowable.
And Dr. B, the reason I asked her to read, because I thought we kind of talked to DOE and they said we could.
That's correct.
Okay, can
That
you
was
verify?
last week. So this information that's being shared right now, Ms. Wright, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I have to verify this because this is new. I'm
Yeah.
hearing this for the first time.
Yeah, I'm saying, because we called DOE for that very purpose.
Last week, what I shared with you was correct.
Okay,
I
all right.
did.
And we may need to get that right in because I had that same concern.
And the text came from Tina Skipper's office, so I just want to make sure that we're aware
That's
from our
good.
ATF.
But we did ask that very question because I was concerned about mixing, assigning students throughout the district, or how can we keep them assigned to their home school even if they were in a regional course?
Right.
And so, okay.
So if there's any validity, which, you know, we know they changed the rules at any given time to this, does that mean then the only way that we could realistically do this would be to change the student's zone school? So like if the teacher from New Smyrna Beach High is going to teach the live course but have students from 3 high schools, then do they all have to be assigned to New Smyrna Beach High in order to make that happen? That's what I'm wondering.
It would be for the whole day, rather, because what I understand us to be saying, if we're creating these regional, like I'm creating a regional agriculture class. So their other live classes may be on their campus, if they're possible to be on their campus, but if I go to this regional, it would be, she must be listening, Tina, because she texted me again and said, it's not a statute, it was in the instructions for accountability reporting, which is where they got that from.
Okay, because it almost sounds like we could almost be creating a whole new school called Volusia Live, honestly.
Well, yes. I mean,
based on that, it's almost sounds like we would have to have
it's not, I know, I don't know, I just know enough about this to probably be dangerous, but I know that you would have to have a number for that school. I know it takes it's a lengthy process to get an actual school approved.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that we need to do that. I'm just saying, but in theory,
based
on that is what it's pretty much saying, that you almost have to have a school for that. Okay, we'll check on that. Go ahead, Ms.
I mean,
Haynes.
I just want to, because it will require some investigation, so, I mean,
Okay.
we're talking, and really, this was presented for the purposes of looking at the numbers of teachers that we would have and why we would have such a wide range.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Haynes? Okay, well, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion?
So we're still, what's on the floor is 500 for the first quarter and 500 for the second quarter.
No. It's 500, yes, quarter, you're right.
Well,
So I didn't understand it that way. So you have 500 for the first quarter and then 500 for anybody who continued to do it for the rest of the year.
To
No,
be paid at the end of the year?
no, that's not what he said.
That's not what
He said 500
That's
for the
why
first
I-
9 weeks and 500 for the second 9 weeks.
Yeah.
So there's been no talk of the third 9 weeks or the fourth 9
No,
weeks.
because
That's
that
where
was
I
why he was
said
saying
what
we
I
need
said.
to close down the live, and students either go to Volusia Online or brick and mortar.
Gotcha.
So does that need to be amended?
No, because we can't, that's not a part of our discussion, so we can't even talk about that. We just gotta talk about what do we want to do as far as giving a stipend.
So
I think she's saying, should the motion be amended?
are we still talking about a stipend 500 at the end of the first quarter and a stipend of 500 at the end of the second quarter?
Yes.
That's what we're talking about, all right. I can't, financially, we can't do that. As much as I would love to do it, it's not healthy financially for the district to do that.
Okay. Mr.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Persis.
There just seems to be some questions about the pay part. Yes, my motion was that we pay the first grading period, I think it was 500, the second grading period 500, and there's no promise or expectation that they'd be paid anything more than that if they had to do it for the remainder of the year.
Okay.
So there is
So
not
please,
an
could you say that?
expectation of 500 the third 9 weeks or 500 the fourth 9 weeks. This is just for the first semester only.
Okay.
If in fact we have to go into this the second semester, that we could, we could talk about this at another time. But I'm just talking about the first semester, and without any guarantee for the third or the fourth grading period. And again, my hope would be that we don't have it. But if in fact we did have to have it, the expectation is not that they would be paid 500 and 500 again.
Okay, thank you. Did he clarify his?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
No.
Ida Wright, yay. It passes 4-1. Moving on to,
Madam Chair,
yes,
could I make a suggestion that
Yes.
might speed up the process?
yes.
I'm just throwing this out there. But we're probably due for a break, and I understand why we wouldn't take one, but if we did take one option here would be to direct the district to speak to the union during that 10-minute break to discuss which of these issues the district is going to take the position will be a managerial prerogative, and see if there's any possibility that there might be some agreement on those issues between the union and the district. And maybe that agreement could be incentivized by the board agreeing to place any issue that is agreed to or any issue that has been either voted on or is agreed to or is subsequently ruled on as being in a managerial prerogative on a workshop with no understanding there'd be anything that would come from it other than we would shift all those issues onto a meeting that would occur in the future, which could be discussed, because every time you all have voted something's a managerial prerogative, you've made it clear that I want this on the agenda, I want to talk about it, this is an issue, but yes, but I do say it's managerial, but you know, it is an issue we need to address. So I'm just throwing out, I know the district is going to take the position that on a number of these additional issues, they're going to assert the managerial prerogative. So I thought it might be productive for the two sides to at least talk and see if there's any agreement on any of those, with the idea that those issues then would be converted to a workshop. At the present rate we're going, I'm not talking about presentation. You're looking at around an hour and 10 to an hour and 15 minutes per issue, which puts us right out around noon tomorrow at the present rate. So, you know, given the fact that there's 15 issues and you resolve 4, we're 25% of the way in, and it's 11:15. I just want to mention that the ramifications of reconvening, I think, are only ones related to advertising. So in other words, we couldn't just say we're going to meet tomorrow, I don't think, but I would be glad to hear Mr. Penley or the union out on that issue. But I think if we were to say we're going to reconvene and continue, we're probably looking at a week before we could reconvene. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Penley?
We could do it as an emergency meeting within 48 hours, but we would have to notice it.
You think an impasse hearing can be considered an emergency?
Yeah, I think under these circumstances, we're continuing and we need to give 48 hours.
Okay. So, all right. But because we'd have to advertise in the newspaper, right? How do you do that in 48 hours?
We post it on the website.
Just do the posting on the website and not do the advertising?
Provide
Okay.
the-
All right.
Provide a notice to the meeting.
Okay. If everybody's comfortable with that, I'm just pointing out we can't get back together in less than 48 hours. So I'm just putting all that on the table for you to be aware of.
Okay. So, are the two groups amenable of looking at the items, or do you want to continue going item by item?
So I am all in favor of speeding it up, for sure. However, I also do find value in going item by item because I then get to hear what your position is, and that brings clarity. I'd like time perhaps to talk with my team. I'm interested in where we can condense perhaps. But there are some of these that absolutely deserve their moment.
Okay, so it is 10:45. All right.
Could, Mrs. Wright, Madam Chair.
10:46.
I'm sorry. Could we, would there be consideration maybe to changing up the order of some of these? For
Yes,
example, I
so-
mentioned Mr. Lawrence, he really should go home.
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll take, right now, it's almost according to that clock, 10:45. We're gonna reconvene at 11 PM. We can decide what items we want to, and then I'll consult with Ted to see if we have to continue, when, and it would probably have to really be the following week because we have a board meeting Tuesday already scheduled. And so it probably would have to be the following week.
Yeah, well, 48 hours would put us in the weekend, so we know that's not going to happen, or I don't think so.
No,
And so, yeah, you're looking at, and then you have a meeting on Tuesday. So, yeah, we can look at the schedule and figure it out.
So are we looking at Monday or Wednesday?
Neither, because that won't work for me. I can't do it next week.
Monday or, oh, you can't do it at all next week, so you'd have to do it the following week.
Yes.
So we're both unavailable the last week of the month.
I'm not available the last week of the month.
So let's convene and you all talk and then they, all of you, yes. 5 minutes and then you all can talk and then we'll be back at 11. Because I just want to look at some dates and stuff.
Sure.
Ready? Okay. Thank everyone. We're going to reconvene. So now during the break, I'm asking both you as well as the district, have we come up with some solutions? And I know it's one thing we need to address, Ms. Rachel. We're coming back.
So we have looked at what was left on our agenda, or, oh, sorry. Okay, so we have taken a look here, and there are some items that we believe are potential workshop items.
Okay.
If you'd like, we could identify those for you. F, the implementation of safety protocols that follow CDC guidelines. I, compliance with CDC and AAP guidelines during transition. N, workload issues for ESE case managers. I won't read the rest, right? And then O, Volusia online learning class size caps. But we would like to have the ability to present to you our position on those during the workshop. Please, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Just for clarification, though, I want to make sure I understand, and I made the comment, and I understand this would be on the basis that everybody would agree these are going to be resolved as managerial prerogatives. I mean, we can't just abandon them. We have to resolve them somehow, so.
We're saying that we're willing to send them to the workshop for management to deal with. We believe that some of them are already partially being taken care of, is the reason why. So will we go on record to say that we agree they're completely managerial? No. Are we willing to let them go to workshop? Yes.
Okay, so you're withdrawing them as issues. Is that a way to put it?
We would like to.
With the understanding that they would go to a workshop?
I do, but we, what I understand is we would like the opportunity at workshop to speak to them if we need to clarify our position, at least, of why it got to where it was. We realize at workshop there's no decisions to be made, so but direction can be given.
Okay, I just want to make sure we document this somehow so that we don't end up with an unfair labor practice or something. I mean, you have raised these as issues. I appreciate that you want to hear them at a workshop, but they are part of this impasse hearing. How would you propose we resolve them on the record? You're withdrawing them for purposes of this impasse hearing, but on the condition that they be considered and discussed in a workshop?
With potential union, input at the workshop. So yes, F, I, N, and O, we are willing to withdraw them from the impasse procedure.
Okay.
We are willing to move them over to workshop, understanding that the decision won't be made because it is now off the table that way. But we would like our opportunity to explain our view, and we would like to, and then they can make direction as they see it.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, what we would need is for the board to make a motion to accept the offer of withdrawing these issues on the condition they would be considered at a workshop in the future. If you're not willing to do that at workshop, then, you know, we need to just go ahead and hear them out, and we also need what the district's position is on those as well.
Okay. So that's fine. So, district, do you agree with?
Yes, we agree with those. We have additional ones as well, but we agree with those.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion that we withdraw items F.
Not that you withdraw, that you accept their offer to withdraw on the condition that they will be considered at a workshop. Is that fair? Is that okay? Language?
But we're with our input.
Yeah, with your input at the
Yes.
workshop.
Thank you.
And just making sure, so it's F, I, O, N, and O. Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion at this time that we will remove items F, I, N, and O from tonight's hearing, and we will move those 4 items to a school board workshop where VIEW will be present to provide input. We will discuss those 4 items in a workshop. However, we will not be voting on them because we do not vote during a workshop.
Okay, and let me just clarify a little bit. You're saying you're moving to remove them. You're moving to accept their offer to withdraw them.
I'm moving to accept their offer to withdraw them from tonight's hearing.
Okay, that's clear enough.
Items F, I, N, and O, move them to a school board workshop where VIEW will be present to provide input, and we will hold a discussion, but there will be no voting that will take place.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Mrs. Haynes, second by Mr. Cologne. Any other discussion?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
How would you like for us to resolve those 4?
As I said, several of them, I think, have worked their way out. But I think that once we present our information, I think that you will see where the sticking points are. And then at that time, maybe you can either provide direction or give us feedback of what you foresee will happen in the future. As you can see, they're mostly about the implementation of CDC guidelines, those kinds of things, so.
Okay.
And thank you for trusting us to work this out. I, for one, greatly appreciate that, because I appreciate the discussion we've had here tonight, so thank you.
Yeah, it's been very, but may I ask, both of us will be out of town the last week of this month, so we would ask that the workshop not be during that week.
They're doing the 1st of October, correct?
The 28th is.
Yeah, the 28th.
Monday, the 28th through, I think it's October 2nd.
Right, our workshops are always the first Tuesday of the month, so our first workshop would be the 6th, I believe.
Actually, it's the 13th.
October 13th? October 13th. But, so there's a motion on the floor. I just want to make sure that both the district and VIEW agree to the motion that was made. You agree as well?
We agree with those, yes.
Can you speak?
Oh, yes, we agree with those. We have additional ones as well, but we agree with those.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Paul Persis?
Yay.
Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Thank you. Ms. Hazel, what are the items you would like to address?
The items that we believe are managerial rights as well that we have not yet discussed are D, which was maybe part of the last discussion, but I just want to clarify that. D, H, J, K, and that is it.
Okay.
So we could tell you that we are willing to take K off the table completely. We are also willing to take G off the table completely. We are handling that in a different way. So we are willing to take G and K off the table.
Okay. So Ms. Hazel, let me just come back to you.
Okay.
So you're asking for us to remove G, they have agreed.
Okay.
You, H, correct?
We are
Yes.
not in agreement.
J
Yes.
and K, and the union VIEW has also agreed to that one.
I should also say I think I skipped one in between because I have a lot writing on here, but the compliance with the CDC and
That's going to workshop.
that one's going to workshop.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
they've
sorry.
already taken those
I have a
off.
lot of writing on here. It's late.
So, okay, we have an agreement on D.
She also said 2D.
Right, she's gonna make a statement about that because they needed some clarification. So
Well, I
right-
didn't know if D had been included in our last discussion or not, because if we were still to discuss D, then we would, our position would be that that's management rights.
We're fine with including D with the decision made with B.
Okay, very good.
So which are the 3 that you said you were
And we
amicable
had a
to withdrawing today?
So G and K only would be withdrawn. And
Get a
D,
motion on that, and let's get a motion.
D will
Workshop?
blend with B. No, D will go with the decision made with B.
Okay, so you're withdrawing
Okay,
that one
gotcha.
as well?
Okay.
Withdrawing it, actually, I believe we're saying that we wrap that in with the decision with B because it
Right.
applies to them as well.
Okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take motions for a couple of these individually. So let's start with D. And we will accept View's recommendation to connect D with item B. Am I correct? District, do you agree with that?
We agree.
Okay. I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Mr. Cologne, second by Ms. Jamie Haynes, that we will, we accept View's recommendation to tie item D to item B. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne?
Yay.
Mrs. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Okay. We will accept the district's recommendation, and View has approved to remove items G and items K. Is that correct?
Agreed.
Okay.
Both parties are withdrawing those issues
Right.
from consideration.
Mhm.
Yes. All right.
Okay. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Haynes, second by Mrs. Cuthbert. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Items H and items J, the district is taking a position that these are both managerial items. Is that correct, Ms. Hazel?
That is correct.
View?
We do not agree that those are managerial items.
Okay. Colleagues, we have on the table before us that H and J, the district is taking a position that these are managerial items.
I'll start with, as far as H goes, I do believe that that is a managerial item, and we're getting daily updates on what this current stock is, as well as the timeline, where they've already ordered things to come in. I think there was a little bit of confusion at first when I was out at schools, that teachers didn't know who the point of contact person was in order to tell them that they needed stuff, but also I think there was some confusion that you don't wait until you're out before you ask for more. So I feel that the schools I visited the last couple days are doing a better job with that now, and they've got stuff in stock. And so I see that as managerial.
Okay. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that H is managerial, which is the timeline for replenishment of PPE.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Linda Cuthbert, second by Mr. Ruben Cologne. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yes.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yes.
Mr. Ruben Cologne?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Moving to item J. Sanitation of classrooms by bargaining unit members. The district position is that this is a managerial item. View has said it is not.
Madam Chair, may I
Yes.
comment? I agree with View on this. It is not curriculum. It has to do with passing time when a teacher is typically not assigned to a class. It's relief time, it's a break time. Usually a teacher is not assigned duties, and to me this is a supplement. It's taking away that time to use the restroom, check the mail, pick up from the truck, and that's negotiable.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I actually see it a little differently than Mrs. Cuthbert, and part of that is my experience at both elementary and secondary. At elementary, at any given time, we cleaned our desk or tables depending on different projects and things that we had going on. And at secondary, usually the few minutes that are in between class changes, we were responsible for watching the hallways and things like that. So I didn't typically get to check for mail or things like that until I had a planning period or lunch. So part of me, it comes down to what we're living in right now, and being cautious to keep things clean so that we don't have any outbreaks.
Thank you. Mr. Cologne?
So, Mr. Dorn, if you can remind us, what are the things that make something bargain? I'm not going to say bargainable because Ms. Cuthbert will throw something, but what is the criteria whether something should be bargained or not? If you can remind me.
It's driven by policy considerations and contract provisions. I think the district should speak to this to make their position clear, but I think in part what they'll say is that it has already been negotiated by virtue of the agreement, and there's provisions within the existing agreement that allow for the district to make assignments of duties, but I will let them speak for themselves. I think we'll see what they say.
So typically it's anything that, and please remind me, this is new to me, anything that affects wages?
The impact deals with, Mr. Gonzalez can rip them off easier than I can, but, money, time, those kind of
Wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment.
There you go.
And with respect to impact bargaining, you have impact bargaining only when the effect on a wage, an hour, or a term or condition is substantial. But the base factor is the big three: is the wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment.
And so I don't.
And specifically, why is this managerial as opposed to impact bargaining item?
And if you go back to the language of the statute, which sets forth the employer rights, assignment of work, the right to direct the workforce, is always a managerial prerogative.
Okay, so it's the statute, not the existing contract between.
How long you can make me do it, how much you're going to pay for it, those are terms and conditions of employment. But the actual assignment and the control and the setting of the standard of service that you're going to offer to the public, those are where the management comes in.
Okay, I stand corrected then.
May I have make a statement on that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we are in impact bargaining, so we are claiming that for folks to do the sanitizing, that is an impact on their conditions of employment. They are now doing the work of another bargaining unit, and also we have health considerations as a problem.
Could I briefly respond to that? Because that's respectfully, that's just dead wrong. The assignment of work is the employer right, and the impact is what you're going to be paid for it and how you're going to do it, not whether you're going to do it. Whether you're gonna do it as the part that doesn't get assigned, that belongs to the employer.
Okay.
In all
I don't
events.
recall saying that. What I said was there is an impact. It is our belief that there is an impact.
The impact has to be on a wage, an hour, or term and condition of employment.
Yes.
And what you're saying is, you're saying the managerial prerogative is the impact, and respectfully, it just doesn't work that way.
No, I did not say that. I said that if you ask someone to do sanitizing of their, and that is not in their job description, that is an impact on their working conditions.
No, ma'am, the case I cited in the materials goes specifically to the fact that the job description doesn't control the assignment of duties. The employer can assign work that's not in a job description. This is the public sector.
And we get to bargain the impact of that.
You get to bargain the impact of the assignment, but the assignment is a fait accompli. The assignment is done.
And-
That's the decision of the board,
And we are bargaining the impact.
which is how much will be paid for it and the terms you'll do it, not
So we-
whether you'll do
I
it.
didn't say whether we'll do it. I said that we are demanding to bargain the impact of this.
Yes, ma'am, but the impact that's being named is the employer right.
Now,
You're going in a circle on
The
it.
impact is on the health and safety and on the job description is in another bargaining unit's job description.
You're asking for to be excused from the assignment.
May I ask a question? How do certified instructional folks all of a sudden become sanitation workers? That seems to be a change in the condition and the terms of work for which they were hired. If I'm a member of the instructional bargaining unit and I hold a valid Florida teaching certificate, how is it not an impact to the terms and conditions of work? Now I'm expected to become a sanitation specialist. I don't see how that could not be an impact.
The easy answer is you're not being asked to be in sanitation. You're being assigned duties with respect to any number of the things that were talked about with respect to watching hallways, with doing bus duty, and all the other things that don't involve directly classroom teaching. That's within there, and the cases that we cited go directly to that.
The duties are outside the scope of their job.
The scope of the job is a non-existent issue because that's not the way it works with respect to the assignment of work. The board, as the employer or any other employer, is not limited to what's in a job description.
So we're definitely at an impasse on this issue.
Okay. Any other questions? Did that answer your question, Mr. Colon?
It did, and we're in a pandemic. And there's a world of give and take. And for me, I think we're all giving and we're all taking. We've had some really frank conversations. Our CFO is about to fall out of her chair. We've had a lot of discussions, but on the sanitation of classrooms, what would be the alternative?
To hold ABM accountable and have them do what they've said they would do. On their sheet, they are saying that they are going to disinfect and sanitize all horizontal surfaces. They are not doing that. We've shown you tonight, and you know,
right,
of the egregious offenses that are happening in our classrooms, and our teachers and support staff should not have to make up the difference.
Well, and so I'm thinking of that secondary class. So what you're saying then is at University High, you would need 1,500 custodians between the change of class in order to ensure that every desk got wiped down between students. And so, because if the teachers aren't doing it, and so, we're in a pandemic, and while even in my professional life, I've been asked to do things I have never dreamed I would ever do. And there's nothing beneath me doing. However, I'm having a hard time seeing what the alternative would be. What you just discussed with ABM, that's the daily thing. I don't think that, yes, we're all concerned about ABM, and that's a whole subject in itself. But that's still not going to take away the sanitation, because the sanitation is really only taking place between students when they're coming in and out. And so I just don't see a viable alternative to where in a high school classroom, who's gonna wipe down the desks if it's nobody's job?
We don't disagree, and as I said earlier, this is all done together. So whenever you are talking about taking away from instructional time to do this, I had one of our folks give us the time that they actually have to do instruction whenever you add the time of cleaning before the kids come and after they leave. And it came out to be 38 minutes at the secondary level is how long they're having for instructional time. And that's not adding in all the tech or Volusia Live issues and all those. So what we're saying is, if you want them to do the sanitation, we're saying that it's a health issue, we need a product that does not cause a health problem, and you pay them a stipend to do it. So, but we need a product that does not cause health problems with our people.
And that's all, I think that's all in a managerial sense that can be worked out. I think I agree with you, and I've been very verbal about the product. My own hand broke out. And so I just don't see where there's a viable alternative. And so, you know, kind of what he described was really interesting, because he didn't even realize he said it when he said your teacher's in the hallway. Well, that's the job of the campus monitors. But the teachers have always done it as part of their work, those Mr. Gonzalez. And so, you know, for me, this is one of those things that it's a sad reality that 38 minutes of instructional time has to be taken up to wipe desks down. But for me, that's a reality of COVID. And I don't know any alternative to say, you know what, we could do this a different way and still have no cases tied to secondary transmission after 3 weeks at school. And so for me, I believe this is managerial. The part, you know, there's no mention here of the products and all that. And I think you all have heard the desire of the board, and anybody who took away that we don't care about teachers tonight really just, my thing is, I think that all can be worked out. I just don't know that if we were to say, okay, this is, you know, we're not prepared to do this, then what would be the alternative? And the answer is we don't have an alternative. Nothing would get wiped down, and we would be, so for me, Madam Chair, this is managerial. I've been in classrooms where I've wiped down desks, and I think that this is one of those things that really is just, the alternative is not there. And so I think this is one that we just can't avoid. You know, I don't see a viable alternative, and there's no amount of money that can pay you to do this. I mean, this is,
Okay.
I think this one's taking one for the team, and that sounds really, really bad, but I think the reality is that nothing is the same with COVID, and I don't see an alternative, and I do believe this is managerial.
Okay, Mr. Persis?
Yes, I agree with Mr. Colon. This is just one of those times everybody in every profession is asked to do more. When you're in the beauty shop, getting your hair cut, the beautician is cleaning her area and doing it after every customer and doing things that she didn't normally have to do, but trust me, she's not getting paid anymore for it, but she's doing it because it's just what we all have to do, and she's doing it to protect her own safety too. And you know, I just think it's just something that we don't bargain when it comes to safety and health. In other words, we wouldn't go to the teachers and say, well, you know, we got to do 10 fire drills. You don't want to bargain that, or maybe we should do 5, or we should do them at a certain time of day. There are certain things when it comes to health and safety, it has to be a managerial. In fact, it must be. It is the district's responsibility to make sure that we have a plan, and it is a good plan, and we try to implement the plan as best as we can. And trust me, when it gets down to teachers supervising in the hallways between classes in secondary schools, you'd be shocked at what percentage of the teachers actually do that on a consistent basis. And I think we'd be shocked right now if we knew how many teachers are wiping down desks on a consistent basis. And that's not going to change. That's just past practice. That's human nature. That's the ability of the administrative staff to be able to monitor all of these things, which they can't do. They can't go and check and see if every teacher is wiping down a desk or plexiglass between classes. They can't even check to see if teachers are out in the hallway at every class change at every school. So you just have to leave it up to management to come up with good safety practices. And then, for the most part, you just hope that that your staff are doing what you ask them to do, because it's in everybody's best interest. I agree. This is clearly managerial.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. So I have a question for you, Ms. Brown or Ms. Albert. So based on what you have and about the settlement of all of the items listed from F through K, and you reference to look back at the proposal. So what's different in the proposal than what we're talking about tonight?
So the question is, what's different in the proposal? And by proposal, are you talking, I'm
Yeah, the one
referring-
you have in your hand, the draft.
Correct, yeah. We were saying that these are the things that we made progress on, and we were willing to accept these. The question's what's different?
Okay, so I was just wondering, I was looking for that particular item and what was stated in the contract itself for that one. For that particular, for I. J.
We did not, what we did not get into language that is missing is that we don't have a product that's safe.
Okay.
And that is a definite, unions were built on safety. That's how unions came about. So yes, that is definitely a bargaining right. But we also believe that if they are going to have to do the cleaning, we were more concerned, and like I said, this is all one big, huge picture, but we're more concerned about such things as the evaluations and things like that. When a person, and so I want to correct you, Mr. Cologne, you stated missing 38 minutes. 38 minutes is the amount of time they have left to teach after doing, is what I was saying, per class. So test scores and evaluations are where they're going to be held accountable. If I only have 38 minutes to teach each one of my classes, that's going to affect where they go on their test scores. That's going to affect my evaluations. So that's why I said this is not, it's hard to do this in a vacuum and issue by issue, because when we're bargaining at the table, issues go together. Okay. This went along with that. We were saying that we wanted the evaluations, so we believe that this actually goes along with, is it M?
M. Okay, so now my question is, because since we had it with everything else under number 3, and you had it there too, would you be amenable to moving it to the workshop?
Moving the sanitation of classrooms to the workshop?
Because you put everything pretty much under that umbrella already to the workshop. So you used F, G, H, I, J, K.
Yes, we did, because for different reasons, but this one we had, this one we had left on the table as being affected by M, the evaluations. So if we want to, we could readdress this one, we could go ahead and go to retirement, L and M, because what we have left, what I had left was J, L, and M is the only thing left for the night. And in my opinion, the reason why we were arguing the sanitation is the safety impacts, the fact that they're doing another job that's outside the bargaining unit, and the fact that that's going to impact their evaluation. So we could see how we rule on M, and that may take care of J.
Ms. Hazel, is the district amenable to that, or do you want to move forward with your recommendation? Are you amenable of addressing the two items, L and M?
J,
And-
L, M.
And then,
Well, no, you said M may take care of J, so that's why I'm asking,
I'm
are
not
you
sure.
amenable to taking, us going through the two we know, and if it's taken care of, then M would, J would be taken care of under M, or do you want to move forward saying this is a managerial? Because we still got to address L and M.
the order is not, that we go in is not important to us. We're not going to change our stance that it's not, that this is managerial rights, though.
Okay. So colleagues, would you like to go ahead and move to L and M? And then come back to J if it's not resolved in M? I'm talking to y'all.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Yes, no?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So right now, I have a question mark by J. We'll come back to J. I think, let's move to M, because L may take a little more. So M is the 2021 evaluations with considered training and not counted towards summative scores. Ms. Hazel?
The district's position is that we have requested a waiver of school evaluation scores for the 2021 school year, but we do not have the unilateral authority to alter or depart from the Florida Department of Education policies or regulation in this regard.
Thank you. Do you?
The DOE has no bearing, is not a party to our bargaining. They are not a party to the bargaining. So we believe that this is, this has been done in several other counties. We have given you some samples. I know the first thing you're gonna say is those aren't signed by the district, but because of the world we're living in, I was not able to secure the district signed ones, but we have them. So I've given you other counties, back in tab U6, where St. Lucie has done the evaluations. I also have a copy from Hardy, which the one for Hardy is also for DeSoto, Glades, Hendry, and Highlands. And then we also have one from Indian River, and as you can see, all of those have held their evaluations, held their folks harmless on their evaluations. And the DOE has already waived the performance pay for this year. It's not going to happen. So our recommendation is to hold employees harmless on the evaluations for 2021.
Okay. Okay. Colleagues, you've heard both the positions. You want to start, Ms. Cuthbert?
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yes.
My question would be to the attorney, can you validate that this is really being done in other counties, which would counter the fact that, or would challenge the fact that it can be done? Because what I'm hearing the district say is we can't do this because of the law. However, it's seemingly, and again, we didn't get some of this until tonight, that it is being done in other places. So would you agree that it is being done in other places?
I can't verify that, Mr. Cologne. The district received the submission this afternoon at 3:48, just 12 minutes before this hearing began. There was mention of it in the documents that were submitted last night. I attempted to contact Highlands County's attorney today to find out how it came about, what their ramifications were, but was unable to contact him. I would mention that most of the counties, Henry Glades, and these others are very small counties with very small sample populations, and how they may go about their evaluations might be different. I don't know that, but we were not able to verify that this is correct.
Madam Chair, may I provide a point of clarification, please? So just to clarify, we're not saying that we would not participate in the process of going through the evaluation. We are simply asking that we use the process in this very different time where perhaps in the future we will be using some different modalities for teaching as a training process. Just to clarify.
And so I can support that provided it's legal. And I think that
And
that's.
that's our position, is we've submitted the waiver. Our position is that we can't unilaterally decide that without clarification.
So worst case scenario, we say tonight, we agree with the position, and the state comes back and says, you can't do that, at which point we wouldn't have a choice either way, arguably. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I hear what you're saying, but we don't think well, I don't want to say we don't think, but honestly, it seems as if we're all in a fix. 67 counties across this state. And so we've got an opportunity here to be compassionate to our administrators and our teachers. And so I don't see the reason why we wouldn't want to move in that direction. If in fact something changes and we have to look at an alternative, then we cross that bridge then. But I say we should give them both a break.
I can support this.
Go ahead, Ms. Haynes, and then you.
Okay, since we didn't receive this until right before, as you've been talking, I've been reading it. And so when I'm looking at Indian Rivers, what they're doing though is they're actually going to create a new evaluation system. And so their document is written based on the fact that they are moving into a new evaluation system. So they're moving towards Marzano, which, when we moved towards Danielson, there were differences when it was being set up and created. So I'm not sure, I read what they have, but I'm not sure that that's a reason to say, that they've done away with this. Then when I look at the one, which is for Hardy, which is smaller, it basically just says they're still moving forward with the evaluations, but they're using 4 points to go on, just kind of ensuring that people, would not be rated lower than what they have received in a previous year. And I would say as long as there's not something, that happens, because, we don't want anything to happen, but if somebody chooses to make a really, detrimental decision, we can't just automatically just give them a pass because of that. So then when I go over to St. Lucie just has one statement in there, and it says, without finalized evaluations in 2019-2020, there are no final evaluations for instructional staff for 2021, and pay for performance is suspended as per DOE guidance. So they're still moving forward, if I read this correctly, with their evaluations. They're just not having a final summative score. So I just want to make sure, because when I read what you have written that you wanted us to consider, I took it as you just didn't want any evaluations at all. All right, and, because I can't support that. You know, I did support from day one about the DPPs, and my understanding is that we're down to 2 of those, even though I said I thought we should just do away with all 4 of them because we required, you know, all this district training, and why make them jump through hoops to fill out pieces of paper when they all had to do it. What I can support is, as long as the evaluation process stays in place so that individuals can be evaluated, all right? Because I feel that that's very important, because I've heard from a lot of teachers that, you know, they had done all their work last year and they weren't happy when that final piece didn't happen, okay? Because they take pride in their work and they like that feedback and everything. So, and I've had teachers already tell me this year that, you know, they think evaluation should stay in place. So I can support as long as the evaluation process stays in place. I just need to understand, so you're saying okay to evaluations, you're just saying
Hold harmless.
what?
Hold harmless.
Okay, so I'm going to read directly to you from the last proposal that we put across. It may provide more clarity than what I'm just saying here in the moment. For the duration of the MOU, so just for this period of time, the evaluations for bargaining unit members for the 2020-21 school year will be considered training exercises, therefore will not be counted towards summative scores. And then we had some further language about timelines, but they would go through the process because we want because our administrators are not fluent evaluating anyone on Volusia Live because we've never done it before. Our teachers are not fluent on, and as it was articulated earlier tonight, many of the 22 components don't even align with what some of our teachers are doing anymore. So we have to be able to determine how we can use the tool that we have with the modalities of teaching. So we're not saying not to evaluate, we're not saying go forth and do what you want to do. We want to be checking on our folks and making sure we're delivering the highest quality education. But our evaluators need to learn how to do this in a new environment, and our folks need to learn how to work with the components that do align with what they're doing every day. So maybe walking the pathway together, trying to figure out the best way to do that, but not have any of those outcomes count towards our summative scores. Because let's think about it. We have a we have a system where those summative scores can follow you. If you have a negative score, we have our 3-year BAM file, and those do become impactful, after a while. And so we just want to make sure that in this very new environment, we're setting people up for success, teachers and administrators as well. I hope that made sense.
It does make sense to me, and I appreciate the thought that you put into this. I just want to make sure, though, that in the event that there is something that happens that it's just not, because you're basically saying either don't give, like, they go through all the hoops, but there's no final score. Like, you don't know if you're rated effective or highly effective or basic or anything. Like, it's just, we go through the hoops, but there's no rating.
Well, you would get your, what is it, something score, what is it? No, your instructional practice score, RPS. So you would get that score. You just wouldn't have a summative, where you have your testing outcomes and you get that final summative rating once all the data comes back in. You wouldn't have that piece. You'd know where you would know where you landed, essentially. You would have that feedback from your administrator. You would go through the process and you would get that feedback, because that's how we grow. If we don't get that, just like with the kids, if we're not able to give the children timely and relevant feedback, they don't progress. And we want our teachers to progress. But we just don't want this new method of teaching and a new, perhaps, way of evaluating to harm anyone as we go forward.
I need to
I feel like I need to state a couple of things. First of all, we do not assign VAM scores. Those come from the state. Those IP scores where she's talking about that summative evaluation. Now, whether our state chooses, and I think we all know where we stand on that, to test our students with FSA and come up with a score of student achievement and have that factor in to a final summative evaluation. That is still to be determined. We don't know whether that's going to happen or not. The other issue that I wanted to make sure to provide clarification on, we have already revisited in collaboration with you through our VSET steering committee, the DPP. That was done before school started, and it was lowered to 2. Now, one of the reasons is we have a state-approved evaluation plan. Right. And if we make amendments to that plan, it goes to the DOE to get approved. So regardless of whether we don't, I guess what I'm saying, we don't assign those scores. The student achievement scores are factored in at the state level.
And I would just add that in response to the question that was asked about the law, when the union explains what they want there, they are in fact saying that we're going to do something different than the state-approved plan. And the school code says specifically that every district has to have a board-approved evaluation plan that has to be approved by the DOE. And to say that you can characterize it as, okay, it's just not going to count, but the fact of the matter is you're not following the plan, and the waiver's been requested. The mere fact that a waiver has to be requested, I think, sort of corroborates the fact that we're talking about things that you can't do. And like everybody else, I just got these memorandum and didn't know why they were being offered. But now that I read them, I think what you'll see in those is you'll see districts trying to act within the confines of the statute and trying to do things short of what's being proffered here. And what's being proffered here is we're just not going to do it this year.
That's absolutely false.
And I don't think you can do it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. I think because of the fact that we're in a new environment and we are teaching a significant number of our children in a very different way, by default, I think our plan, our evaluation system has to change. You heard tonight how some of those 22 components are not valid and able to be utilized through the mechanism of Volusia Live. So doesn't that on its own create this change? The union didn't create that change. We're pointing out the fact that there are 22 components, and no longer are all of those items measurable.
And wouldn't that work be done through the VSET steering committee, where we take a look at the instrument and we talk about what we are looking for and what those clarifying indicators look like, and then get that approved?
So if that work was in fact accomplished by the VSET steering committee, that would be great. However, what we're asking for is the fact that because we're in uncharted territory, let's go ahead and do that work, but let's use the outcome of that work as a training, for training purposes, and not hold anyone, and not have any negative impacts towards any of our instructional staff as a result of that.
I worry that we're also going to be, we talked about negative consequences, but let's talk about positive consequences too. There's positive consequences in school recognition money. There are grants that have been written for our most fragile schools that reward increased student achievement and VAM scores. And there could be consequences in that regard as well. Now, if we have the waiver would include language that would incorporate that. But I just want to be very, very careful. This is not about wanting to evaluate people to death or penalizing the expectations set out by the Department of Education.
Are you confident that that school recognition money was funded for this coming year?
No, I am not. But I am saying, but we're not confident in any of the plans moving forward, are we? Right now? As far as, are we going to be FSA testing? We don't know.
But that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, thank both of you. Mr. Persis, do you have any thought about this?
Well, I'm just a little confused, Madam Chair. I mean, is the union asking that we renegotiate our evaluation instrument?
No, sir, we are not.
So, are you asking that we delete parts of the current evaluation instrument?
What we're asking for is, as we try to determine how to best utilize this 22-component evaluation instrument, that we, as we navigate these uncharted waters, that we use this time as a training exercise until we can become fluent in how to use what we have, so that it aligns with how we're teaching our children.
Well, I know that sounds a little open, because we have to have an evaluation, and we have to be holding ourselves accountable right now for things that are happening in our schools. So I kind of really agree with our district's position and what Ms. Haynes was saying. I'm not implying here that we're going to hold teachers to this high level of expertise that they're supposed to have teaching Volusia live. I don't think anybody who's been doing this job for a while would ever expect that. We understand this is all brand new, and we all understand the implications that this could have on some of our students as it affects their learning gains for the year. But there are many other parts of that evaluation that don't involve those issues. So there's so many steps to this, because we have a plan that is approved by the state. In order to, if we change that plan, then those changes would have to be approved by the state. There's no guarantee that they would be approved by the state. So we can't go a year in limbo here. We have to, at this point in time, support the plan that we have, and let's see what the state does with the current waiver. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have a waiver right now. We're asking the state DOE to consider. Is that waiver for the grading of schools?
We have two, one for class size and one for testing, which will impact evaluations.
Evaluation of schools as well as teachers, or
exactly,
or one?
It will impact everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we really need to wait until we see what happens there.
And that was going to be my question to Mr. Persis, to Mr. Penley and Mr. Doran. Due to two reasons I'm asking, for this one particular item, could we revisit, well, not revisit, it due to the lateness of the hour, because I like to get to 4. So M, if we could have a session for that, number one, for two reasons, just to see where we are with our request, and give Mr. Penley an opportunity to speak with other districts as it relates to what they submitted.
Happy to do that, Madam
And I was gonna suggest the same thing for a second here. I thought we had the information we needed, but I think we have information missing. And so there's a lot of what ifs if this is legal, where if it is legal and we can do this based on the road that's set before us from other districts, then it would probably go back to VSET. They'd figure it out and come back with a new plan. You know, just because we've submitted a plan, I mean, this is COVID, it's ever changing. So, you know, I'm not, the same way I say we all have to work together to wipe things down is the same way I say. But I think that giving Mr. Pendley time to get that information, you know, and find out if it's even legal, because we may agree on something today and have to, you know, change our mind tomorrow just because it's not legal and we're not gonna get the approval for it. So, that's just my thought.
Madam Chair, I have a clarifying question.
Yes.
I thought I heard you say that you also filed for a waiver for class size?
Right, to hold us harmless for class size. So if we had smaller classes.
Yeah, I'm aware of what you're saying. The point I want to make is, we are currently over class size limits in many classes, but we filed for a waiver. So we're gonna go ahead and break that rule and wait for the permission to come for the waiver. We're asking the same thing, it's not a rule, but we're asking you to enter into an agreement that says it will hold our people harmless on the evaluation, but we can't do that until we get the answer from DOE. So we're going ahead and going over the class size, asking for a waiver, not waiting on the DOE, and then doing the opposite for this.
And now when you say over class size, are you saying over class size by DOE or over class size by the CDC?
DOE. We have several classes that we've been made aware of that are well over class in the Volusia Live simultaneous classes.
Okay.
No, that's incorrect.
Go ahead.
Class size, as defined by the state, and what we are seeking that waiver on, is based on a school-wide average. It is not, and it doesn't apply across all classes. For instance, in secondary, it is core classes. So that, to say that we are out of compliance in those classes is incorrect.
And if I might, Madam Chair, the class size waiver is a funding waiver that we've requested, not to exceed class size, but to be held harmless for funding at the 2020 spring census level through the spring of 2021. It's not to exceed class size. It's to be funded based on what our allotment was for 2020. Sorry.
Okay. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I believe so. I
Okay.
need to do some more research, but.
So my question, colleagues, M, and if I'm correct, view your position was J, you were connecting to M, correct? And the district's position was that was managerial.
That's correct, because we're referring to the loss of academic learning time when teachers are sanitizing their classrooms, and of course, loss of academic learning time translates into lower student achievement.
Okay. So my question is, Mr. Doran, for those two items, can we have a continuation to address those, giving Mr. Pendley some time to do some research and bring us?
If you define continuation as a continuation of this entire impasse hearing to a future date and time, then yes. Okay. If you're saying we want to punt on the issue because we don't have all the information we need, I don't see how you do that. I mean, we're here, it's an impasse hearing, so I don't know how you do that without continuing the entire impasse hearing, which you have, especially if nobody's objecting, you have the option of doing. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, the answer is you can't punt. You've got to resolve the issue tonight, or you have to continue the entire hearing long enough to gather more information. That's up to you. If you resolve the issue in favor of one side versus the other, well, I guess if you resolve the issue in favor of the district, which is to not do it, that doesn't mean you couldn't readdress it at some point in the future. As just like you always set policy, you can bring it back up and you can address it with more information outside of the impasse process.
Okay, all right.
So that's, I guess, would be an option as well.
I just want to clarify and make sure that our position is clearly understood. Our position is that we've requested a waiver for school evaluations, and what we're saying is we don't have the authority without that permission from the DOE to proceed with changing any aspect of our plan, including what VIEW has proposed. So our proposal essentially is saying, let's wait and get the waiver and then have a decision from there.
Do you all have any?
So we'd prefer to have a vote this evening from you.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
I didn't hear, what'd she say?
She said they prefer to go ahead and just address it this evening.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? Yeah.
Should I just comment on both or just
That's
M?
totally up to you.
In J, when you're asking, there is really no solution. We are in a pandemic. We're asking people to do something. However, we're asking them to take their own time. That's 30 minutes out of a teacher's day to do cleaning. Yes, I know it's necessary. We're in a pandemic. But let's not forget exactly what's really happening, the ethics of it. During that time is when you use the restroom. It's when you put the objectives on your board again. It's when you talk to a student who needed a little extra help at the end of the class period. You're getting papers together for your next class. You take a breath. If we go from teaching Volusia Live, juggling that, cleaning desks, running here, you could go 4 or 5 hours and never stop. No wonder our teachers are exhausted with the 2 different platforms. Now we're trying to solve the platform issue, which we should. This also needs to be addressed. We need some cleverness to handle this. We need some way at least to give some kind of break. Either a campus advisor is in there. I mean, in my hallway, there were, 10 classrooms. A lot of times I was the only one peeking outside my door. And I remember the days when the principal would assign at least one male to every classroom, to another, to help with discipline. Well, it's usually the females who are out in the hallway, not the male. There are bathrooms that need to always be looked at. There's going to be fights. There's going to be arguments. There's going to be an email that you have to answer because administration a lot of times thinks teachers look at their email addresses all the time. And that's not the case.
So what would you recommend?
So my issue is we have to think outside the box. This, I think, needs to be discussed further. We need to think about what else we can do to address the sanitation problem. We are in a pandemic. I understand that. But when you're talking about 7 class periods at a secondary level, that's 6 times 5 or 6, how many minutes of passing, and that's all taken out of a teacher's time that is normally given to some other direction. And I understand the managerial part, I understand the legalities of it, but I'm also talking about the ethics of it. And it helps create that exhaustion and that frustration and the anger of working on a daily basis. If we're going to address the platform, let's also address this issue as well.
Right, but that is a question I asked, did they want to move it, and you said no.
So you want a decision tonight?
So do you have a recommendation of what could be?
I make a recommendation that we have our teachers not sanitize during class periods.
Okay, is there a second?
It's not a recommendation, motion, you're
A
saying?
motion, I
Yeah.
apologize. Yes,
Okay.
sir. It's a motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second? The motion dies from a lack of a second. So we have M. So I want to move back to M.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that we don't lose track here. On J, it's the district's position, as I recall, that this is a managerial right, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and as I said at the outset of the very first one of these being raised, you have to resolve that question before you get to the underlying issue, because if it's a managerial right, there's nothing to be discussed.
Okay.
So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, I would like to make a motion.
For J to, as a managerial.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes, I would just like to make a motion that item J is a managerial right.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mr. Persis, second by Mr. Cologne. Any further discussion?
I'd like to just share that as I visited rooms, I saw where some teachers had already come up with some very unique ways of handling this. And this was at the secondary level, because like I said, at the elementary level, like, you're wiping stuff down all the time because of the different activities and things. I mean, it's something that just happens all day long as they use different, materials and things like that. But what I saw at the secondary level, which I thought was probably the smartest thing I've seen, and I did see it in more than one room, is as it was time for the bell to ring, students lined up actually at the door, to exit. And the teacher actually just took the spray bottle and walked by each desk and sprayed it because the kids had gotten up, to exit. And then as the next group came in, because there is that few minutes of time period that Mr. Aiken had shared with us, the kids just took a paper towel as they came in the door, and they walked to their desk and they wiped the desk with the paper towel and dropped it in the trash can. So it didn't take as long. And like I said, the teachers that showed me that that's how they were doing it, because I was in a room when one class ended and got to see it, I thought it was pretty unique, because the thing of it is, the kid coming in then knows that the desk is clean before they sit down. They're not relying on, well, did it get cleaned or not before I left. So I thought it was a pretty neat idea, because it was a simple walk down, spray the desk. Each kid took a paper towel, wiped, and threw the paper towel away. So I just wanted to share that idea.
Any other discussion?
And so with my second in this motion, I want you to know that I still have the concern about the products. And, even a Thursday late meeting to figure out that we need some plant-based products. And so I still share that concern. I still share the concern with the process, and I believe that is something that, we don't have a choice but to work together to solve. I still have that in very much at heart and in concern. I'm not discounting that it is an added task to the day. I just find a hard time finding an alternative while still ethically being able to ensure that it is safe for our students to be in class, given the circumstances of the pandemic. So, I would encourage the district to continue to work with our teachers. The same, like I said, I myself witnessed it, and so I shared the concern. And so, again, and to our teachers, I'll say thank you, because I've been in classrooms. In fact, I was in a classroom last week where the tech folks wanted to speak to the teacher, but she had to go and spray. And so what did I do? Well, they weren't there to see me. I got the spray bottle and wiped down all the desks and did what needed to be done. So, you know, thank you. And if there was an alternative where we could drop, you know, 1,500 custodians to go hit the change of class, I just don't see an alternative. And I think this is something we'll just have to work on together. And, you know, at my own job, you know, we have to wipe down all our own things. You know, if I have a machine or something, I have to wipe it down and get it ready for the next use as well. So I don't want to discount that from the conversation, and I think the district is hearing us as they have all night. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to add, Mr. Persis?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I agree that this is a sticky area. I too was at Mainland when I was in a teacher's room, 2 teachers actually. So I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer how we're going to resolve this. We got to find something. But you're right, we don't have enough custodial staff, even if they were fully staffed, to do all of the classrooms during a period change, unless we even look at something creative with that. But I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
No.
And Ida Wright, yay. The vote passes 4-1. Moving down to M, evaluations will be considered training and not counted towards summative scores. We've heard from both the union and the district in both of their stance. Any other discussion, or if someone like to make a motion?
You talked about M?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm kind of lost. Did we take a vote on the one we just did?
On J.
J.
Excuse me?
On J.
Right. I didn't hear it, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, the vote was, it's a managerial decision.
Oh, and each person voted?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's late.
It's late, and I was,
You're forgiven.
I was clarifying something else, so go
That's
ahead,
good.
sorry.
Moving back to M.
Madam Chair, should we wait until we find an answer from our waiver?
No, we asked, and the view said no. They want us to go ahead and make a decision tonight.
I'll make a motion on M. I'd like to make the motion on M that at this time, we accept the district's position on the evaluation system with the thought that once we know whether or not the waiver is or is not approved, the district, along with the VSEC committee, will reconvene to move forward on because that's who handles that. Anyways, move forward to make decisions, and only if at that time they can't agree that it would come back to us. So, but I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and move forward on it this evening, since we cannot delay it based on what's been shared.
Or you said a lot, so what's your motion?
Okay, so my motion is we accept at this time what the district has put forth on the evaluation system, with knowing we have submitted a waiver, and that once the waiver, returns or whatever, they meet with the VSEC committee, they reconvene, which they're gonna have to reconvene anyways once the waiver. Okay, I just make a motion, accept the district.
No, I just say you keep talking.
I like her addendum. I do. I mean, I would agree.
So your motion is that we accept the district's recommendation with the understanding
that once we receive an answer about the waiver, okay, that at that time, the district and the VSET committee reconvene based on what the, and they work out a plan. And if they can't
Okay,
work,
okay.
okay.
Work out a plan, okay.
I second.
Do you understand what she's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Persis?
I second it, if that's what you're looking for.
No, I just,
I think Linda seconded it before.
it was second, I just want to make sure we understood that she's accepting the district's recommendation,
Yes.
and that with that, once the waiver, a decision of the waiver is made, then the district will reconvene with VSET to come up with a final decision.
Yes, ma'am.
We're all on the
I
same page.
understand.
Okay. And it was second by Ms.
I've seconded.
Yes, second by Ms. Cuthbert. Any other discussion?
I just want to make sure everybody understands, and the board understands the fact that we know there are problems with the evaluations, and we want to address them.
Go ahead, Mr.
So
Cologne.
for me, it's unfortunate that they didn't pull this out for workshop, because for me, we don't have enough information right now. And not having the information as to whether this is even doable or legal makes me, at this time, support this only because of the fact that we don't have all the information at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments? And I ditto your comments, your sentiments. I was hoping we would pull this so we gave us time to do contact the other districts, just to get some information on how it was done. All righty, we have the motion and the second. I'll call for the vote. Are you ready? Mr. Ruben Cologne?
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Now we'll go to our last item for the evening, retirement incentive. That includes all employees. Does not exclude those in drop. Have the position from view, and then I'll hear the position from district.
Okay. Just want to make sure this works. Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Our position, we are proposing returning to our 17.5% offer that includes everybody, as you mentioned, so no exclusion of the drop, and it includes the longevity.
Okay. District?
Yes, the district's position is that we provide a 17% incentive, as stated on page 7 of our submission. That includes anyone who is eligible for full retirement, 30 years in the Florida retirement system, or age 62. And if the employee is in drop, they must not have been in drop more than 36 months, and they have to have been a school board employee for 10 years or more, and have not separated from the district prior to signing the MOU. Oh, sorry. I was just reading from page 7, just making clear that our proposal is to exclude any employee that is in drop for more than 36 months, for 17%.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, who would like to go? I'll start with you, Mr. Persis.
I don't have any questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cuthbert?
View wants longevity, correct? And the district has rescinded longevity?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me why?
We had given a couple of options verbally to view. The 15% with longevity was approximately the same cost to the district as just 17% with no longevity. And in writing, they only wanted the 17%. So that is our recommendation.
Okay, and I have, can you, and maybe it's just semantics to me, why is there any employee who has separated from the district prior to the signing of this MOU? But if we sign it tonight, it's September 17th, and you have the dates July 1st to August 31st. Are they contradictory?
That's based, yeah, well, it's based on a retirement date back to July 1st, but they couldn't have actually already retired when we signed the MOU. So they can submit, they may have submitted, they may have already submitted their paperwork to do it effective July 1st if they were eligible back then, but they can't actually have retired. Well, they have to be actively employed with the district when we sign this. And we offered to extend it through September, was it 15th? 30th? September, revised, okay. September 30th. They had the time to make their election.
And then my last one, Madam Chair, is what's so unique about 36 months? Why not 48 months?
Well, number one, originally when we received the proposal from the union, that they held out as an example Flagler's retirement incentive that they had signed, which included that same language. That's what we proposed, but I think the point there, and the reason why Flagler included that language as well, is because the districts know who is in drop. They know who has 30 years with the district. They may not know if somebody has 30 years total in the retirement system, but we know who has 30 years with the district that will be eligible for retirement, and we already budget for that savings. So in our budget, for example, when we bring you that reconciliation, in the beginning of our budget preparation, we will tell you that we're anticipating X number of dollars in retirement savings. So that's not additional savings that we would recognize from those people retiring that are within the 3 years. And so we really can't say that that's savings. Okay. And we also budget for the terminal leave for those employees, as well as, if they're in drop and then other terminal leave. So we budget for that as an expense. So adding these additional employees, as well as those salaries, we've already accounted for that savings in our 2021 budget. So it's not additional savings to the district.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Madam Chair, thank you.
Mr. Cologne?
I have no questions.
No questions, okay. Ms. Haynes?
Madam Chair, I have a question. I don't know if I can.
Oh, sure.
Ask right now. So I'm sorry I was on a computer. I have the spreadsheet the district sent me, and the longevity bonus is approximately $1 million, slightly over. And the offer that they gave us with the 15% with the longevity, the total package was $4.8 million. And then the 17% offer without the longevity actually went down to about $4.4 million. So it did lower the total package for that 17% offer, about $400,000. I just wanted to clarify if that is correct.
Yeah, no, I didn't state it that it was the same. I said it was approximately the same, and so we had verbally offered to consider either proposal, that it would be up to, it would be up really to the union, which one that they would prefer. That was our discussion at the table, but we formally only offered the one because that's what they asked for, was just that one proposal.
Okay. Ms. Haynes?
I don't have any questions at this time.
I have one question. So I'm trying to find it. So the last session that you met, what was the ask?
What was what they asked, or
Yeah,
what?
the ask period. What was on the table?
Well, I believe, and I don't have the
Was it the
exact-
17%?
Yes, we offered 17%.
Are you asking what our ask was?
Yes.
Our ask was 17.5%. We included those in drop, and we included the longevity. So our total package was a 5.6 million.
And then the one before that, now, you didn't ask for all of that, so why did you change your proposal that
So
drastic?
our original offer, the one that excluded the drop employees, was a template that we did get from Flagler. We use that as a starting point for negotiations. And so our first offer, I believe, was like 25%, excluding those employees. And then when the district countered with 12%, we kind of went into the middle, but we wanted to include more employees. So we came down on our overall percentage, but we added more employees to the mix.
And Madam Chair, just, I guess,
Go ahead.
to that point that, being, we recognize that teachers, may, and office specialists and paras, anyone that's in view may want to retire, and be eligible, but, drop in itself, if you're in drop, you already have an additional benefit because you've realized that, additional, income from being in drop. So that in itself is an incentive, and it also, like I said, we had included those savings already in our budget, so it's not additional savings to us.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues?
I
Go
do
ahead.
have one.
Go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the language, and I think it goes back to what, let's see, are we talking about teachers who have retired? I guess I'm concerned about the teachers who have already retired from, I don't know, July 1st through now. I mean, just recently. This would apply to those teachers? Would they get the early incentive retirement?
No, if those teachers are retired, they are already retired from the district. So we can't go back and retroactively grant them a benefit that they're no longer entitled to.
Oh, hold on. So,
Well, I would like to include them because I think many, if not most of them, well, I don't know this, but certainly some of them elected to retire early because of COVID concerns or their, COVID concerns related to their health. And I'm sure if they did retire, they worked for our district for a very long time, and we should be grateful for their service. And if we are able to give this, whatever it is, 17.5%, whatever, I would be in favor of including those individuals.
The only.
Those,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Those are my thoughts, Madam Chair, and I guess the other part of it is I'm fine with all of that. 36 months or I don't.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Mewing.
The only thing that I was going to say and now I lost my train of thought. Oh, when we had our last bargaining session, we did have that concern, and we offered at that point in time to separate the retirement incentive from the remainder of what we were bargaining over, because we wanted to make sure that teachers who wanted to retire, and that we hadn't started school at that point. So that was an offer the district made, and the union declined to do that.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Madam Chair, may I? Okay,
Yes.
so in that moment, we had gone through several proposals. We had offered the 17.5 with the longevity, including all retirement eligible folks who were in drop, pointing out that the offer that was brought forward at that time was regressive, essentially. And at that point in time, it was seemingly moving backwards, so we decided to stop at that point. That's all. It was never intended to exclude or prohibit or penalize anyone from participating in this retirement incentive.
Okay.
I do have one additional thing. And I don't know, I just know on the documents that got passed back and forth the entire time, it always had a July 1st date on there. So even if we had signed it in August 28th or whatever the last date was, on the document, it still said July 1st was the retirement date set forth.
Okay, so this is where I need some clarification. So are we talking about that if we make a motion and vote on this tonight, that it's, and it's signed, are we talking about anybody that retires, say, starting next Monday through September 30th? Or are we, what is happening to the group that already went out in July and August because of what's going on? They're out of luck?
I think that's
I'm confused because
well, it's a legal question. I mean, I think our attorneys are discussing over here. We're not opposed to that, but I don't know that we can do that legally.
I'll just be very candid.
Okay.
Here's my assessment of it. I haven't done any research on this. Don't hold me to the legalities. Here's the way I look at this when we're talking about it at the table. That is, this is a retirement incentive. So if people have already retired, they're in drop, they've already indicated that they're going to retire anyway, or they have retired, they're just serving out fulfillment of their term. This would not incentivize them to leave any earlier, right? So as to those people who were in drop for more than 36 months, it wouldn't apply to them. As to someone who, based on general knowledge that this was in the offing, that we were talking about having an early retirement incentive, that at that time they retired between July 1 and what we had originally proposed, because this, keep in mind, we're some almost 3 weeks past the last time that we got together in negotiations. We were talking about a deadline of August 31st, so the day school started. That no longer applies. We're beyond that date. So in order to incentivize an employee to retire at this point, we have to talk about a future date. That has to be some date after September 18th, now at 12:42 in the morning. It can be as early as September 18th, 2020, or some other date to be picked. I don't know if it can be, and that's what we're debating here, is whether it can go back to July 1. I don't know the answer to that question legally. But what we're suggesting is that you then adopt the September 30th retirement cutoff date to incentivize those people who we wish to retire soon.
okay, because that's where I think there's confusion out there. Because we've had individuals, emailing us in hopes that this was going to go through. And some of them have already retired, like they retired on the Friday before we started school, or they retired, 1 weekend of pre-planning, or some have already, I think, just retired or put in their paperwork to retire now. So, you know, when you look at this, even with what you guys presented, and you put that date in there about, you know, July 1, it just, I just need to know where we stand on this, because that's gonna, I need to know what I'm clearly voting for if we're going to make a motion. And I thought the numbers had been run based on people that were going out in July and August, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, we did run the numbers based on that, but in the end, there could be more people eligible because they may have attained the correct number of years. You know, they may have gone from 29 to 30 years. They may have become 62. I mean, that's why we can't, I mean, we're picking a point in time and running those numbers, but we don't know who the actual people are. And some people may have 30 years when you look in their FRS file, and they may have had numerous years in another district. So, I mean, we have to verify all that. We can't just say, we're looking at this list and yeah, you're on it. We have to go and verify that. In some cases, if they just became eligible, we may have to actually send that request to FRS to see if they had any leaves of absences where that may deduct from their time. So it's, I mean, it's not just a simple cut and dry. And it's not that we have a problem with it. It's just that we don't know if we can do it legally. So that would be our.
So,
I do know.
so if I understand you correctly, what we can do legally at this point is September 18th to September 30th, or whatever date you set. But can we legally go back?
No. If the employee has terminated employment, I'm recalling now, under FRS regulations, if you have terminated, you cannot be paid by the district after your retirement. So what happens is, once they elect a retirement date, that date is set in stone.
Yeah.
You cannot go back and pay a retroactive payment back to before that retirement date. They can't receive funds from the school district because it's an FRS regulation.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid.
So it would have to be as of whenever this is implemented or proposed, as of that date.
Well, I just want to say, I believe, and I'll speak for myself right now, not the entire board, but this was one of the items that, you know, when it first came up, that I wanted it moved on, you know, just, I mean, I was just like, could we just get this done so that individuals could then know what they were doing and retire? So to sit here tonight and realize that moving forward on this right now only and I know there are some that are still hanging out because like they have emailed every week to say, has a decision been made yet? But we're talking about now Friday, September 18th to whatever window we put on this, which we can't put a long window on it because that would negatively impact like students and things like that too. But that's just a hard pill for me to swallow tonight when I thought we were going to be able to offer this to the people that had already, it's just a shame this got drug out, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I'll piggyback on that. You know, this document is dated the 14th of September, and on it, it says that the district proposal is for a 2021 contract year, a one-time non-recurring incentive shall be offered fiscal year beginning July 1st. The elected retirement must be between the dates of July 1st and August 31st. And then it goes on to say September 30th. So, and just like Ms. Hain, I thought this would cover anybody from July 1st to July 31st because this is what was being proposed for us to consider. And now we're saying, wait a second, no, it's between now and say the 30th. And so while I understand that the dates have progressed, this document that was created for us to consider says anybody who elected retirement between July 1st and August 31st. So, I mean, it's illegal, and that's a different story, but just like Ms. Hain, I've got a lot of folks that are waiting for this.
Yeah.
And they may find out tonight as we speak that they're no longer eligible for this.
Mr. Cologne, excuse me, but when we were, I just wanted to clarify a little bit, because when we
Okay.
first started discussing this, a person may have become eligible July 1st, and so they could file with FRS to retire as of July 1st, even though they may not, they may not have worked all summer. They may go back to July 1st because they were eligible, but FRS is not going to go back and process retroactively their retirement back to that date, but they may still be eligible if they hadn't officially retired from the district yet. But, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
I wanted to clarify. So I agree with Ms. Haynes says that we also wanted to move with some fidelity and speed on this. And part of the reason why we didn't break it apart, as Elizabeth said earlier, was because of the regression in the deal. And we were also under the impression that we could continue to go back to July 1st. Because the document says retirement must be between those dates, not that retirement is eligible those dates. So that would have changed a lot had we known that we could not go back to July 1st.
Okay.
And I think this was passed back and forth like 8 times, with July 1st always on. We kept changing the end date, but July 1st was always the start date.
Okay. Mr. Cologne, are you finished? Go ahead,
Madam
Ms.
Chair?
Hanson. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Yeah, I want to just piggyback on what Mr. Cologne said. I strongly believe we need to include those people who decided to retire early from that July 1st date. Now, that obviously would not include people who were at their 5th year or drop because they had to leave. But I'm talking about people who could have worked and decided to retire early. When you retire early, you obviously lose a great deal of guaranteed income. And also, in the summer, we had a school start date of August the 17th, not August 31st. I'm sure that was on many people's minds about they had to make a decision. And I think many of those folks who've been in our system for a long, long time, they were thinking about the district too, about, if I am not going to come back because of COVID, because of my health, I need to do it now so that the district can find somebody to replace me. Early retirement at this point in time, if anyone leaves right now, could create a problem for the district because it'd be another vacancy. And until such time as we sort out all the other things, we really don't know whether that would be helpful or harmful. I was thinking that the window should be July 1st till December 31st. So that people who are now in the system, working, teaching, have their classes, they can decide if early retirement this calendar year is something that they want to do, and if it is something that they are going to do, that they would let the district know,
30 days ahead of time so that we could make plans as we start the second semester. I think that would just be a lot better for, again, these employees who have worked many, many years for our district, given dedicated, faithful service. I just think it's the least that we can do for them. Those folks who retired July 1st on, they had a tough time at the end of last year, and we're obviously having a tough time starting this school year. Particularly the people that are most likely in this age group. So for those reasons, that's why I think we should expand both the starting point as well as the window. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. But Mr. Persis, maybe you didn't hear, and I'm gonna ask for clarification. We were told we're just learning that we can't go back. It has to effectively start today.
And why can't you pay a bonus? I mean, it's not going into their retirement benefit.
Okay.
It would just be.
Because they're no longer employees of the district. But I'm gonna allow this district to answer that question.
The answer to the question is found in Florida Statute, Section 215-425, extra compensation claims, prohibited bonuses, and severance pay. So, as we read the statute currently, once the employee has separated from employment, the district is, by statute, not authorized to pay any bonus to a retired employee.
Did you hear that, Mr. Persis?
Yeah, I did, and that's very disappointing to hear. So I mean, if there was no way around that, then of course we would have to follow that. But I would certainly be interested in pursuing any other way that we could give this money to them.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to mention that's also disappointing to us to hear that. As I mentioned earlier, again, like we were under the impression we could go back. And I wonder why that wasn't mentioned through any of the bargaining sessions when we exchanged the document back and forth. If that was a legal issue, if that's a legal issue now, why it wasn't in August?
Can you come to the speaker? Can you come to the microphone? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was trying to tell Rachel. That was clarified, and that's why we actually had to change the dates on the MOU. When we originally proposed it, it was an earlier date for that. So we had to change that with each time we proposed an MOU.
But the date still went backwards from that date we were bargaining.
We never changed the beginning date.
Like the beginning date never was the date we were bargaining, it was always in
And the
July.
beginning date doesn't change now. If they filed their intent to retire during that time, and that's what they're saying, the beginning date doesn't change. You can file your intent to retire and still work to a certain date. Is that, am I explaining that correctly?
The document says the elected retirement date must be between the dates of July 1st. Like it says the date must be between. It doesn't say the intention of retiring starts on July 1st. It says, that's why I'm confused.
Yeah. It was after July 1 because it has to be the new fiscal year, so that's what we said. And it has to actually, that's why it's that end date that's the important one of the 31st. So, and that's why we said in the actual language each time, as soon as this MOU is signed, until the date that we have established for that.
So I have a question for both. So in this, it says the elected retirement date must be between the dates of July 1, 2020 through August 31st, 2020. So my question is, so I waited, and I didn't retire until September 1st. But were they informed? I think where all of us are standing, were the employees informed that if they retired before this had been signed, they would not be eligible for this benefit?
Well, I believe, I mean, any employee that called our retirement person was told that there is no retirement incentive that has been agreed upon between the district and the union. Because we didn't know if there would be one or what the final language would be. I mean, there was.
I understand that, but that was not my question. My question is, here I am September 1st. So first we told them August 31st. And honestly, I retired on August 31st. But when I called, was there any explanation other than, right now we do not have an agreement, but if an agreement should take place, transpire after this date, and you retire today, you are no longer eligible?
So I can answer just
Okay.
for the fact from FRS, they actually make you call and hear a recording that goes through that you cannot receive any payments after your term date from the district under any circumstances. It's a statute that they say, because they want you to understand when you retire, that's it. Or you sacrifice your retirement benefits if you do it within that 1 year window after you term. So yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
So previously, in one of the job roles that I held here in the district, I did have to work closely with finance at times and payroll. And right now, I'm kind of beating myself up for not having asked more questions, because there were times when we were hiring individuals for summer programs that I did have to check on their dates, specifically like when their drop and all that ended. And I know for a fact that you can't, I know this, you can't pay them once they reach that date, or they do forfeit their drop. I mean, they can have to pay back their drop if they even work 1 day over what their drop time is, unless the state comes out with a piece of legislation. So I really do apologize that I did not ask more questions. Because usually I ask a lot of questions, but I do know that the wording of what they're saying, that is accurate, and it's wrong. It's just wrong, because I speak for myself. I was under the impression, because the whole point behind this was that these individuals that were over 62 in that window, or had their 30 years in, and if you've got your 30 years in, most, you know, are in that mid-50 range, you know, if they started straight out of college. And the idea was to to give them an opportunity to step out the door due to health conditions, due to fear of, you know, what if they did get the virus or what, I mean, and I know some great people that walked, okay? And I just assumed that, I think at first I thought you guys would work this all out. I didn't even think this would come to us. But I walked in here today, or yesterday at this point, thinking that when we finally got to this, we were going to say to that group of people, you know, thank you for all your years of service to Volusia County Schools and to the students here. But, and I'm sorry, and I'm saying this to all of them that have already walked through there, I am sorry that I didn't ask more questions. and go look up the law myself, because, like I said, in a previous position that I was in, it should have just triggered, because I used to have to look at dates to allow people to work for summer, because if they were gonna, any way at all, get close or go one day over, I couldn't hire them because I couldn't allow them to risk losing parts of their retirement. And even when I made the decision to step in to an election for this position, you know, I think a lot of the world out there thinks I'm retired. I'm not. All I did was transfer from one position to another, because based on when I filed, I couldn't retire because I couldn't sit out for a year. You know, there wasn't a big enough window to do that. And so I just feel really bad that I did not ask more questions, but what he read, I mean, I've studied enough of those laws about it that it's accurate, and it's heartbreaking to me right now that we have people that walked out the door and we can't honor them.
Go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
I do know a lot of retirees are expecting this, and they retired, and one even retired on the 31st, thinking she would not be eligible for this come September 1st. So when I asked that question, that very first question, is it semantics? It's the semantics written here that really messed us all up. Because I was, you know, there's a difference between a bracket and a statement. The elected retirement date must be between the dates of July 1st through August 31st. Why was that left in there? I mean, it should not have ever been in there. It should have constantly been updated. So it was the semantics, because then we go down to the third bubble, you know, which one was accurate? And so I too did not ask this question earlier, but even when we got these papers Monday, it still would have been too late. We did not know this. People are gonna wake up tomorrow morning and are gonna be devastated, because you're talking thousands of dollars that they gave up, even though they might have been in year 4 of drop. Not only have they lost a year or 2 of drop, or maybe 3 years of drop, but they've lost even a proposed 17 or 17.5% base salary. So I think there's language. I'm very disappointed. I too am very disappointed.
Yes, go right ahead.
I want to address the third bubble that Ms. Cuthbert's talking about, the one that says if you separate before this MOU, you're not eligible. That bubble wasn't in any of the previous exchanges as well. The previous exchanges all said anyone who provides notification of retirement prior to July 1st is not eligible.
Madam Chair, if I might just address the comments. This language, just so you understand, the impasse was declared on August 26th by Mrs. Albert's letter. We took the language as to the district's position at the time of impasse and put it in this document. So that all of these bubbles and all of this language was exactly what the last proposal was on the table as of August 26th. That's why the bracket is there. I added the bracket of September 30th to increase the date, because we didn't reach this point of the hearing until today. So this would, the September 30th bracket is to give more time. If the board were to impose this term as part of its resolution of impasse, which the district's position states, the August 31st date having already passed
It is there.
wouldn't have been correct, so that's why I added that one.
And it is there.
I know, but the sentence was still left. The sentence was still left there.
You have to look at
Okay.
the last one.
And
It's
if
all
I
the way
can
back to
clarify,
7:30.
on this statement, everyone that we've looked at took, I apologize.
No, can everybody, go ahead, Mr. West.
Thank you. Everyone that we've looked at in our exhibit there, starting on 720 and going, or 730 and going forward, the third bullet's been there. So that is copied straight off of the Flagler's memo that we actually received from the View to begin with, so that's a mistake.
Yeah, you are correct. I see it on both of your proposals, actually.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mrs. Wright, may I just,
Sure, go ahead, Ms.
I
Albert.
just want to address the Flagler MOU, because if you recall, Mr. West and Ms. Mueller, we had some preliminary conversations looking at that as a template. It was not anything that was to be taken as, it was just to be a template. It was a jumping off point, because at the beginning, there was a resistance to even engage in the conversation. So we went out and sought a document, much like the evaluation ones that we shared from another district right up the street, and said, hey, let's take a look at this. And that's how this conversation started, and this is where we are tonight. And it's just perplexing to me why we had, it was pointed out that the View team does not have an attorney. Absolutely not. We don't have an attorney. The district team has an attorney, and that July 1st language has been in these proposals since day one. And now we're finding out tonight, after we've worked from yesterday into this morning, that now this is where we're at, where people are ineligible. Find that to be very difficult to understand how that happens.
So, if I could just say something, that the whole point of putting the fiscal year of July 1st in there was that people who retired previously to the fiscal year would not be eligible. We started bargaining in July, and honestly, up until a couple of weeks ago, we were getting notices of retirement that people had submitted to FRS back to June. So people were submitting those with those dates, and then we would get the salary, the final salary calculations, which we would then have to turn in. So I don't know if FRS was behind, but we were getting them at a later date. But the whole point was that you couldn't go back before July 1st if you were eligible in the previous fiscal year. There was no intention to eliminate employees, but we had the conversation that it was as of the date of the MOU being signed, but nobody anticipated it was gonna go into the middle of September before we would even, like, as you said, that we'd even come before the board with this. I mean, the district, honestly, that isn't the intention at all, and I feel like that's what's being said here, is that why did the district do this? This was not the intention at all. The point was July 1st, and people become eligible at different days, and then they put in their retirement notice. Like I said, there are people now that were eligible that are no longer eligible because of the 36 months. So, I mean, this has been a process of 2 months that we've had these discussions.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Clone.
And so I think at the end of the day, it's in statute. It is what it is. My personal feelings are shame on everyone, because whether you have an attorney or not, you also have the responsibility to have known that. And I think everybody had an aha moment today where everybody kind of knew this, but we didn't really connect the two. And as a result, because it's pretty straight up written, and this is not a blame game. The bottom line is there are people whose lives are going to be affected by this, and there's nothing either of us can do at this point. That's what it comes down to, whether it's semantics, whether it's, we've got real people's lives that are affected, and whether you have an attorney or not, whether we have an attorney or not, I agree. Hey, you know what? Everybody should have known this. And like I said, it's on the piece of paper, and this was published on the 14th of September, and why that's still on there when it really would have been from this date on, arguably. I could have seen if there were brackets around the July 1st, but there weren't. And so I think at the end of the day, it is what it is. There's nothing any of us can do to change it. We'll never make this mistake again. I mean, let's be real. I mean, it is what it is, and so, I mean, we could beat each other back and forth. The bottom line is that this, not having caught this and the legislation around it, the statutes, is gonna have real life effect on folks, but there's nothing any of us, right, at this point can do to change that, nor could have changed it anyway. So if it had been, you know, agreed upon on August 15th, even if we wanted to go back to January 1st, none of us would have been able to do that. So it sort of is what it is at this point. And I'm ready to make a motion if.
I'll entertain a motion.
And so I make a motion that we accept the district's proposal for retirement, not as presented, but as of the effective date, should it be approved of September 18th to September, that doesn't even seem like enough time. So September 18th to October 18th, and if there's a reason why we can't do that, please let me know. That gives folks an entire month to make a decision whether or not they want to retire or not. And so that's my motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Entertain a motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
No, I'm thinking that we missed this opportunity. And if the law is what the law is, as Mr. Colon said, you know, it's lessons learned. So I say we just don't have an early retirement incentive. School has started. People who have retired already early aren't going to receive the benefit. Them knowing that if they had known what we know now, maybe they would have worked another month or two, but they may have retired early with the same expectation that the board had, that they thought that they would get it anyway. As you know, Flagler put this out on June the 9th and gave their employees through July 31st to make a decision. But the key factor is June 9th, school was over. And so they were talking to their group of employees who were contemplating coming back to work another year before the year started, but gave them notice almost the day school ended and said, if you're thinking about retiring, if you want to retire early, here's the bonus plan. And we'll give you from June 9th to July 31st to make a decision, which still gave the district time to hire people once they knew which people were going to take the offer of retiring early. That's much more practical than what we're doing now. We got the school year going, just ready to reallocate resources. We can't do it retroactively, so I just don't see this being in the best interest of students or those employees who thought they were going to get it, who are going to find out that they didn't get it. If you wanted to do something before, you know, the next school year, I think the next window would be to offer an early incentive retirement for starting starting January 26th, which is the first day of the second semester, if you want to retire from January 25th or 26th, whatever it is, through the end of June, if you let the district know that's what you want to do, then fine, you have that opportunity. Or any time after January, whatever the district thought. I put that date in there because if a person was going to retire early before the second semester started, that again is a good time to hire people during December. And again, schedules change. We'll have a lot of change. And that would be another opportunity. But just right now, I just don't see a great benefit to offering an early retirement plan to people who are working now and would have 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or 2 months, but it would be a big disruption, I believe, to the school district and to students. It's just, school's already started. It's just not the time.
So what is your motion, Mr. Persis?
My motion would be that we, I guess on this issue, is it just support the district stand or the union stand? I'm not sure what it would be. I would guess my motion would be to withdraw the district's early retirement plan.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Persis to withdraw the district's
And
retirement.
we'd come back with another one.
The district's retirement plan. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
There's a second. With the fact.
Okay, no, you can open up. So the motion, we have a motion on the floor, motion made by Mr. Persis, second by Ms. Haynes. We're opening it up for discussion.
Okay, I just want to clarify. You did say earlier tonight, Mr. Doran, that we could make a motion in a second, but we weren't held to that if that's not how we wanted to.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can vote against the issue if you
I just wanted to be
move
sure.
or second the issue.
So, Mr. Cologne, I respected, when you gave a date of just like October 18th. I'm just sitting here struggling because, my first thought was, well, could we put a date of possibly the end of the first 9 weeks? Or do we put a date at the end of the semester or whatever, which, that's where Mr. Persis was going with that. Because the problem is, this is something that should have, if we were going to be able to accomplish this, it should have been accomplished during the summer. Because the sad thing right now is we can't go back to all these people that, and honor them. And now to put something, my struggle with it is to put something in place at the moment. We're excluding all of the people from July 1 up to this point, but at the same time then, if we put in if we moved forward and put in a date, then what we're doing is detrimental more than likely to our students, because they will build a relationship, or they'll have someone that's there that now won't be there. And I'm telling you, I have friends that already walked out the door, and this is breaking my heart, but even with that being said, I still have to put kids first, because that's why we're all here. And in the situation that we're in, our students have already faced so much. You know, they face things that we never faced as students and kids. And so that's why I seconded Mr. Persis' motion, because at this time, you know, to turn around and we can't honor those that have already exited, and then we come up with some window of time, but then we're basically saying to a group, please go ahead and exit, but we're leaving our kids hanging. And I can't do that right now tonight. It was one thing if we were going to be able to honor those that had already gone out the door, you know, with a window of time. But, and like I said, this to me was a priority that I was hoping would get taken care of. And you know, sometimes, I'll be honest with all of you, I appreciate every one of you, okay? But we gotta learn. We all have to do a better job at educating ourselves. And like I said, I'm owning part of this, that I did not go and look at these laws, and I apologize. But we gotta work collaboratively, okay? Because we are all here for the same purpose. And so that's where I stand on this tonight.
Go ahead, Ms. Crum.
I'm just trying to think out the box. I know that when you retire, you have to sit out for a year before you can work again. Is there anything in the law that would allow you to put that money aside and pay them at the end of the year? Is it something that can be explored?
That's something I would have to yield to Mr. Penley or Mr. Gonzalez.
Certainly ask the Attorney General and the Board of Retirement System for an opinion.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were getting ready to say something. I'm
No,
sorry.
ma'am.
Okay, so that's something we would have to get an opinion on. So now, my question, go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
Well, it's abundantly clear how everyone feels about this, everyone in the room. I don't see any way in an orthodox approach to the issue, meaning we can't retroactively apply it, et cetera. I think that what Mr. Persis' motion, he said withdraw it, what he means is he's moving to not have any retirement incentive at this time. If you were to pass that motion and direct the district and me, and certainly I know the union would cooperate in every way possible, to look into, as the term was used, you know, look for some way to operate outside the box to try and rectify it, you know, we could just do the best we can do. You know, maybe we can't, maybe there's a way, I don't know. As Mr. Penley suggested, you know, we could ask the Attorney General for an opinion or something. I'm not sure what he means exactly by that, but I guess what I'm saying is, you know, to coin Mr. Colon's phrase, it is what it is, but on the surface, but let's, you know, not have anything at this time, go with the motion as presented by Mr. Persis, but let's all get together in the next couple weeks and figure out if there's some way to do it going forward. And just pray that there's some angle, but I don't know what it would be. I don't want to create any false hopes, but what I'm saying is, what else can we do? Is to, you know, look at it, and certainly everybody has the same goal, and see if we can come up with something.
I'm going to ask.
And I see you, Ms. Everett, but I just want to speak. Let me tell you my concern with that recommendation. We have people now, they may potentially be up, but that are working, who want to retire, who's waiting for us to make a decision.
That's exactly right.
And that's why I'm very hesitant to say that, because now, the longer we push it back, we're jeopardizing their rights to take part in this early incentive. I mean, that was the reason why we wanted to make sure we got this right. So now we can't, and the numbers are probably smaller, but we do have people waiting on this. And so I'm really hesitant. I couldn't support delaying that because I don't care if it's 5. If that is what they so choose, and they waited until we made a decision, I think it is our responsibility to make a decision and maybe find a window, or again, if we want to cut off the date and you know, just depending on the numbers, and ask Mr. Penley, because he already have about 5 things that he's got to go check on for us, he and Ted, but just to add that to their list to see what we can do, I'm fine with that. But I know we have people waiting.
Can we do both?
I'm staying in my lane. I can't answer that question.
Can we
Mr. Dorn?
go back, for example, and I know there's a motion on the table right now, but can we go back to what Mr. Cologne said, and then also instruct the district to look ahead to see what we can do for those who have already retired? Can we do both?
I don't know. I don't know is the answer. I mean, I don't know that there's really anything that can be done for the lost time. But I think the way I'm hearing your question, or the way I would characterize it is if you take action tonight to create a window and put this retirement incentive in place, does it impede or preclude us from doing something for those people that got left behind based on what we now know? And the answer is, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know that there's anything to be done anyway, so I don't know if it would make a difference. Mr. Penley having...
I don't see any reason that you could not pass a motion tonight directing the retirement incentive and still have us seek an Attorney General FRS opinion as to whether we could go back with some type of a program for those who've already retired. We can ask. All they can say is no.
Okay. Ms. Albert?
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. And so I was very grateful to hear your comments, because I too know, and I get emails every week from a few folks who are hanging on by a thread, continually asking for updates about where we are with this incentive. They're going to retire either way. And the whole premise of having the conversation about offering a retirement incentive was to honor the people who have dedicated their lives to us, as Mr. Persis pointed out, but afford them the opportunity to leave with a little bit of dignity and a little bit of money in their pocket. So I think if this board decides not to offer anything, I think that's a further disservice to those who have hung in there to try to contribute still to Volusia County Schools. I really am grateful for the conversation that we're having right now, that there is a discussion about seeking further guidance on being able to perhaps go back and do something for those that have already made the heavy decision to step away. And so I would just say thank you for your comments, and also Mr. Penley for the desire to further explore our options.
Okay, go right ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Give me 1 minute, Mr. Persis.
Sure.
Go right ahead.
Before there's a motion, if there is going to be one, I just want to go back to what Ms. Mueller said about we could accept, or they would said that either offer was okay, and we would prefer the 15% with longevity, if that's on the table.
I didn't hear you.
We would prefer the 15% with longevity as opposed to the 17% without longevity, if that is an option out there.
Okay, we would have to talk to the district about that, but let me go to Mr. Persis and then I'll come to the district. Go ahead, Mr. Persis.
Yes, Madam Chair. I appreciate your concern about folks who are wanting to know something now. I just got to go back though to my goodness, if we were to pass something right now and it was to start Monday, oh my goodness, the impact that may have on schools and on children
just further complicating the challenges with this schedule. For those employees who are still working and considering an early retirement, that's why I thought that semester break starting time, so they could still retire early. They would be retiring in the month of January. In the meantime, they would be getting their health insurance right now. There'd be an employee. They'd be actually adding more money to their pension by working these next 4 or 5 months. It would help us with our scheduling and with our students. I'm not sure how much more stress we can incentivize with our parents and with our teachers with just changes in staff. So perhaps that semester plan may be a middle ground area, so that those teachers who were thinking of retiring early would still be retiring early. If you retire in January, that's a lot earlier than retiring in June. And they could make plans for that now. The district would ask them to notify us of their plans early, so we could make this work. At the same time, I am in favor of doing what Mr. Doran said and Mr. Penley said about, let's continue to explore if there's any way that we could help those who retired after July 1st too. Just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. Any other comments? And then I'll come into the district. And I thank you, Mr. Persis. I sincerely hear that, but I think we all understand that those who really want to retire will probably retire. And if they stay in the classroom, not that they will not be effective, but most of them will not be effective. Not that they don't want to, that is not where their mind is. And they want out. And so we're still doing a disservice to our children. And I just rather, it's almost like the husband and wife, happy life, happy teacher, happy kids. So if the teacher is not happy, we're not really doing a great service to our kids. So that's my opinion. You heard from View in reference to the motion, the initial proposal of 17% that we offered. The question was, where did Ms. Mueller go? Oh, don't hide, come back, come. The question is, View is asking, could they go back to the 15% with the bonus? Am I correct?
With the longevity.
Oh,
that was their
longevity.
offer right before that one.
Okay.
Yeah, with the longevity, I think we were okay with that. I think verbally at the last negotiations.
I need you to speak in because we have to hear you on record.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, at the last session, that's what we had offered verbally.
So would the district be amenable to that, or do you need to have a minute to caucus right quick to find out?
No, we would be amenable to that.
Okay, amenable. Okay, all right. So they would be amenable to that. So right now, we do have a motion on the floor, made by Mr. Persis, seconded by Ms. Haynes. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Cologne?
Nay.
Ms. Haynes?
Nay.
Mr. Persis?
Yay.
Ms.
Cuthbert.
Cuthbert?
No. That's okay.
Okay, and Ida, nay. So the motion failed. So now, based on what we just received, the district's proposal now is?
It's the 15% bonus with the longevity. I don't know that we even have that in writing at this point somewhere. In there.
Yeah, you do. It's in one of your
Yeah.
proposals.
10 years longevity, 1,000, 20 years longevity, 1,500, 30 years,
2,000. Okay. So colleagues, is there a motion to accept the, oh yes, start and end date, for district who?
Can I say something at this
Sure.
point?
Through which date?
I think a fairer start and end date, this is my opinion, okay?
Okay.
Would be if, I would prefer the start date not be till Monday, okay? Because we're in Friday already at this point. But I'd like to see it go through the ending of the first 9 weeks, or even maybe 2 days after that, with the hope that if they're already here and they don't mind hanging in a little longer, that they could go ahead and give notice that that's their intent, but not walk out the door and leave our kids hanging for the first 9 weeks with everything that's going on. But that's just, that's what I would want to do as a teacher myself.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead. No,
I
I'm
think
listening.
that's a
No, I'm looking at you.
compromise. It's a good compromise.
Okay.
And I would agree to that.
Mr. Persis, did you hear that?
Madam Chair, I did. I think, on this, when the start, when they would become eligible, whatever that start date is, I'd really like to hear from the district on that, because they're the ones that are right in the middle of reallocating staff, and they could probably advise us if they think this would help or hurt what they're trying to do. In other words, would it help them to have teachers retire on Monday before they do all their reallocation, or would it be better for them to let this all settle in first and not even start the opportunity to retire early until October the 1st or something? So could we hear from HR?
even what about October 12th, if we get through FTE?
Well, we are right now making those staffing adjustments, so we would prefer the sooner the better to know, so that we can make those decisions with the displaced individuals. If we know that someone is retiring and not going to be there, it might save a displaced person. So we would prefer sooner rather than later.
Can you say that? I can't hear you.
We prefer sooner. Sooner.
Later? Sooner.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure, we've been talking a lot about teachers. The documents, and I just want to, it always said paras as well.
Right.
Too. Okay.
Yes, you're right.
And office staff, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Want to include everybody.
Can I clarify?
Sure.
Okay, I'd like to clarify. Are you asking them to have their intent but stay through the end of the quarter, or once they give their intent, go ahead and get out?
Either way would let us know. We could make decisions as long as we knew one way or the other, which they had. So either.
So if we said November 1st, which November 2nd is an ISE day, maybe that be the last time. Maybe extend it to November 2nd? Between Monday and the 2nd of November? Is that too much time? Or would you prefer middle of October? What would be better?
What is the end of the 9 weeks?
I think we
What
can
day is
make
the end of
any
the
of
9
it.
weeks?
November 2nd.
The
November 3rd is
grading
election
period,
day.
the last
That's
day of the
ISE
grading
day,
period
last school
is,
day.
the
Last
last day of the
school day's
grading
the
period
2nd.
is Monday the 2nd, but the teacher duty day is Tuesday the 3rd.
It's the 3rd, which is election day. Remember, we changed it. So the last day of teaching would be Monday the 2nd, get the grades in.
I mean,
Okay, I'm getting.
There's a
I'm.
sense of completion.
Hold on, I'm taking a vote. Hold on. November 2nd.
So from the 18th, or Monday, the 20, what's that, the 22nd? What's the day? 18th, 19th, the 21st through November 2nd.
That's correct. I feel a little bit like I'm on Family Feud, but that's correct.
Okay, did you realize November 2nd, they still have kids in front of them? It's the last day of the grading period. November 3rd is the teacher duty day.
Yeah, I prefer the 3rd.
November 3rd. That's our answer.
May I make a motion?
Was that your final answer?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I make a
Yes,
motion?
yes, you sure may, Ms. Cuthbert.
All right,
All right.
hopefully it's the last motion of the morning. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we have a retirement incentive program for those who would like a 15% incentive of their that last year's salary, their base salary, correct? As well as longevity. What 10 years is $1,000. 15 years is 1,500.
No,
20.
20 years is 1,500.
And
And
30
then
years.
30 years is 2,000.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, what about the drop? Are we doing anything about drop?
Your motion.
You mean the 36
Like the
months
36
and drop?
months? Yeah.
I say we stand.
Well, some people, I don't want people to be penalized.
The district's recommendation is if the employee is in drop, they must not have been in drop for more than 36 months.
Okay, we have delayed this, July, August, September, October, and 4 months. Can we add 4 months?
So 40 months.
That way we don't penalize
They're
them
saying,
for
so
waiting.
that if they were waiting,
So 40 months is your recommendation?
Yes, it's 40 months
View's
instead of
recommendation is to
36.
include job. I just wanted to get that out there.
I just don't want to penalize people for waiting.
There's going to be less people retiring as well now, so the cost would go down because of smaller pools.
right, we're just trying to make sure we're doing our math right. Hold on.
More people eligible too, possibly. Because they may become eligible because it's later.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, I can't do that in my head, but I just.
That's supposed to take 2 hours, though.
What do you mean supposed to? Couldn't do.
They're talking about if people.
Yeah.
They became 62 in August.
It would be 32, not 40, right? It would be 32. I had to think
No,
about that for a
it's
minute.
40. Because they were in.
No, if I was eligible, I had 36 months.
36, because we delayed it.
And
those
then-
ones keep adding.
Now they can have 40 months because they had
40
36 in
months
July.
Instead of 36.
Okay.
40.
Because we were adding July, August, September, and October.
Right.
Well, it's a time issue.
And we've gone to 15%, so, okay. Okay,
I
so
can't
40
do math
months
at 2
drop,
o'clock in the morning.
15% incentive of base pay and longevity, beginning to become effective Monday, September 21st, 2020, expiring Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay.
The motion has been properly moved by Mrs. Cuthbert, second by Mr. Cologne. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Cologne?
Yay.
Ms. Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Persis?
Yes.
Ms. Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yes. Now, we're not finished, guys.
I know, I just want to celebrate something.
We're not finished.
I need some blood flow.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dorn so he can tell us what our next steps are. And we will not be receiving any emails from me tonight because this is my time to work. I'm going to bed tonight.
Miss Wright, we still had one outstanding. I'm
You're right.
sorry.
You're
I
right.
hate
You're
to
right.
do this, but I don't
No, you're
want
right.
to not be totally transparent.
I apologize because I was supposed to address that. So what Go ahead, Ms.
We're seeking some clarification on what was discussed earlier with the Volusia Live payment and who would be eligible. And here are two examples, and if you give us clarity on this, then we can move forward with it. One would be, are we talking about like from day one, if I taught Volusia Live for a week and then my class was turned into a dedicated Volusia Live class rather than a simultaneous class? In other words, is there a period of time that you would have to be teaching simultaneously in order to be eligible for the supplement, or is it any time within the 9 weeks, even if it's a day, and I get the $500? And then also with that, is there any criteria for who decides who is a simultaneous teacher? In other words, if now that we've proposed, you'll get $500 if a teacher comes and says, okay, now I want to be a simultaneous teacher, do we approve that?
So, good question. Mr. Persis, are you the one who made the motion? I always like to go
Yes,
to
yes,
Okay.
I did. I really thought staff was just going to come back with some kind of recommendation on what is fair. We want to do what is fair. We don't want to shortchange anyone. As far as that last comment about a teacher decides, oh yeah, well now since I'm going to get paid a little money, I want to do it. Well, that would then she could make that offer to the principal, but that wouldn't happen unless the principal really needed that teacher and had that vacancy to teach that. So, that's kind of a hypothetical, but we'd have to decide from that point if and when that teacher did start teaching live, what that teacher's stipend would be. I go back to just prorate the daily rate, whatever it is. However many days you work live, that's what you get based on a $500 per grading period.
Okay. Mr. Cologne, because I believe you second. Do you have any thoughts? Okay. Ms. Haynes, do you have any thoughts? All right, Ms. Cuthbert, do you have any thoughts?
To do that, I think would be a logistical nightmare, to go back and calculate everyone. I'm thinking if we're sticking to this MOU that's been thematic throughout this whole meeting, it should be who's teaching it today, the 17th or the 18th. We'll give them 2 days, 17th, 18th. If you're teaching a blank, then you qualify.
Okay, no, I don't agree.
That's
I just think
an
it's,
idea.
and no, but that's a good idea, but I just think anyone who's been teaching in both modalities since the beginning of school.
Through today, at least.
Up to this point is entitled to it.
Yes.
Not someone who walks in tomorrow because there is an incentive package asking to do that.
Oh, that's what I meant, from the beginning
Gotcha.
to at least
So
to
anyone
today.
who's been working
What if they
up
change?
for that to today, because we said for the first 9 weeks, which to me, I would interpret anyone who's going to teach it for the full 9 weeks. But at least from the beginning of school up until, so that's my thought. I think they would have to be
I'm with her.
teaching in this modality all along.
So the full 9 weeks.
Well,
And here's the only reason that I ask, that because I can see this happening right now. We're about to make a lot of schedule changes.
right, but that's what I'm getting ready to say. Anyone who's been teaching up to the point to we change their schedule, because they didn't change the schedule. We are changing the schedule. So to be fair, if I'm the person now that's going live, or if I'm the person that's going brick and mortar, but up until the 26th of September, I was teaching both modalities, then yes, I'm entitled to the $500.
Yes.
Now, I may love that you're getting ready to put me in one or the other, but that wasn't an option I had until you all changed the schedule.
All right. So if it's our schedule change, then okay.
I
have a clarifying question on that as well.
Sure.
So what if this week, because of enrollment or whatever change, displacements, or what if someone is then told that they need to go into a simultaneous situation like next week?
So let me make sure I'm understanding you. So right now, I'm teaching brick and mortar, but my schedule is being changed, and now because my schedule is being changed, I have to teach in both modalities. Is that your question?
Correct.
That should not happen.
Nope.
Now, I'm not saying it won't, but it should not. But I will ask, I'm gonna yield to the district on that question.
I think our position is we agree with you that it should not happen because our goal is to reduce numbers, and the directive given by the board was to reduce numbers. I need to look at our superintendent.
So if somebody gets sick, if Johnny gets quarantined, or has to quarantine, and he's been in my brick and mortar, is he not flipping over to live at that point? Are we gonna have one child live and the rest of my kids are brick and mortar?
Well, in that, I understand what you're saying, and no, he would switch over to a live teacher's classroom, but if what we're doing is moving towards dedicated classrooms, then the consequence of that is that there's gonna be some teacher changes.
No,
if I have to quarantine.
Yeah, we don't disagree. We're just trying to make sure we're all on the same page.
I mean, you know, when you solve and this is honestly what we found all along. When you solve one problem, you create a couple of others, and that is going to be the consequence of that. I mean, I know that the model was designed to keep you with your teacher, with your home school. That was the philosophy behind it. Now, that created other issues, and so I think our position is exactly what Mrs. Wright said, we shouldn't be in a case where we're creating more, we're reducing.
I think it goes back to those that had to start with both of them, like you said. Yeah. And they've been doing both of them up to this point, and hopefully we'll change their schedule and they'll only do one. And so I'm not for somebody going in today and saying to their principal, hey, I'll take it, and we create them a simultaneous next week so that they get the pay. I'm for the group that's been doing it all along.
Yes.
Okay.
Beginning of school till this day.
Your thoughts, Mr. Persis? Mr. Persis?
Yeah, you know, I go back to what Ms. Haynes said, and I think you said it earlier, Madam Chair, was just the difficulty of getting this started.
Yes.
with live. That was a tremendous effort that the teachers gave to do this. You know, we might want to do something like any teacher that's been teaching simultaneously through the time, I don't know what the last day is, the district's going to make all the allocation changes, but anyone that's been teaching simultaneously from the first day of school or the second day, whatever, through, say, even through the end of this month, just to give some leeway, would get $250. And any teacher that is continuing to teach live from the first day through the end of the first 9 weeks gets $500. And if there is that teacher out there that didn't teach simultaneously, but is going to have to after September 28th or whatever the day is, then they'd get $250. I mean, we can make it simple like that.
Okay.
And that sounds simple? It sounds simple.
No, Mr. Persis, it did not, but thank you very much for your input. We greatly appreciate it. So, but we have.
I think my pain management drug is starting to work.
I think that's what I agree with you on that one.
think you need to fire your doctor that you're still talking.
But we will.
I desperately need this meeting to end or another dose, whichever you can make.
Yes, it is 2 a.m. I'm missing all my good movies. I'll entertain a motion, colleagues.
All right, I'll make a motion
Yes, ma'am.
that starting from the first day of school, if they have been teaching simultaneously, and I'll even give the wiggle room of day 1 or day 2, okay? Through
September 17th.
Or the allocations.
until such time that the district changes their, allocation, you want me to stick with the same amount that he said earlier tonight? Or you want a different amount?
No, we said 500.
Okay, $500 if the district, because the district's going to change people to face-to-face or live. We give them $500.
Okay.
But no new people added to it. Can I add that?
Do whatever you want.
Is that your motion?
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay.
Because, well, no, because here's the thing. Really, the group that had to start out, they're the ones that had, they've spent hours troubleshooting to make this work. And even the district staff's now, figured out easier ways to make it work for them. And people have uploaded stuff and all that. But when they started, they had to do it on their own.
Okay.
So I am for the group that had to set the precedent and all.
Pioneers.
The pioneers.
Privateers.
They had to do all the work.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion was made by Mrs. Haynes, second by Mrs. Cuthbert, that we will, you are looking at teachers who started this process from the beginning of the semester, and we know maybe 1 or 2 days or 3 days, but up until you reallocate the positions to receive the $500. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Linda Cuthbert?
Yes.
Mr. Carl Persis?
Yay!
Ms. Jamie Haynes?
Yes.
Mr. Reuben Cologne?
Yay.
Ida Wright, yay. You had another question, Ms.
That was
Hayes.
it. The other was about who decides, and you said that was managerial rights with the,
Yes.
that they can't volunteer.
Yes,
in other words.
okay. Mr. Doran, the floor is yours.
Okay, so everybody agreeing that we've resolved all the issues that were to be resolved here at the impasse hearing. Now we're at the point where the board has made decisions on A through O. We need to reduce that to writing. And so what I would suggest is that the district prepare a draft, unless View wants to do it, or both of them. But the draft document reflecting and memorializing all of the decisions that were made by the board be drafted, and that it be circulated between the two parties with a view towards reaching a consensus on the language, and that document be provided to me no later than the 6th of October. Hopefully with an agreement to the language, but if there is a dispute over the language, I'll try and mediate it to resolve it. And in any case, it would be placed on the agenda for you all to vote on the 13th at the next regular school board meeting of the 13th to finalize it. That's just what I'm suggesting, and if you guys want to alter that, that's fine.
No. Are both parties in agreement with that recommendation?
We have, one problem is the date, because unless we're going to get this package by Monday, which I'm not thinking we will, but if we're not gonna get the package by Monday, the following week, both of us will be out of town, so we've already mentioned that. And then We've already applied for a waiver to handle the ratification electronically through PERC. We applied for a waiver for that. We have not heard back from that. We would like some assistance if we are awarded that waiver. We'd like some assistance from the district to help facilitate that if we need it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the waiver? I didn't hear you.
We applied for a waiver with PERC to do our ratification electronically because that's not the norm. And if we're granted the waiver, which we believe they're granting them all, we would, if we need the assistance of the district to put it out through the district communications or email system.
The only thing that I would suggest, in light of everybody's desire to have some of these things take effect pretty quickly, is that when you have an impasse resolution, the board has voted and they've resolved those issues. And if you're going to take it back for ratification, then the union has the right to reject the portions of the MOU that have been agreed to. But in that case, the resolved issues would take effect as of the date of tonight's meeting, and those kinds of things. So I think that I think I speak for the union when I say that everybody understands that with respect to the early retirements and those kinds of things, that those things are going to go into effect in terms of taking those retirements on Monday.
What I'm saying is that this does not happen until we ratify. And so the sooner we ratify, the quicker we can get it done.
So you're saying that there is no early retirement incentive for the people that retire from tonight on?
That's not my call. I can let Ms. Albert make a decision whether she would like to go that way, but I think she would probably want to make that decision when she's not tired. We could discuss that if you want to tomorrow.
So,
We don't want to hold up the retirement, but
Right.
we also don't want to be out of compliance with PERC.
we just want to make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to do in a timely manner, and also affording the folks that that want to retire that opportunity as well. So if you could at least give me till the end of today, find that out. I mean, I just need to make sure that whatever we are doing, it's appropriate and correct. I get it. I don't want to impede the retirement incentive at all. But I want to make sure that we're following all the rules here.
But the collective bargaining contract allows for MOUs?
All MOUs are supposed to be ratified, and we get,
No, I know what you're saying. The law is that regardless of whether you call it an MOU or a collective bargaining agreement, if it's not ratified by both parties, it's not effective on anybody. But my understanding is that under the collective bargaining agreement that's in effect now, the parties can enter into MOUs without ratification. Is that not correct?
We don't like to do that. We need to make sure that we ratify our MOUs.
can I make a recommendation? No, we don't, we never recommend our locals ever enter into an MOU that's not going to be ratified, but I'm going to say it does happen. And so if you wish to carve out the MOU for retirement, and Ms. Albert would like to sign just that part of it, put that into play, but I believe that everything should still go to ratification, but we could.
All right. If that's what the union's position is, then understand that what the process is under the statute is that the parties now get together and they come up with a single contract that consists of the resolved issues and those that have been agreed to. And then that goes to the unit for ratification. And then if it's ratified, it's got to come back to the board for approval of those parts of the MOU that were not submitted to Impasse. And if the unit rejects the MOU, then we don't have agreement on the things that didn't come before the board tonight.
We don't have agreement on the things that didn't come. We tried that. That did not happen. So we have no agreement at all on the other issues because we asked you to sign them. I don't understand why people are acting surprised at this. We sent.
The reason they're acting surprised is that you're completely misunderstanding the law that applies.
No, I'm not.
Because there is no violation for a party not to execute a TA. If you don't execute a TA, you don't have agreement. The position of the district was that the matters that you think were not agreed to were, in the opinion of the district, matters of management, and therefore didn't need to be.
Okay.
But I'm not the one who's saying that we need to go through the impasse procedure. All I'm saying is the statute says that you have to have a single contract that contains all the things that have been resolved and all the things that were agreed to. If you're taking the position now that nothing was agreed to, then I don't know how you're going to put together the MOU that's going to be ratified.
Okay, I think you're confusing people more than anything. Here's what happened. We had what we believe to be agreement on some things. We reduced that to writing to get that TA'd and get it off the table so it didn't come here. That did not happen, so we have no TAs.
So
we came here, and everything that was put forward was not everything we took to the table. But we had a tentative agreement sitting out there that we sent it over to the district and said, this is what we came to, the agreement we came to on these things. If you want to sign this and get it off the table before we go to impasse, that's fine, and we never heard anything back.
I take exception to that. You said at the last bargaining session, we will not bifurcate this when we offered to do that.
No.
You were the one that
I did say we would not bifurcate it because we won't bifurcate in bargaining when all's possible.
and now you're wanting to.
Could I just
No,
ask a
I'm
question?
wanting to bifurcate the impasse. This impasse has to be reduced to writing and go to ratification. That is the law.
No,
That's in
that's not.
447.
I promise you. Wait, if I could, I promise you that's not the law. You don't need to do anything with what the board has ruled on, other than to put it in the agreement that's going to come for ratification. So if you're taking the position that you have no agreement on anything, and the MOU is going to consist only of the things that have been resolved, then you're not following the PERC rule.
Following the resolution of the disputed impasse issues by the legislative body, the parties shall reduce to writing an agreement which includes those issues agreed to by the parties and those disputed impasse issues
That's what
resolved.
I just said.
Okay, we don't have any agreed to because no one signed anything.
Then you're saying you don't have an MOU.
Okay,
Madam.
can I help? Let me, it being 2:15, and you all can start this conversation probably tomorrow at some time, or today rather, later. But help me understand this. I understand that I understood coming in here that there were a number of issues that View thought there was some agreement on, but that it hadn't been reduced to writing and et cetera, and that those issues, I don't even know what they are. The board did not consider them tonight, correct?
Correct.
And so, you know, that's ancillary to me to what's going on here in the impasse hearing. If you guys have something you want to agree to it. If you don't, you know, any issue that wasn't presented here tonight, as far as I'm concerned, is resolved, you know, by non-action. We had a very specific list of issues that we were presented. It was put into the pre-hearing order. That's exactly what we considered tonight. That's what was resolved. So, from my point of view, from the board's point of view, let's put it that way, what I'm interested in is getting everything that was resolved tonight reduced to writing in some document, a resolution, I guess. And what I was suggesting is that, you know, maybe the district take the first stab at that and then share it. But if you guys want to do it, that's whatever. I'm not pushing any of that. Get a document that you hopefully just A through O. A document that reflects the rulings. Don't have to agree with them. It's just memorializing what happened here tonight. Get it all down on a piece of paper. Hopefully you agree to the language between the two of you. If you don't, I'll try and mediate the difference in the language on behalf of the board prior to presenting it. And if we can't reach any agreement, then the board will resolve it, right?
Yes, sir.
So, in the end.
Yes, sir.
So, that document, am I not correct in saying, Mr. Gonzalez, has to then go for ratification by the members, and it also has to come to the board for approval, and if the collective bargaining members reject the document, it just is imposed effective today.
Only those things that were resolved tonight.
Only, yes, only the
Nothing
things
else
resolved
is.
tonight. In other
Those
words,
things
you guys
remain.
put it out for ratification. If it's approved, great. If it's not approved, it's still gonna be effective tonight.
We understand that.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's, okay, I just wanna make sure we're all on the same page on that. So procedurally, how do we get that accomplished? Is it, I understand you guys are gonna be out. So the question is, to what degree do we have urgency in getting this to the board for a vote? Is the 6th work, or do you, because I was just trying to set it up a week before the next board meeting so that we could put it on the agenda and resolve it, but we can go to the next board meeting if we need to. And of course, how does this work? I'll ask the two of you, because I don't know the answer to this. Once the document is agreed to, do you put it out for ratification even before the board votes on it? Does the board have to wait for the ratification to take place before it votes on it? Or can it vote on it and await the ratification or non-ratification? What's the answer to that?
In the past, we've ratified first and then the board's voted on it.
Okay,
That's
perfect.
what we did with our last
So
contract.
you guys are gonna, all right, so how about this? You do the document, you tell me what date you want as a deadline. If you can't reach an agreement on language, if you reach an agreement on language, then fine, you're off and running. If you don't, pull me in as a mediator on the language. Let me see if I can get you guys resolved. If you can't resolve it, then you're gonna bring it back to the board to resolve the language. Then, not vote to approve it, then put it back into your lap with the final language having been ordered. And then you guys would go for ratification, and then we would await that resolution, and then we would come back for a board vote. Is that accurate?
It's fair enough, and I was trying to speed up the process by telling you that if we are granted the waiver, the ratification can be done through your email system to everyone immediately, or whatever way Ms. Albert is comfortable with. That is the point I was getting.
Oh, I see. Okay. So that you were speaking to the ratification process, that you can
Correct.
just speed it up.
Because PERC said this year, because of the virus, that they would be willing to do
Oh, that's cool.
electronic, and that's
All
not
right.
normal.
So what is the date after which you want to? I mean, do we need a date? I don't know. Maybe we don't.
No, sir.
I don't think we need a date.
No, sir, I don't think so.
You just call me. You guys call me if there's going to be if you think I can be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Other than that, we'll hope and pray that you just get it done and get it.
I think there's a statutory duty on both of us that's pretty clearly spelled out, and I think it's between the parties to get that done, and I understand they're gonna be seeing each other Tuesday to begin with, so they ought to be able to do
Yeah.
it pretty easily.
No, I understand that, but I also understand that, there are a lot of decisions made tonight, and the interpretation of the decisions may be different between you, and if you can't reach an agreement on the language, we're gonna have to resolve it somehow, and that's through a very quick mediation through me, and if that doesn't work, then we're gonna bring back to the board, and they're gonna tell us what the language is.
So who's reducing it to writing?
Who's reducing it? The district will take a first stab at a
Who took-
draft, or you?
Did someone take the minutes, or did someone take minutes?
Do we take minutes? It's all recorded.
It's on YouTube.
I mean, I don't know, there's some of this stuff that's really nuanced. I don't think anybody can prepare this document without a very laborious effort, other than the two of you, because you've lived this stuff. and you know what the differences were between you, and you heard and understood what ultimately got resolved. And so I'm just suggesting you guys are the ones, and that we have a tape of all this. If somebody needs to go back and listen to it, how else would we do this? Any other suggestions? You're good? Everybody's good?
Yes, sir.
All right, Madam Chair, it's back to you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? If not, if we're all good, this meeting is adjourned.